Come, let the heavenly tribulation get even more intense. Xuanhuan shouted along with everyone. This felt like the first time since everyone had met him that Xuanhuan spoke such manly words. This was due to the immense gains from the tempering of the 10,000 dragon blood. He had experienced unimaginable pain, but had also made incredible progress. His powerful physical body made his confidence inflate to unprecedented levels. Hence, he wasn't afraid of anything, not even heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, he knew that after this tribulation, the 10,000 dragon blood would be fully activated, so he was full of expectation for that. Once he entered the heaven-merging realm, he would be even stronger. On the other hand, Jade was pale as she walked forward with the Dragon Blood Legion. She was lacking confidence. Fortunately, the old man stayed beside her. At the same time, Yi Lingshan, Bao Buping, Chang Hao, and the other experts on this level found places for their own tribulations. As for those that had passed, they stood guard over the various battlefields to protect those that had yet to finish. The Dragon Blood Legion underwent their tribulation not that far from Devil Spirit Mountain, but they made sure to be far away enough not to impact the others. Long Chen, why are you here too? Jade jumped in shock when she saw Long Chen beside her. If I didn't come, how could I let you come? It'll be fine. Long Chen smiled comfortingly. Jade was afraid of dying. No one else cherished their life more than her. That was because she knew just how much was on her shoulders. If she died, Yi Lingshan might not be able to pick up the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was why she was willing to go through the second batch of tribulations. She didn't ask for greater power, only to stay alive and make sure that a major pillar of the continent's defense didn't fall. That was also why she was still nervous despite knowing Long Chen. Her life didn't just belong to her, but to the entire Martial Heaven Alliance. Brothers, start, shouted Long Chen. The Dragon Blood warriors Aura's sword, breaking through the final barrier. The old man, Jianying and Li Tangxuan also broke their shackles. As they unleashed their auras, the sky trembled. Tribulation clouds crazily gathered and stacked, growing thicker and thicker. A terrifying pressure gathered around the Dragon Blood Legion. Gu Yang, said Long Chen. Understood. Gu Yang's spear suddenly blazed with light. He stabbed it at the sky, and a giant spear image tore through the tribulation clouds. When the tribulation clouds were pierced, the heavenly Tao energy grew even more berserk. Lightning swords slashed down on the Dragon Blood Legion. This lightning was of 5 different colors. It was a magnificent sight. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energy was contained within this lightning, but it also contained a berserk violent will that made people quiver. It's 5-colored lightning right from the start. Those watching the tribulation felt a chill. For them, only the final wave had contained 5-colored lightning, and it had almost taken their lives. It was unknown just how many experts had ended up dying regretfully under this terrifying lightning. However, the Dragon Blood Legion's first wave was already 5-colored lightning, so the scale of this tribulation was frightening. Boom! Suddenly, a giant willow appeared in the sky, its leaves brushing against the heavens. Those lightning swords were blasted apart on contact with its branches. Right now, Jianying and Li Tangxuan were on top of the willow. Once the lightning swords were destroyed, the lightning became gentle, allowing the two of them to absorb it. However, the old man stayed amongst the Dragon Blood Legion, going through the tribulation as they did. The old man's body was powerful enough that even though his blood chi had declined, this level of heavenly tribulation was still no problem to him. Sister Ruyan, can you shrink the range a bit? You're blocking it all, shouted Xuanhuan from below. Liu Ruyan's crown was so big that she was covering all the lightning. Hearing him, she shrank it down a bit, allowing the Dragon Blood Legion to absorb it directly. Hence, the wild lightning swords fell upon the Dragon Blood Legion, exploding amongst them. Despite the wild lightning raging amongst them, it was like they were bathing in a warm spring. This heavenly tribulation contains death chi, demonic chi, devil chi, a fiendish blood chi, and many more. The heavenly Taos really have changed. Long Chen muttered to himself. His eyes were closed as he sensed the lightning. You're right. The Martial Heaven continent is like muddled water now, infected by multiple streams. The clear water has been tainted and the power has changed, becoming chaotic. Before this, everyone could freely absorb the lightning. Now, they need to expel the portion of the energy that's harmful to their bodies, said the old man. The old man was covered in lightning, but it was unable to harm him. From this, it could be seen just how thick the old man's foundation was. However, muddled water has its benefits as well. Clear water doesn't have fish, and only muddled water can allow fish to grow large. Purity and impurity exist together. The energy of the other worlds has strengthened the heavenly Tao energy. Just this lightning contains many different streams of energy. Good things sometimes have a bad side, and bad things sometimes have a good side, said Long Chen. Lei Long eventually couldn't hold back any longer and began to absorb these lightning runes. It only absorbed the weaker ones like an obedient child, leaving the main feast to the others, but making sure not to waste even a single grain of rice. Yes, this lightning also contains blood qi, the power of the laws of the blood race's world. It can actually increase the activity of the bloodline, making people feel younger, said the old man. He felt that his body was getting younger bit by bit. Although it was just the faintest bit, it was definitely there. Long Chen couldn't absorb this blood qi, but Long Chen did sense the dragon blood warriors' bloodline power faintly changing. That was enough to show that it was stimulating the 10,000 dragon blood. That was a good thing. However, Long Chen had a true dragon's essence blood within him, and it looked down on all other blood qi. It refused to let other blood qi enter, as if it would dirty its purity. This also was Long Chen's tribulation, so he couldn't sense many things that he could use in it. He simply had Lei Long absorb some extras as he looked for the new laws of the heavenly Taos. The lightning swords fell for less than an hour. After that, countless five-colored beasts descended from the sky. What? Seeing those beasts, people were stunned. They had seen lightning beasts before, but not beasts made of five-colored tribulation lightning. Most importantly, they all looked real, as if they were made of flesh and blood. Their auras were all-powerful. Even disciples that had just finished advancing to heaven merging felt fear toward them. Boom! One dragon-blood warrior slashed a giant elephant, but it was only knocked back. Its tusks suddenly lit up with divine light, and some light swords shot out at that dragon-blood warrior. Watch out! Long Chen suddenly gave a warning, and that dragon-blood warrior hastily dodged. He only managed to dodge one light sword, but the other one struck his shoulder. As a result, blood splashed as half his shoulder exploded. That attack had been incredibly sharp, shocking everyone. They can use divine abilities. Chapter 26, 44 Lightning Beasts on the level of Sovereign Sprouts. Just as everyone was shocked, a five-colored butterfly appeared in front of everyone, and the world instantly became clear and bright. The tribulation clouds vanished. A boundless green field was around them. The sun shone down on them warmly. Wake up! Meng Qi's sharp cry rang out, startling people. At this moment, a ray of light shot out of the void mirror in Meng Qi's hands, and the butterfly vanished, transforming into lightning runes. The dragon-blood warriors were once more brought back into cruel reality, feeling shocked. Just now, they had been brought into an illusion. Be careful. These lightning beasts contain the laws of the other worlds. They're different from the martial heaven continent's lightning beasts, and they can use divine abilities, shouted Long Chen. Before this, the lightning beasts of the martial heaven continent only possessed violent power and not divine abilities. However, these lightning beasts were like demonic beasts, capable of using various divine abilities. Kill! The dragon-blood warriors roared. They no longer dared to be the slightest bit careless. This tribulation was different from all their previous ones, so all their experience could no longer be counted on. When the dragon-blood warriors became serious, going all out against those lightning beasts, it resulted in a sea of five-colored lightning. The dragon-blood warriors immersed themselves in that sea, absorbing the lightning. Just as Long Chen said, this lightning contained its original pure essence and many new impurities. There were more bad things, but also more good things. Moreover, this lightning was different from the previous lightning of the martial heaven continent. It contained a divine essence. This kind of energy was something only Long Chen had previously experienced when he had been struck by divine lightning. Now, this five-colored lightning contained a trace of that energy. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to purify and activate the 10,000 dragon blood in the dragon blood warriors' bodies. At this moment, Lei Long's body shrank down, and it slowly absorbed the lightning around Long Chen. Long Chen had told Lei Long not to absorb too much, as that might affect the dragon blood warriors negatively. Long Chen knew that Lei Long was not satisfied, so he comforted it. This wasn't his tribulation, it was just a snack before a feast. When it was his tribulation, Lei Long wouldn't even be able to eat all of it. As time passed, more and more lightning beasts appeared, and they also grew stronger. At first, they were only around the early Nether Passage realm. Later on, as they continually grew, at the 2-mark point, Their cultivation bases had reached the peak of Nether Passage. Just ordinary peak Nether Passage demonic beasts were nothing to the Dragonblood warriors, but these demonic beasts were particularly difficult to deal with. They had all kinds of divine abilities that gave them immense killing power. "Why are these demonic beasts so powerful?" shouted one Dragonblood warrior. He had been heavily injured twice. If it wasn't for the healing squad at the rear helping him recover, he wouldn't have been able to keep fighting. "This is most likely the tribulation of the demonic beast race. These demonic beasts are probably their world's ancient heroic spirits," said the old man as he slashed one beast apart. Ancient heroic spirits were the experts of eras past, those who had been copied by the heavenly Taos. Their attacks were just like when they were alive. As for these lightning beasts, they were most likely the most amazing existences of the demonic beast race in the past. That was why the Dragonblood Legion was having so much trouble. "It's no good, get into formation," shouted Chen. If they continued fighting individually, they would be overwhelmed. Too many people were being injured and they were exhausting themselves too quickly. Who knew what would happen later? Hence, they had to maintain their peak condition. Following Chen's shout, the Dragonblood warriors got into a formation. Once the formation was complete, the pressure immediately lessened, and dealing with the demonic beasts became much easier. Only Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yue Zifeng, and the others were fighting by themselves. These lightning beasts were unable to harm them. They stood over the outer regions, controlling the tempo. Originally, Long Chen had wanted the old man to get into the center of the Dragonblood Legion's formation, but it seemed that the old man refused to accept that he was old. Holding the heaven-splitting blade, he charged out, slaughtering the lightning beasts. He was fiercer than anyone else. Looking at this scene, Long Chen glanced toward the Alliance head. As expected, Jianing's eyes were on the old man. Hence, Long Chen shook his head. It seemed that the older they became, the more childish they grew. It seemed like they hadn't matured at all when it came to romantic love. The old man was excited and fighting as if he had limitless power. The chaotic heavenly Tao energy was stimulating his life spirit qi, and his body was growing younger. Hence, he felt like he had returned to his youth. He was unable to even restrain himself. Long Chen thought of advising the old man to save some energy but then decided against it. If the old man wanted to fight like this, he could fight like this. He would probably only have this one chance to mess around like this. Furthermore, it was a rare chance to show off in front of Jianing. He wouldn't be happy to be stopped. A full 6 hours passed. The lightning beast had grown so powerful that they reached the level of sovereign sprouts. Long Chen was surprised. This heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. The Dragonblood warriors, dragon blood had been slowly activated by the lightning. They were growing stronger and stronger without being aware of it, but Long Chen saw it clearly. However, even after getting stronger, they were still suppressed. These lightning demonic beasts were getting increasingly powerful. This heavenly tribulation really was history's strongest one. What a saber technique! Yue Zifeng had just killed a mass of lightning beasts when he saw the old man kill a lightning beast that had reached the level of a sovereign sprout that had been sneak attacking him. He couldn't help praising the old man. Even Yue Zifeng and the others felt admiration for the old man's fierceness. His dauntless aura gave them endless encouragement. "Careful, the lightning beasts are getting stronger again," warned Liu Ruyan suddenly. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's willow body had shrunk down to just 3,000 meters. That was only the way she could be sure of fully protecting Jianing and Li Tianxuan. Heavens, over 10,000 sovereign sprout-level lightning beasts. The experts in the distance watched as a mass of lightning beasts descended from the heavens. Their auras were enough to scare people to death. "It seems that this is the final wave. Brothers, bring out your full power," shouted Xuanhuan. However, even though that was what he said, he remained within the formation. He didn't fly out because he didn't have his battle armor. It would interfere with absorbing the lightning, but without it, he was afraid of dying to the lightning beasts. That was why he chose the wisest decision of staying at the center of the formation and cheering everyone on, focusing on absorbing as much as he could. Over 10,000 giant lightning beasts crashed down on the Dragonblood Legion. At this moment, the void shattered, and the earth was blown apart. There was no power that could block the charge of over 10,000 sovereign sprout lightning beasts. The Dragonblood warriors were heavily shaken. Even their formation was starting to break apart. Despite having experienced countless bloody battles, the Dragonblood warriors' hearts sank. If the formation was destroyed, how could they block so many sovereign sprout lightning beasts? Now Long Chen had taken out Evil Moon. If the Dragonblood Legion was unable to block it, he would have to interfere. There's no need for you to do anything, just watch, Heaven's sealing shield. Liu Ruyan snorted. As she was forming hand seals, countless willow branches and roots weaved together, forming into a giant wooden barrier that protected everyone. Chapter 2645, The Old Man's Might. Boom! Countless lightning beasts smashed into the wooden shield, blasting it apart. However, Liu Ruyan still managed to block this first charge. This gave the Dragonblood Legion some precious breathing room. By the time the shield broke, their formation was complete. Kill! Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yizhikyu, Cloud, and the others all attacked at once, taking advantage of the moment just as the lightning beasts finished their assault to launch a powerful counterattack. With everyone joining forces, a stream of light blasted through the lightning beasts. A giant hole was left in the void. When that hole appeared, Xuanhuan was about to give the order for the Dragonblood Legion to charge out, working together with Mengqi and the others, attacks to press their advantage, not giving the lightning beasts any chance to recover. However, just as his orders were about to come out of his mouth, it felt like a blade cut his throat. No sound came out. That was because he saw a giant figure within the giant hole. That was a giant divine bird. Its eyes were like golden lanterns looking at them through the hole. In that instant, the Dragonblood warriors felt their hearts stop beating. They were locked onto by a terrifying aura. What kind of monster is that? The distant experts were all startled by that divine bird. Just looking at it caused their backs to be covered in cold sweats. They had advanced to the heaven-merging realm, but this divine bird made them feel as insignificant as ants. This heavenly tribulation was absolutely terrifying, not giving people any chance of surviving. A lightning beast that has reached the level of a demonic king, and one at the heaven-merging realm at that. Chen jumped. He had killed demonic kings before, so he knew their auras. However, this demonic king's aura was even more terrifying than those. Perhaps it should be classified as a sovereign sprout demonic king. Even the Dragonblood Legion's heavenly tribulation is this terrifying. I can't even imagine what your tribulation will be like. Of course, I'm not trying to shake your confidence. I just don't want you to be careless, said Evil Moon, hastily correcting itself midway. I'm not afraid no matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation is. If I don't have this confidence, how could I be a 9-star heir? Said Chen indifferently. He had long since gotten used to his heavenly tribulations. From the blood condensation realm, every one of his heavenly tribulations was trying to kill him. But wasn't he still living happily? Hence, he didn't feel too much fear toward heavenly tribulation. However, this lightning bird did make Chen a bit worried. If they were unable to block it, he would be forced to interfere. Then his tribulation would also start ahead of schedule, and that wasn't a good thing. Fuck brothers, help me out, I'll kill it. Xuanhuan suddenly shouted and summoned his armor. At this time, he couldn't bother about absorbing more lightning. As long as he could eliminate this terrifying divine bird, they would have passed this tribulation. Dragonblood cross/. Xuanhuan roared, crossing his blades before him. As endless energy poured into him, a giant cross condensed in front of him. This was the attack containing the full power of all the Dragonblood warriors. The giant cross cut through the air, and the heavenly Taos rumbled. All lightning beasts touched by that cross were blasted apart. This attack, containing over 12,000 Dragonblood warriors, full power, practically had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even these sovereign sprout lightning beasts were instantly destroyed. However, just as the cross was about to strike the divine bird, it suddenly spread its wings. Lightning filled the world. When its body shuddered, an identical copy of it flew out of its body, smashing into the cross. What? What kind of divine ability is that? Xuanhuan and the others were startled. At this moment, the giant cross struck the divine bird's clone, and an explosion unleashed a wave of lightning that shattered the clouds and blinded them. After that, the wave of lightning crashed down upon the Dragonblood Legion. They were like a small boat on top of its raging waves, being thrown and rocked badly. Right now, intense pain racked their bodies, as if millions of needles were stabbing them. Careful, this lightning is divine lightning, shouted Chen. The divine bird was composed entirely of pure divine lightning, completely different from the previous lightning beasts. The energy of divine lightning was something extremely painful even to the Dragonblood warriors. Therefore, Lei Long made its move. It charged into the sea of lightning, wrapping around Mengqi, Dong Minju, Jianying, Li Tangxuan, and the healing warriors. Their physical bodies were unable to endure a direct strike from divine lightning, so Lei Long's protection was like a buffer, allowing them to absorb it slower. Suddenly, the divine bird let out a cry of sound waves that was crashing through the air. As its wings quivered, it pounced on the Dragonblood Legion, smashing its wings smashed down like a heaven-splitting blade. Boom! In front of the giant wing, the Dragonblood Legion appeared incredibly minute. At the next moment, Xuanhuan shouted, and everyone entered the defensive formation. Their defensive wall had only just formed when it was smashed apart. As a result, the Dragonblood warriors coughed up blood, their insides breaking apart. With the divine lightning filling the air, the healing warriors were blocked from casting their spells to help. There was no way for them to heal everyone in time. The divine bird was absolutely terrifying, and they were unable to stop it. This was the first time the Dragonblood Legion encountered such terrifying heavenly tribulation. Just at this moment, its second attack came, and there was no way for the Dragonblood Legion to block it. "Brute, do you think you can be so arrogant?" The old man suddenly shouted furiously. As his white hair stood on end, a berserk fury soared. It was as if a god of battle had descended, and the heaven-splitting blade tore through the heavens. "Split the heavens 9." The old man's roar was like thunder ringing through the air. In that instant, the heavens were cut in two, and his saber landed solidly on the divine bird. Boom! As a result, that terrifying divine bird was cut in two, transforming into divine runes that enveloped the Dragonblood Legion. However, the old man began to vomit blood, so Long Chen hastily came to support him. "I'm fine. That divine bird was bizarre. It contained another world's will, and its offensive power was focused on the soul. If you encounter it, you have to be careful," said the old man. Despite how pale he was, he still appeared awe-inspiring. Just at this moment, Lei Long suddenly grew until it completely locked down the sea of divine lightning. The heavenly tribulation ended. The divine lightning was starting to fade, just as Lei Long now locked it inside, giving everyone even more time to absorb it. It also swiped some benefits for itself at the same time. The divine bird was dead, so the divine lightning's offensive will was wiped out. It went from a berserk beast to a gentle sheep and was easily absorbable. An incense stick's worth of time later, the divine lightning finally fully faded, and the Dragonblood warriors' auras had completely transformed. They had finally entered the heaven-merging realm, becoming one with heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha, success, success. Invaders, you'll have to kneel between your daddy Gu's feet from now on, tremble in fear," laughed Xuanhuan. Chapter 46, The Final Wave. The heavenly tribulation was over. Now the experts around felt as if their power had instantly grown multiple times. Furthermore, they sensed as if they had become masters of heaven and earth. They could control all energy. It was a marvelous feeling. The Dragonblood warriors cheered as their tribulation was over. They sensed boundless energy coursing through their bodies, and the feeling of being one with the world made them feel a sense of unprecedented content. This was the heaven-merging realm. After merging with the heavenly Taos, they were like a dragon returning to the sea, like a free bird flying through the sky. This was a feeling of absolute control. They could sense the breathing of the world and feel the flow of the Taos. Any bottlenecks they had had in terms of comprehending the Tao were suddenly broken through instant enlightenment. They no longer seemed like they even existed. It was as if they were simply one with heaven and earth. Suddenly, rumbling rang out and shook the entire world. As the earth was shuddering, the laws of the heavenly Taos were changing. The earth was glowing. It was as if a mysterious veil had covered the world. At the same time, mist began to flow out of the earth, mixing with the laws of the heavenly Taos. After such intense tribulations, the martial heaven continent has started to awaken, and the energy of the core of the world has been activated. This is the time for the final tribulations. The martial heaven continent's karmic luck will end up supporting someone here, said Jianying. "Ah, if that was the case, why didn't we wait until now for our tribulations?" Xuanhuan's excitement instantly transformed into disappointment. They wouldn't have any chance of this karmic luck support. In the Devil's Slaughter rankings, Long Chen had taken first place and gained some karmic luck support. However, he had given that to Xuanhuan, letting him have the sweet taste of heaven-defying luck. Now hearing that this sweet taste was appearing again, Xuanhuan immediately became vexed. "Give it up. Just now, the final wave of the tribulation would have killed us if it wasn't for the old man. The next batch of tribulations might bring more benefits, but they'd also be the end for us," said Chen. He wasn't greedy like you ran. Just being able to muddle through the Dragonblood Legion's tribulation had benefited him immensely. If he was on his own, he would have had to hurry up and go through one of the earlier batches of tribulations. Yu Ran's greed was never satisfied. He actually dared to try and touch the karmic luck of a sovereign. After hearing Xia Chen, Yu Ran felt that it was right. That heavenly tribulation just now had really been terrifying. The final wave had almost killed them. Suddenly, a streak of light flew through the air, and Mo Nian's voice rang out. Long Chen, you haven't gone through your tribulation either. Perfect. Let's join forces and go patrol. Mo Nian was flying with the earth-splitting divine shuttle. He had his bow on his back and his wretched smile on his face. His cultivation base was also at the peak of Nether Passage. Despite that, Mo Nian's aura was incredibly heavy. The divine energy coming from him had completely vanished, and he had already transformed. What patrol? Long Chen stared at him. This fellow always said some incomprehensible words when he first appeared. I'm going to go find the all-devil heaven walker, Yi Ming, or the blood fiend devil lord. I'm going to charge into their tribulations midway. Come, if we work together, we can definitely con one or two of them to death. This is too good of a chance to miss. Mo Nian laughed sinisterly. Aren't they going through their tribulations in their own territories? Long Chen was still confused. Before Mo Nian replied, Jianing said, those who are undergoing tribulations in their own worlds are those that don't dare to enter the martial heaven continent. But the ones mentioned by Mo Nian are exceptions. That is because they are already supported by the karmic luck of an entire world. They've long since obtained their world's approval, so the final tribulation can be done wherever they please. Didn't I tell you? People will fight over the final karmic luck of the continent when it appears. You have to be prepared for others to try and steal it. Did you forget? Long Chen clapped the back of his head. His head really had been stupid lately, so Mo Nian was planning on sneak attacking them. The final wave of heavenly tribulations is starting. Those fellows are definitely hiding, thinking of taking the karmic luck. This is our best chance to attack them, said Mo Nian. But suddenly, rumbling rang out. The void in the distance was collapsing and endless lightning was dancing. A berserk will erupted. An expert is undergoing tribulation. Quick, let's go see who it is. Mo Nian didn't even wait for Long Chen. He transformed into a streak of light that shot away. Old man, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take a look, said Long Chen. The old man had advanced to the heaven-merging realm. Moreover, while wielding the heaven-splitting blade and the heaven-splitting divine tablet, he didn't fear anyone. With him here, Long Chen could be at ease. After that, Long Chen sped off, while Gu ran and the others stared at each other. The old man said, you can go as well. We old-timers will guard this place. But Meng Qi wasn't so confident. If they left, what if Devil Spirit Mountain made a move? Go, as everyone is undergoing tribulation. The seniors like the High Priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather have definitely made their preparations. There are also the divine families. The chances of a sudden invasion are very low. So go, said Jianing. Then we'll thank our seniors. Yu Ran hastily thanked them and happily left. The rest of the Dragonblood Legion also left with him. In fact, everyone else was also unable to stay sitting and ran over to take a look. Lingshan, you can go too, it's fine. Jianing smiled at Yi Lingshan. She knew that Yi Lingshan wanted to go. Only then did Yi Lingshan go as well. At this moment, all the youngsters ran off, leaving a few 10,000 senior experts behind. Hu Feng. When Long Chen arrived, he saw that the person at the center of the storm of lightning was the gambling heavenly Tao's heir, Hu Feng. Immersed within the lightning, Hu Feng bitterly smiled at Long Chen. Although it was within expectations, I'm still very disappointed. The heavenly Taos haven't shown any signs of supporting me. I am not this era's chosen son of the heavens. A sovereign had yet to manifest, so the karmic luck support had yet to appear. That indicated that every person who had yet to undergo tribulation had a chance. Everyone naturally wished to become sovereign. That person would be above all others, the master of the world's fate. However, when the cruel result appeared, even someone like Hu Feng felt great disappointment. He was not the sovereign. Long Chen was about to speak when Hu Feng said, Brother Long, no need to comfort me. Although I'm disappointed, I am still the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao. I know my mission. I feel like you should be the chosen son of the heavens. In the end, Hu Feng was still Hu Feng. His heart was still clear, so his inner heart had to be powerful. Someone with a weaker heart might end up with a heart devil from such disappointment, then they would die from the tribulation. At this moment, more rumbling rang out, and one terrifying aura after another rose. Many people were starting their tribulations. All of a sudden, Long Chen sensed one aura in particular and rushed off in that direction. Chapter 26:47 Unable to acknowledge a master. Ziyan. Long Chen stood outside a sea of lightning and saw someone who looked like a celestial fairy sitting within it. Ziyan slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Long Chen's concerned gaze, a warm smile appeared on her face. "What? Why are your eyes so big? Do you not recognize me?" Ziyan truly did look different from before. Not wearing her normal white robes, she was dressed in a violet dress instead. Hence, Long Chen couldn't help being reminded of Sovereign Han Wei. This generation's master of the Southern Sea Zither can be considered a continuation of my life. You have to treat her properly. Have confidence in her. Sovereign Han Wei's voice resounded in his mind. In her violet dress, Ziyan appeared majestic and noble, like a goddess. It was similar to Sovereign Han Wei. "You're just so beautiful that I forgot to breathe. So beautiful that I think of the lovers from my past life. So beautiful that I would go through water and fire for you. I would topple this entire world for you," said Long Chen, his voice quivering slightly. Sovereign Han Wei was the one in this world with the closest nature to him. It felt like they were soulmates. Despite her having left this world tens of thousands of years ago, his heart ached whenever he thought of her. Long Chen wished that Sovereign Han Wei hadn't died. He wished that he could save her. If so, he would be willing to overthrow this world with her. Right now, Ziyan turned as red as an apple. Long Chen had never said such explicit words to her, so she rebuked, "Are you trying to harm me? I'm in the middle of my tribulation and you're disturbing my Dao heart." "Oh, sorry," Long Chen hastily apologized. Those words had popped out of his mouth without thinking. Now he recalled that Ziyan was in the midst of a dangerous tribulation and had to maintain a clear heart. Saying these things would increase the danger. Ziyan was Ziyan. Sovereign Han was Sovereign Han Wei. How could he treat Ziyan as an image of Sovereign Han Wei? "Do you like these new clothes?" Ziyan touched her dress, muttering almost without realizing it. "I'll like you no matter what you wear," said Long Chen. If he was speaking to Tang Wanner, he would definitely say that he'd like her even better if she wasn't wearing any clothes, but he couldn't say such a thing to Ziyan. Ziyan smiled. "In truth, I also like these new clothes, so I'll just keep wearing these in the future. You should leave quickly. If you're here, I won't be able to put my heart at rest." Long Chen smiled and left. Despite that, Ziyan's heart continued pounding hard in her chest. At this moment, a voice rang out in her mind. "How is it? Didn't I tell you that these clothes were most suited to you? Senior Southern Sea, why did you make me wear these clothes today? I was even scolded by the music master. He, but Long Chen seems to like them a lot. The scolding was worth it." Once Long Chen was gone, Ziyan couldn't maintain her previous composure. "Because these clothes suit you the most. You will understand in the future." "Senior, why would you have these clothes?" asked Ziyan. This purple dress had been given to her by the Southern Sea Zither, and it had requested that she wore them today. "They belonged to my last master. She was the same as you, smart, wise, with astonishing talent in the music Tao. The Southern Sea Zither lost itself in memories. The music master wants me to become your master as fast as possible. She says that even the Western Desert Axe has acknowledged a master. Am I so lacking that I'm not worth being your master?" asked Ziyan suddenly. The Western Desert Axe had immediately taken Wilda as its master as soon as it appeared, merging with his blood. However, there wasn't the slightest change by her and Yi Jikyu. "You haven't mentioned the matters between us to her, right?" asked the Southern Sea Zither. "No, I don't divulge the secrets between us to anyone," said Ziyan. The Southern Sea Zither had begun communicating with Ziyan a long time ago, but it had also said that this communication was secret. That was why everyone within the elusive music immortal palace thought that Ziyan had yet to obtain the Southern Sea Zither's acknowledgement. Perhaps seeing the Western Desert Axe acknowledge a master had made them anxious, so they were telling Ziyan to think of any way possible to get the Southern Sea Zither to acknowledge her as its master. The war was about to start. Any longer and it would be too late. "Good. Remember, our secrets cannot be mentioned to anyone. The reason I have not acknowledged a master is because of me, but because of you," said the Southern Sea Zither. "Because of me?" Ziyan was befuddled. "You and that girl with the Northern Source Sword are the same. Both of you have reasons that you haven't been acknowledged yet. The Northern Source Sword is incredibly arrogant and cold. It has never communed with Yi Jikyu. It's very patient though and is still waiting. I'm also waiting. As for that foolish brat Walda, the reason the Western Desert Axe chose him is due to the destiny binding them together. As for you and me, our destiny has yet to arrive. Don't worry. You don't need to feel pressured by the elusive music immortal palace. Everything will come naturally, said the Southern Sea Zither. But the music master. Ignore her, you just need to work hard, that's enough. Calm down and focus on passing this tribulation. If your mental state remains so rattled, it will accelerate the pace of your tribulation. Just wait until the karmic luck support appears and then go all out. In the chaos, you can get your share, said the Southern Sea Zither. Yan nodded and closed her eyes. She allowed the wild lightning to continue flowing around her, and she didn't antagonize it. Everything followed the prescribed order. Not everyone was like the Dragonblood Legion, attacking the heavenly tribulation so fiercely. After Long Chen left Yan's side, he sensed Yi Lianchen, Long Yashan, Jiang Wuchen, and Feng Fei's auras. They had also started their tribulations, but there was no sign of that fabled karmic luck support. Long Chen also saw Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushhuan. The two of them were calmly sitting in their heavenly tribulations, with no special phenomenon occurring around them either. Nangong Zuyu was completely calm with no fluctuations. She merely smiled in greeting to Long Chen when he arrived. On the other hand, Beideng Rushhuang's expression was a bit unsightly. She was clearly disappointed. She hadn't won this prize. Everyone undergoing tribulation now was having their tribulations progress slowly. They were waiting for the manifestation of the karmic luck support to appear. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook as he sensed something, so he flew over in another direction, quickly arriving at a barren desert. There was another sea of lightning here. Within it was the white-robed Yun Tian standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Even as lightning descended from the sky, he remained indifferent, untouched. Yun Tian smiled at Long Chen. Even now are you still unresigned? Chapter 26, 48 Chosen Son of the Heavens. Long Chen looked at Yun Tian with a complicated expression. He somewhat bitterly said, I really am unresigned. Brother, you should be the one to lead the martial heaven continent. You are a true unrivaled heavenly genius. Yun Tian was incredibly similar to Sovereign Yun Shang. Both of their temperaments were almost identical, and they possessed the same nobility. This nobility wasn't due to their bloodline, nor was it due to their cultivation, status, or anything like that. It was their eyes, the light that bemoaned the fate of the world and pity for mankind, the openness to accept everyone and everything. Long Chen had seen all 5 sovereigns. Although Sovereign Han Wei had been different from the rest, forming a resonance with his soul, she had also possessed the nobility of a sovereign. This nobility came from a completely selfless heart, one willing to give up everything to protect the martial heaven continent. Long Chen knew that he didn't possess this. That was why he had always hoped for this karmic luck support to fall on Yun Tian. However, upon seeing him, Long Chen was disappointed. No such phenomenon had manifested around Yun Tian. The thing Long Chen was most worried about was about to occur. Long Chen, skirting responsibility isn't your style, said Yun Tian. Long Chen shook his head. It really isn't my style, but I really worry about not being able to carry it out. Why, what counts as carrying it? Asked Yun Tian. Well, Long Chen was startled. Sovereigns really do well. Hasn't the problem continued all the way until today? If their methods were correct, there wouldn't be invaders today. The martial heaven continent would be at peace. Don't feel any pressure because of them. You are you, act according to yourself. If you try to imitate the sovereigns, how will you break the game? The martial heaven continent has chosen you. The sovereigns have chosen you. Perhaps that is precisely because your methods are different from anyone else, don't you think? Yun Tian smiled. Yun Tian's words were like thunder exploding in Long Chen's mind. He was right. Sovereign Zai Yang had said that they had simply passed down the burden. In the end, the martial heaven continent's final fate was in the hands of their generation. The only way to extricate themselves from this problem was to do something unique. They had to do something completely different from before. Therefore, Yun Tian's words instantly cleared Long Chen's heart. Long Chen sighed at himself. Was he still a man? When had he become so cowardly? Who cared about all those worries? All that there was to do was fight. Fight to the death. Many thanks, big brother, I understand. Seeing Long Chen's clear gaze, Yun Tian smiled. Find a good place to start your tribulation. I believe that they will come to fight over it. This is a fight to claim the very heavens. You have to be prepared. There's nothing to prepare. It's just whether or not they are brazen enough to charge into my heavenly tribulation to snatch what is mine, said Long Chen. Seeing his newfound confidence, Yun Tian nodded. He was reassured. I'm going to find a place with some more space. My tribulation might be a bit bigger. Long Chen flew to the west. He knew that there was a giant barren land there without any civilization. Long Chen, you start your tribulation first. I hope you don't get the karmic luck support. I, Mo Nian, am most suited for the spot of the 6th-generation sovereign. Don't be disappointed if that karmic luck doesn't appear for you. Your big brother will look after you, said Mo Nian comfortingly as he followed Long Chen. Even if I'm not the sovereign, it's definitely not you. I've never seen such a wretched sovereign like you, responded Long Chen. Boss, you can start. We will protect you. Gu Ran and the others arrived, cheering Long Chen on. Seeing them, Long Chen took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and sensed his body, confirming that he was in peak form. Everything was ready. After that, he spread his arms. Boom! An explosion rang out from Long Chen's body like a dam had been broken. At this moment, berserk power gushed out, and a pillar of light soared into the sky, piercing the black clouds. These black clouds that shrouded the entire martial heaven continent rapidly withdrew, as if afraid of Long Chen's power. As a result, a giant hole appeared, lighting up heaven and earth. It was currently daybreak and the sun had just risen, so the warm sunlight fell on the earth. In that instant, it was as if a beacon of light had lit up the darkness. The black clouds were still fleeing. Darkness then once more covered the earth. Tribulation clouds formed above Long Chen and rapidly spread, quickly catching up to the withdrawing haze and blasting those clouds apart. Damn, we actually need to retreat even further. Don't get drawn into boss's tribulation, shouted Gu Ran. They were already standing at an immense distance, but they were still covered by the tribulation clouds. Boss's heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. It's 10 times larger in scale than the entire Dragonblood Legion's tribulation. Then its power, Li Qi's hair stood on end. Their tribulation was so powerful that they had barely gotten through it. If it wasn't for the old man, the final divine bird would have run rampant over them. Long Chen's tribulation clouds were now 10 times larger than their tribulation. In the end, it was covering a significant portion of the central plains. That pressure was something that made their hearts quiver even now that they had entered the heaven-merging realm. Right now, countless experts had gathered to watch. Some people chose to use a formation to watch just to be safe. Anyone who saw those endless tribulation clouds had their hearts quiver. This tribulation was so terrifying right at the start. Although the tribulation cloud spread far into the distance, the core of it was still somewhat reasonable. As long as they didn't step into the core, theoretically, this tribulation wouldn't lock onto them. Some experts who were in the midst of undergoing their tribulations stared in that direction. Despite the distance being so great that they couldn't see Long Chen, they could sense an aura that made people tremble. Long Chen's tribulation is starting. Ziyan looked over worriedly. She knew that Long Chen's heavenly tribulations were always incomparably shocking. They weren't trying to baptize him but kill him. At this moment, Yun Tian looked into the distance and smiled. As expected, the martial heaven continent's karmic luck has started to move. He is this era's chosen son of the heavens. Chapter 26:49 Long Chen's fury explode. Pillars of light soared out of the earth like dragon, soaring into the heavenly tribulation. That's the aura of a dragon vein. It's the manifestation of karmic luck support. Boss is the chosen son of the heavens, the future sovereign, shouted Zia Chen excitedly. As a formation master, he was aware that higher-level formations needed a connection to underground dragon veins to bring out their greatest effect. Dragon veins were the lifeblood of the world, and it was now pouring into Long Chen, proving that the world's karmic luck was gathering around him. The highly anticipated karmic luck support had appeared. At this moment, Long Chen stood in the sky with his hands clasped behind him. He quietly watched as those dragons swam into a sphere of light up above. However, he didn't show any sign of happiness. Instead, his face was grave. This was an honor, but it was more than just that. It was a responsibility. The 5 sovereigns had chosen to accept this honor and ended up sacrificing even their lives. So what about him? Let me first say that I am rather selfish, and I'm afraid of dying. My life is mine, my brothers, and my wives. No one can take it, said Long Chen quietly at the sphere of light. Long Chen didn't wish for this karmic luck support to become chains. He detested restrictions, so he first stated his position clearly. If he found something was off one day, he would put down this burden. Saying the ugly words first had no disadvantages. However, the sphere didn't seem to have any life and didn't respond at all. It just rested above Long Chen's head, growing larger and larger. Light enveloped Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt himself melting, becoming one with the world. He could feel the world's pulse, feel its heart beating. He also felt a kind of sorrow. It was like a tottering elder with one foot in the grave was leaving the next generation to Long Chen. That soft light made Long Chen close his eyes and hear the world's voice. The silence said everything. He sensed a wordless pain. He couldn't see it, couldn't feel it, but his heart could sense it. Tears slowly dripped down his face. Those weren't his emotions, but the martial heaven continent's emotions. He felt sorrow, helplessness, worry, and unwillingness. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. He saw a peaceful world. Countless stars filled the sky during the night, and during the day the sky was clear and blue. People lived blessed lives. But one day, darkness befell. Long Chen sensed sharp pain throughout his body as if millions of insects were biting into it. At the same time, a hand reached into his body and tightly clenched his heart. That evil hand crushed his heart, forcing out his lifeblood to feed those insects. He tried to struggle, but he found that his arms and legs were bound by countless chains. He couldn't move. He felt his body grow weaker and weaker as hundreds of holes filled his body. He was so weak that he couldn't resist. He could only wait for his death, for that hand to crush his heart. The earth is the mother that nourishes all living things with her body. She gives her everything but asks for nothing in return. Even when people take your ores and your blood, even when they destroy your body, you silently endure, never complaining or blaming anyone. People treat you like this, but you still care about them. Is there really a love that is completely and truly selfless? Long Chen knew that his spirit was resonating with the spirit of the martial heaven continent. The martial heaven continent was almost squeezed dead, but was still unwilling to have all the lives living on it die. Long Chen felt only love from it, not even a hint of hatred. The world didn't ask Long Chen to save it. It only asked him to save the lives on the continent. Such feelings felt a bit foolish but were exceptionally moving. Hence, Long Chen couldn't hold back his tears. Perhaps someone who wasn't a mother or father could not comprehend such feelings, but they would still be deeply affected. Suddenly, his connection was severed. Long Chen's eyes flew open, and he saw the sphere above his head suddenly being sucked into a tear in the void. Something was taking it. That aura felt a bit familiar. That aura was the same as that evil hand. Bastard, who are you? Long Chen furiously charged toward the light sphere. Just as he was about to grab it, it vanished without a trace. What? Everyone watching was stunned. The karmic luck had vanished. No, it had been snatched. What was going on? The excited Dragonblood warriors felt like they had been slapped in the face. They were all stunned. They finally made their move. Within the void, Taoist Heavenly Feather and the High Priest were quietly watching everything. It was the High Priest who first spoke. The two of them were hidden in the void. No one noticed them. Just as Jianing had said, they would definitely keep an eye on the world. Should we interfere and take the karmic luck back? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather, her expression grave. It's useless. The 5 supreme divine items have yet to gather. We can't fight it. Furthermore, of the ones that have appeared, only the Western Desert Axe has acknowledged a master. The others haven't. We can't take the karmic luck back, said the High Priest. Then what can we do? Don't panic. We're not the only ones who care about the karmic luck pearl. The divine families care about it even more than us, and the experts from the other worlds will also make their move. Only when the heavenly tribulations end will the karmic luck pearl start supporting someone, so this will be a true battle of dragons and tigers. I trust that Long Chen won't disappoint us. We can just keep watching, said the High Priest. Then let's go over there first. Taoist Heavenly Feather and the High Priest silently vanished. The karmic luck pearl had been stolen and everyone was dumbfounded. Long Chen was still standing there, his tribulation clouds gathering above him. The lightning within boomed. The tribulation had yet to start, but its aura still frightened people. Long Chen's expression was dark, just like the tribulation clouds above him. He was filled with fury. You dare to take what belongs to me? Good, very good. Long Chen gnashed his teeth and suddenly closed his eyes to sense carefully. I've found it. The martial heaven sea ring, the sea demon race. This time if I don't slaughter you, I won't be Long Chen. Long Chen had a powerful connection to the karmic luck pearl and could confirm that it was in a corner of the martial heaven sea ring. Through the karmic luck pearl, he even saw that detestable dragon woman. Seeing her smile in particular made him explode. That evil hand most likely belonged to the heaven-devastating bracelet at the bottom of the martial heaven sea ring. The heaven-devastating bracelet was what was gripping the martial heaven continent's lifeblood. Since that dragon woman was capable of using its power, that meant that they were comrades. She was the source of the chaos on the martial heaven continent. Just wait, today I'll show you what it means to rather anger a Yama king than your daddy Long. Long Chen shot off in a certain direction. Boss, what are you doing? Shouted Xuanhuan. Let's go, I'm inviting you to a seafood feast. Chapter 2650, I'll give you proof. As Long Chen sped away, the void rumbled. The giant tribulation clouds followed him, blasting through the haze covering the continent like a ship breaking the heavens. Long Chen is enraged. The dark mark has reappeared on his forehead, said Meng Qi. An extremely faint black mark had appeared on Long Chen's forehead. It was extremely faint. Without looking carefully, it was impossible to see it. I remember. It seems to have appeared when Big Sister Zhikyu was injured in the Geolai secret realm, as well as when Little Snow blocked the curse for Long Chen in the immemorial path, said Tang Wanner. That black mark was something that not even Xuanhuan and the others had noticed. The one to notice it first was Meng Qi. After that, she and the others had privately discussed this matter. Now it was here again. Long Chen's fury had clearly reached a peak. Chu Yao sighed. The sea demon race is about to face a tribulation ahead of time. With her years of experience with Long Chen, she understood him well. The current Long Chen wouldn't have any misgivings. Let's go. Perhaps we're really going to start a war with the sea demon race, said Meng Qi. We're going to start fighting with the sea demon race now. Isn't that just hurting ourselves and benefiting the invaders, said Yi Lingshan. When my boss's anger is like this, all his intelligence goes out the window. He doesn't care about any of that. Sister Lingshan, let's go. Boss has invited us to a seafood feast. There will definitely be enough seafood, but we'll have to prepare our own wine and snacks, teased Xuanhuan. The Northern Sea. This was where the northern Xuan region met the northern source. The water here was extremely cold, but it was the part of the sea with the densest spiritual qi. This was where the leaders of the sea demon race gathered. It was similar to how the human race's experts gathered in the Central Plains, but the sea demon race's numbers far surpassed the humans. The deep sea hid countless secrets. No one knew how many terrifying lifeforms were present in the depths. Today, there was a giant sphere floating above the northern sea. Karmic luck thrummed within it. Beneath it was the dragon woman. She formed hand seals, absorbing the light of the karmic luck. She had a pleased smile on her face as lightning rained down above her. She was currently in the midst of undergoing tribulation, along with the karmic luck pearl. The martial heaven continent's karmic luck is mine. No one can take it. Long Chen, you took my true dragon essence blood, so I'm not just going to take your karmic luck. I'm also going to make you spit out all your essence blood, sneered the dragon woman proudly. There were 3 people in a triangular formation around her. The 4 of them were undergoing tribulation together. 2 of them were the dragon guards that had appeared before, while the other was a new one with a slightly weaker aura. The original dragon guard had been killed by Long Chen, so they could only settle for the second best. The 3 of them seemed to be in some kind of formation, and a divine light was shining out of them. The dragon woman's aura was connected to them. Dragon woman, you have big guts to take what is mine. Suddenly, the void rumbled. Long Chen's voice rang out like a heavenly god's furious roar. As it spread through the majority of the world, a wild killing intent caused heaven and earth to change color. Long Chen had charged over from the Central Plains based on his senses. His tribulation had drawn the attention of countless experts who followed to see what was going on. The dragon woman sneered, "What is yours? Did it have your name on it? What proof do you have that it's yours? When you stole my dragon scale, weren't you quite tough? I'm just returning your own words now. What, you do like it? You want proof? I'll give you proof." Giant tribulation clouds suddenly came charging over, and the dragon woman's expression changed. She had never seen such a terrifying tribulation. Long Chen's tribulation clouds were dozens of times bigger than hers, and the destructive aura contained within gave her chills. The karmic luck pearl above the dragon woman's head began to quiver. Since it belonged to Long Chen, it tried to charge toward him. However, there was some invisible energy binding it and taking its energy for the dragon woman. Its struggling was unable to escape that energy. Just at this moment, countless experts arrived and saw the karmic luck pearl trying to escape toward Long Chen. They were shocked and enraged. I, Long Chen, didn't want to become an executioner with hands full of blood, but there are always idiots forcing me to be one. Since you have no respect or gratitude for this world, I will become this world's executioner." Long Chen suddenly punched upward. A fist image crashed into the heavenly tribulation clouds, blasting a hole in them. What? People were horrified. The scale of Long Chen's tribulation was already so terrifying, but he still dared to antagonize it. Even though the auras of the other worlds had entered the martial heaven continent, changing the laws of the heavenly Taos, the sequence of the heavenly tribulation had not changed. The start when the tribulation clouds were gathering was to prepare the cultivator. Then a rain of lightning would fall to give the cultivator a chance to warm up. After that, the tribulation would get stronger step by step. However, if you were to attack the tribulation, not only would it increase its range and power, but it would accelerate the pace at which it progressed. As expected, the tribulation clouds rapidly reformed, this time with even greater power. Long Chen attacked again, blasting another hole in the clouds which quickly reformed. He repeatedly attacked, causing the tribulation clouds to grow explosively. At this moment the tribulation clouds changed, and a strange sound rang out. It was as if the void was being crushed to bits. Some experts began bleeding from their ears, eyes, and noses without even being aware of it. When they saw the bleeding, they turned green and fled for their lives. Long Chen's tribulation was horrifying. It had grown dozens of times now. His tribulation clouds covered the northern Xuanhuan region and the northern Sources Sea region. "I can't see him. Set up a formation. Even if I die, I can't miss this battle." Shouts rang out. Due to the immense distance that they were forced back, they were only able to see endless tribulation clouds but not what was happening inside. Only a small portion of supreme experts was able to keep watching from a shorter distance, so the majority were forced far into the distance. Despite not being at the core of the tribulation, just the outer regions were too terrifying. "Long Chen, what are you trying to do? Are you challenging the sea demon race to a war?" demanded the dragon woman. Even she was afraid now. Long Chen didn't respond. What responded to her was his heavenly tribulation. One terrifying lightning beast after another descended from the tribulation clouds. Their terrifying auras shook people. Demonic Kings. Chapter 26:51, Drawing Lightning into the Sea. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Yu Ran, and the others all jumped. Although they knew that Long Chen's heavenly tribulation would be the most terrifying of all, they were still shocked to see that the very first wave, which was also the weakest wave, was actually a wave of lightning beasts on the level of demonic kings. Those demonic king lightning beasts had reached a horrifying level, and the Dragonblood Legion had been unable to handle just one. If it hadn't been for the old man killing it in one awe-inspiring blow, they would have been in danger of being wiped out. 1-2 there. As the tribulation clouds split open, giant lightning beasts descended, charging at Long Chen. The one crack in the tribulation clouds was only able to allow a single giant beast to descend at once. Now, it was like a beehive had been split open, and countless demonic king lightning beasts descended. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded, including the dragon woman. Those lightning beasts possessed an aura of annihilation. It was as if they were beasts released from hell. At this moment, tens of thousands of demonic king lightning beasts charged at Long Chen, who only snorted and took a single step, shooting toward the dragon woman. "Long Chen, you're shameless." The dragon woman's expression changed. Long Chen was pulling her into his tribulation, forcing her to go through it with him. Hence, she tried to flee, unwilling to enter such a terrifying tribulation. However, she was shocked to find that her own tribulation had been covered by Long Chen's. Although her tribulation hadn't been devoured, they were now bound together, and it was only a matter of time until her tribulation was assimilated. Moreover, she could not leave the range of her heavenly tribulation. If she did, it would signify failure, and it would be impossible for her to advance to the heaven-merging realm in this lifetime. "No matter how shameless I am, I can't match the shamelessness of you parasites. Today is the start of the extinction of the sea demon race." Long Chen suddenly charged toward one of her dragon guards, unleashing a punch. The dragon guard didn't show any panic. Instead, he sneered disdainfully. The void shook. Long Chen's fist was repelled by an invisible force, and blood splashed out. At one point, a barrier had appeared around the three dragon guards. It was a double triangle that safely protected the dragon woman inside. After that, a sweeping aura appeared, one that was so vast that it felt like it could devour everyone as if they were ants. That is its power. Taoist Heavenly Feather's heart shook. That thing's power was greater than she had expected. Long Chen, do you think you can break my barrier with that little bit of power? Keep dreaming, sneered the dragon woman. Long Chen's expression grew even colder. The heaven-devastating bracelet's power. The sea demon race really is courting death. Since that's the case, let's play. Long Chen didn't charge into the barrier again. Instead, he dove into the martial heaven sea ring. Following him, the demonic king lightning beasts charged into the martial heaven sea ring as well. The entire northern sea began to roil as if it was boiling. As a result, huge waves exploded and countless giant corpses floated up onto the sea. Those were sea demons killed by the lightning. Long Chen, you bastard, stop! The dragon woman's expression completely changed. This was the headquarters of the sea demon race. Although there was a barrier protecting this place, that barrier was unable to bear a single blow from the power of this heavenly tribulation. Hence, tens of thousands of lightning beasts were charging in. The sea demon race had strengthened their defenses when Long Chen came with his tribulation. All their defenses were fully activated, but they were simply blasted apart. The dragon woman roared furiously, but her barrier had been activated, so she was unable to leave. More and more demonic king lightning beasts followed Long Chen into the sea. They were all drawn into the depths by him. As a result, corpses floated up onto the sea. As the tide pulled them into the distance, it looked as if the entire sea was covered in corpses. Down below, Long Chen suddenly felt a chill on his back. He hastily dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a beam of golden light. A mass of the demonic king lightning beasts following him had been killed by this attack. A terrifying expert had appeared. Long Chen, you're at too much of a disadvantage fighting here. Leave, said Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded. This attack had been unleashed from the depths of the sea. The lightning was unable to reach it, so even though it had interfered, the heavenly tribulation was unable to lock onto the attacker. If Long Chen continued descending, he would simply become a target. The lightning tribulation had only just started. However, the sea demon race had activated their defenses and seemed to want to resist him at all costs. Since they didn't choose to flee, he was at ease. He trusted that his tribulation would not disappoint them. They could take things slowly. Boom! Long Chen charged out of the sea, howling. He smashed a fist at one of the demonic king lightning beasts, striking its head, and it instantly blasted apart into runes. Seeing that Long Chen could destroy these terrifying beasts, in one blow shocked Xuanhuan and the others. After that, one lightning beast after another was killed as Long Chen's fists danced through the air. Right now, his entire body was covered in lightning runes. He was using Lei Long's power to perfectly match the power of these lightning beasts. In terms of actual combat power, wanting to kill a demonic king was very taxing for him. But it was different with Lei Long's assistance. He could absorb the power of the demonic king lightning beasts as he killed them. With his next punch, he just needed to inject a tenth of that power into his next target, and that lightning beast would shatter like porcelain. Since Lei Long kept 90% of the power of each lightning beast that he killed, its power rapidly rose, and it became easier and easier to kill these lightning beasts. As Long Chen killed the lightning beasts, they also affected the dragon woman. That was because her lightning tribulation had already been consumed by Long Chen's, so she had to undergo her tribulation with him now. More and more lightning beasts struck her barrier, and it was rapidly weakening after being struck by tens of thousands of lightning beasts. In just a few short minutes, it shattered. When the barrier shattered, the karmic luck pearl above her head suddenly escaped its bindings and charged toward Long Chen. Seeing this scene, her expression changed and she chased after it. She quickly formed hand seals, and blood-colored chains shot out. Boom! The dragon woman wanted to capture the karmic luck pearl again, but suddenly a fist came smashing toward her face. Even before the fist arrived, a horrifying killing intent made it impossible for her to breathe. It was Long Chen who had come charging over. His eyes were completely icy, as if a killing god had possessed him. The dragon woman hastily blocked, resulting in her arms being shattered. She hacked up blood and was sent flying. Just as the karmic luck pearl was about to fall into the place above Long Chen's head, a blood-colored hand reached toward it. Chapter 2652, Did I Give You Face? Boss, watch out, it's the blood fiend devil lord. Xuanhuan immediately cried out when the blood-colored hand appeared. That aura was far too familiar for him. It was the owner of this hand that had once pushed the Dragon Blood Legion into desperate straits. Hence, Xuanhuan and the others would never be able to forget this aura. When this hand appeared, Long Chen had no choice but to give up on chasing down the dragon woman. A lightning blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed it at the hand. The lightning beasts in front of him exploded on contact with this blade. This was why Long Chen was using a lightning blade and not Evil Moon, which wouldn't have such efficiency against the lightning beasts. Boom! The lightning blade landed solidly on the blood-colored hand. Both exploded, and the resulting explosion revealed a long-haired man with a blood sun above his head. It was the blood fiend Devil Lord. The light from the blood sun enveloped him, making him look like a demon lord. With him were his 8 protectors. The 8 of them stood behind him, divine items in hand. The martial heaven continent's destiny has come to an end. This karmic luck spirit pearl belongs to me. Long Chen, if you can adapt, you can be one of my subordinates. I won't mistreat you, said the blood fiend Devil Lord. Who the hell do you think you are? Today I'll beat you into the blood fiend Devil Dog, snorted Long Chen. He stepped forward, smashing a fist at the blood fiend Devil Lord. It seems that you won't accept it until you are forced. You aren't the only one in this world who can control lightning. The blood fiend Devil Lord smiled coldly and unleashed a punch as well. Long Chen's fist was covered in surging lightning, while the blood fiend Devil Lord's fist was covered in blood chi. However, this blood chi also had lightning runes within it. Boom! Explosion shook the void. Lightning runes exploded and unleashed a ripple that caused a chain reaction, destroying all the lightning beasts that they touched. Tens of thousands of demonic king lightning beasts were wiped out just like that, stunning all the experts watching. Just what kind of power was this? Their 2 fists were still colliding with each other. 2 different forms of lightning mixed, occasionally unleashing blinding light and occasionally sucking away all light from the world. I control the blood race's heavenly punishment power and an entire world's karmic luck. As for you, you have yet to obtain the official approval from your world. Furthermore, even if you do, so what? Your world is at an end. It has 1 foot in the grave, so its approval is meaningless. How much power can it give you? Sneered the blood fiend Devil Lord. He still had 1 hand behind him like he was emperor. As the 2 kinds of lightning clashed, minute cracks appeared in the void, constantly flickering. Space was showing signs of crumbling under their power. The arrival of the blood fiend Devil Lord placed heavy pressure on all the martial heaven continent's experts. When the blood fiend Devil Lord had first charged into the martial heaven continent, all on his own, he had challenged the entire Dragonblood Legion. Even with the Dragonblood Legion's full power, they hadn't been able to force him to stay behind. Hence, his name was known to all on the continent. Now he still appeared calm and indifferent even when facing Long Chen, as if he didn't view Long Chen as a real opponent. People's hearts clenched tightly. Was the difference really so great? As lightning boomed, the blood fiend Devil Lord sneered. Your lightning is nothing more than Pell. He was suddenly interrupted by a slap in the face. Long Chen's left hand had gone out in a beautiful and profound arc to viciously strike his face, sending the powerful blood fiend Devil Lord flying. Did I give you too much face? I was just studying your lightning and you sneered at me, cursed Long Chen furiously. He quickly followed up, stamping a foot at the blood fiend Devil Lord's face. Long Chen had never seen such lightning, and Lei Long was also excited to see it. That was why Long Chen had been patiently allowing Lei Long to absorb it. Moreover, in order to prevent the blood fiend Devil Lord from noticing, Long Chen didn't unleash his full power. This resulted in the blood fiend Devil Lord thinking that Long Chen's lightning was weak and sneering at him. Hence, Long Chen's fury burst forth and he directly slapped him. The Dragonblood warriors cheered excitedly when they saw this. In front of their boss, it didn't matter who it was. They had to be obedient, or he would slap them in the face. Long Chen's face-slapping art had reached the level of a heaven-defying ultimate technique. No one could dodge it, let alone someone who had never seen it before. At such close distance, not even the blood fiend Devil Lord could dodge it. This face-slap was both satisfying and addicting. In truth, the blood fiend Devil Lord was intentionally infuriating Long Chen. The karmic luck pearl was above Long Chen's head. All who fought him might be able to get a touch of that karmic luck. Although it might just be the slightest bit, it was very important. Anyone who obtained a bit of it could obtain the martial heaven continent's approval and no longer face the slightest expulsion. The other experts of the blood race undergoing tribulation in the yin-yang world would, at the very least, feel the slightest bit of expulsion upon entering the martial heaven continent. This wasn't their home, but obtaining this karmic luck would allow the blood fiend Devil Lord to control the power of the martial heaven continent, which was why he had made his move. He infuriated Long Chen to get Long Chen to attack him and let him be touched by more of the karmic luck. The more infected with that karmic luck he became, the more likely the karmic luck pearl would choose him as its master once Long Chen was killed. These were the laws of heaven and earth that no one could change. The blood fiend devil lord had succeeded in his goal. Long Chen had gotten angry and had directly slapped him. His head was still ringing from that attack, and he had yet to recover when Long Chen's foot slammed onto his face. Boom! The blood fiend devil lord was sent into the sea, his face completely deformed. Seawater exploded, unleashing a wave that spread to all ends of the sea. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, the arrogant and domineering blood fiend devil lord that was seemingly untouchable had been struck in the face twice. Was it a misperception? Master! His 8 guards were completely shocked. They had never seen him suffer such a loss. They were about to charge into the sea when a pillar of water soared into the sky at Long Chen. Long Chen, you dare to humiliate this lord. The blood fiend devil lord was now furious. His blood sun quivered, unleashing blood chi that infected this world. Just at this moment, a demonic ray of divine light fell toward Long Chen's back. This attack was filled with devil chi. It's the all-devil Heavenwalker. Gu Yang and the others cried out. He had also appeared. Although no one saw him yet, they were definitely not wrong about that aura. Chapter 2653, All-Devil Heavenwalker. Boom! Long Chen didn't turn back. He simply smashed a fist behind him, and the divine light exploded, transforming into a wave of devil chi. This devil chi was not immediately crushed by the sea of lightning. It seemed it had a certain resistance to lightning. The devil chi twisted and turned, condensing into a demonic man with a black horn and a pair of wings. It's the all-devil Heavenwalker. Countless experts quivered. He was the one who had defeated both Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen in front of Devil Spirit Mountain. Jiang Wuchen had even had his leg cut off. In that battle, the all-devil Heavenwalker had been so powerful that the Martial Heaven Continent's experts had been unable to pose any serious threat to him. He had come back now. Long Chen dodged the blood fiend devil lord's furious attack and looked at the all-devil Heavenwalker. He nodded. Yes, I can confirm from your eyes that you're someone that I conned. After sleeping on a chamber pot for a few years, how did a life rod end up growing on your head? Is this an evolution from smelling piss too long? Xuanhuan and the others' shock was broken by these simple words. They were unable to hold back a chuckle. They now realized that the black horn on the all-devil Heavenwalker's head truly was strangely shaped. Yes, the head was thicker than the rest of it. Yes, it really was a bit similar. Meng Qi and the others had blank faces, not knowing what Long Chen was talking about. But they saw Gu Yang and the others laughing, as well as others staring oddly at the all-devil Heavenwalker's horn. Long Chen, I'll make you die a miserable death today. The originally calm all-devil Heavenwalker instantly blew up in anger. He was a peerless expert who had been sealed into a divine fetus to one day come out and dominate the world. However, when he woke up, he found himself sleeping on a smelly chamber pot. Let alone him, even an ordinary person would be unable to accept such a humiliation. In his fury, he directly charged onto the Martial Heaven Continent to vent without alerting anyone. After that, since Long Chen didn't appear, he could only return to the entrance of the Devil World at the bottom of the Devil Sea of Devil Spirit Mountain. He then cultivated to the great circle of his realm, as well as took out a certain treasure. Having been in seclusion when Long Chen had taken the Western Desert Axe, he had missed another chance to fight with Long Chen. Now he returned not just to take the karmic luck pearl, but also to personally resolve his enmity with Long Chen, Chang Hao, and Bao Buping by killing them. However, with just a few simple words, Long Chen managed to fully ignite the fury inside his heart. He was actually making a joke of his devil emperor horn. That was the greatest insult possible to his bloodline. Die! The all-devil Heavenwalker immediately unleashed a killing blow. Devil Chi swirled around him as he unleashed a punch. The raging devil Chi blasted apart the nearby demonic king lightning beasts. That sight was incredibly shocking. Heavens, these terrifying lightning beast kings are nothing in front of them, exclaimed one person. To these regular experts, these lightning beasts were existences on the level of nightmares. If they encountered these lightning beasts, they'd definitely die. However, these lightning beasts appeared incredibly weak, unable to receive a single blow from Long Chen, the all-devil Heavenwalker, and the blood fiend devil lord. Lightning and devil chi exploded. while Long Chen and the all-devil Heavenwalker both retreated. Long Chen snorted and sent a kick at the dragon woman charging over at him. Her fist struck his foot, and he borrowed the impact to dodge the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's attack. 3 against 1. Do you think that I'm afraid? Battle intent overflowed out of Long Chen. His blood was boiling inside of him. This was his blood that thirsted for battle. You two retreat. I'll fight him alone, shouted the all-devil Heavenwalker as he attacked Long Chen. What a joke. Do you think that's possible? Sneered the dragon woman, also charging over at Long Chen. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord sneered. Although he didn't say anything, that expression was full of contempt. The 3 of them pounced. A fierce battle with Long Chen would allow them to be touched by more of the karmic luck, so no one was willing to let go of this opportunity. That was why this request from the all-devil Heavenwalker was a giant joke. At this moment, divine lightning wrapped around Long Chen like a layer of battle armor. He fought with his fists against all 3 of them. Don't worry. In terms of close-range combat, if my boss claimed himself to be number 2, no one in this world would dare to say that they were number 1, said Xuanhuan confidently upon seeing Meng Qi and the others' worried expressions. He was clearest on Long Chen's close combat capabilities that were practically unrivaled. That was because fighting at that range was based on the courage to spill blood and risk death. At the very least, in Xuanhuan's memories, Long Chen had never been at a disadvantage against anyone. Xuanhuan had only just spoken when it was like Long Chen was replying to him. A hand struck the all-devil Heavenwalker's face, sending him tumbling back. Don't shake that thing on your head at me like that. It's very disgusting, don't you know? Long Chen didn't forget to mock his enemy after striking him. Hearing that, Meng Qi and the others turned red. Only now did they understand why Gu Yang and the others were laughing before. This fellow was far too coarse. The surrounding experts were dumbfounded. Was Long Chen defying the heavens? He had just slapped the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and now he slapped the all-devil Heavenwalker. This was an intense battle where he was 1 against 3, but he could still slap someone in the face. Just how did he do this? In all my years, this is my first time feeling like prostrating myself in admiration to a technique. Hidden within the void, the high priest couldn't help sighing in praise. He had never seen a technique like this even with all his experience. Taoist Heavenly Feather also nodded. She had lived for many years and seen countless geniuses. She herself had studied countless amazing divine arts, but this technique of Long Chen's had reached a sublime realm. It was practically perfect. Even in a chaotic battle, he could land a slap on his opponent's face. Even the high priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather were sighing in amazement, let alone the other experts. They practically viewed Long Chen as a god now. Peerless heavenly geniuses, rulers of their own worlds. As long as they encountered Long Chen, they would still be slapped in the face. This technique had little ability to damage someone physically, but the mental wound was much worse. It was heaven-defying. The all-devil Heavenwalker was slapped, causing the Blood Fiend Devil Lord to feel some satisfaction. He had also been slapped by Long Chen and lost his face. Now that someone else had been slapped, it felt like he had been comforted. A small smile appeared on his face. However, as soon as that smile appeared, he was also slapped from an inconceivable angle. His head buzzed. "What are you smiling about? Does your face not hurt?" sneered Long Chen. The all-devil Heavenwalker and the Blood Fiend Devil Lord both roared furiously, practically going insane. Just as they were about to explode, the sky turned dark. A vast power enveloped them. Chapter 2654 Wild Beast, Nine-Headed Lion. A giant claw covering the sky descended, covering all 4 of them. Courting death. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord and all-devil Heavenwalker were enraged. This newcomer was far too arrogant, intending to suppress all 4 of them at once. Scram! The 2 of them attacked together, unleashing devil chi and blood chi that shattered the claw. After that, the void trembled and a figure appeared before Long Chen. It was an extremely muscular man with a sharp claw that fell toward Long Chen's throat. Fool! Long Chen was also enraged. This person really was an idiot for daring to look down on him. Hence, Long Chen swung his hand. Boom! His hand struck that person's face, but his face didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, it was Long Chen's hand that hurt. Startled, Long Chen suddenly pushed with his hand and retreated, narrowly dodging that person's claw. The wind from that claw was so sharp that it cut Long Chen's throat and caused him to bleed. Everyone was startled. Long Chen's slap was incredibly powerful, but it was unable to shake that person. They finally got a chance to look at the attacker. It was someone over 3 meters tall with extremely wide shoulders, so muscular that he was like an iron tower. His body was covered in golden fur, and he looked like a savage. He gave off a heavy sense of pressure like a mountain that could not be moved. Most shocking of all was that he had no ears. Starting from his neck, he had fist-sized lumps. Every lump had a beast's face. There were a total of 8 lumps, with each looking like a miniature head. All their eyes were staring at Long Chen. I don't want your karmic luck, I want your true dragon essence blood. The strange lifeform opened its mouth. His voice was as rough as iron, but it shook the heavens. Even within the heavenly tribulation, his voice echoed. I don't want that much on the other hand. I just want your life. Even the appearance of another terrifying expert didn't shake Long Chen. Ha ha ha, the strange lifeform laughed. My life? What a joke. I am from the emperor race of the demon world. I command all beasts. Not even your dragon might can touch me. In the demon world, every heaven stage I advance brings forth heavenly tribulation, and my physical body has never been damaged despite all those tribulations. I have an unbreakable golden body. No one can kill me. Long Chen, you have to be careful. This person is a 9-headed lion. He's very difficult to deal with. He has 9 heads, which are equivalent to 9 lives. Do you see those 8 miniature heads? They are all different. There's a falcon, dragon, tiger, wolf. Every one of those heads can control a divine ability. Don't be careless, warned Evil Moon. The 9-headed lion was a beast that shouldn't exist in this world. They were all extremely powerful and not accepted by heaven and earth. That was why others only had tribulations once every major realm, while they had tribulations every minor realm. It was also due to this terrifying baptism of heavenly tribulation that their physical bodies had reached a shocking level. 9-headed lion, 9 lives. Then I just have to kill you 9 times, sneered Long Chen toward the 9-headed lion's provocation. The rumbling of the heavenly tribulation grew even more intense. As the 9-headed lion, blood fiend devil lord, all-devil heaven walker, and the dragon woman charged into Long Chen's tribulation, it grew even more berserk. More and more of the demonic king lightning beasts appeared. However, even as they charged at the 5 of them, they were simply blasted away by the auras. The 5 of them were able to completely ignore the lightning beasts. It was as if the tribulation itself was nothing, and they had simply found a place with good feng shui to fight instead. The sea of lightning was negligible. The martial heaven continent's experts involuntarily gulped. This scene was truly stunning. With lightning wrapped around him, Long Chen was like a god of lightning. Inside of him, Lei Long was crazily devouring the tribulation lightning. It was crying out in joy. This was the greatest feast of its lifetime. Suddenly, the tribulation shuddered as more balls of lightning came flying over from different directions. People saw Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, Jiang Wuchen, Feng Fei, Hu Feng, the Pill Fairy, Zai Yan, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang, Ximen Tangsheng, and other experts. They've finally come. These were the martial heaven continent's experts. Now that they had come to reinforce Long Chen, they should be able to win. That's Yun Tian. When people saw Yun Tian, he was instantly recognized. His aura was definitely that of a sovereign. Of everyone, only he possessed the requisite nobility. Yun Tian had also come and entered Long Chen's tribulation, but he was standing at the edge, not joining in on the battlefield. Big brother Yun Tian, let us join forces against the invading enemies, said Hu Feng. Yun Tian shook his head. If we enter the tribulation, we will be taking Long Chen's karmic luck. That will decrease the chance of Long Chen obtaining it in the end. I'm only here to provide support for Long Chen. I trust that he will definitely be the final winner. He is this era's sovereign. For Yun Tian to say this stunned everyone. As sovereign Yun Shang's son, he couldn't be wrong. However, how could Long Chen really face so many experts on his own? If no one helped him, he would be killed. Boom! Just as everyone was stunned, another person in a massive tribulation came charging into the battlefield. It's Yi Ming. One sharp-eyed individual instantly saw who it was. It was the corrupt path's reincarnated god, Yi Ming. Today, Yi Ming was covered in rolling black qi that contained some kind of indescribable aura. There were countless runes transforming within. Yi Ming, you traitor, seeing the aura of the undying race on your body, it's clear you've betrayed the martial heaven continent, said Long Chen coldly. Within resentful Death City, Long Chen had learned everything from sovereign Zai Yang. The corrupt path had defected to the undying race, helping them fight the martial heaven continent. Yi Ming's aura had also grown more frightening. He had definitely inherited some divine abilities from the undying race. Although the righteous and corrupt path were enemies, the battle between them had always been a battle within the martial heaven continent. Now that the corrupt path had joined the undying race, they were held in contempt and hated by all. Traitor, no, I Yi Ming will always be the corrupt god's devout follower. As for the martial heaven continent, it seems that we have never been friends, right? Where does this talk of betrayal come from? Long Chen, I am no longer the old me. You have to be careful. Don't give me a chance to take your life in one attack. Yi Ming smiled sinisterly at Long Chen, strange runes flickering in his eyes. Yi Ming, you won't have that chance. I Jiang Wuchen will personally handle you. Just at this moment, the Pill Fairy, Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, Feng Fei, and Jiang Wuchen entered the tribulation as well. Chapter 2655 Gate of the Heavens. Yi Ming didn't even look at Jiang Wuchen. Someone who had his leg cut off isn't qualified to speak to me. Jiang Wuchen's expression sank. The humiliation of having the all-devil heaven walker cut off his leg was his life's greatest humiliation. Even Yi Ming was insulting him. Don't be brash, save your energy. When the final wave of the tribulation comes, we'll have to go all out. Feng Fei pressed a hand against Jiang Wuchen, who was about to explode. Only then did Jiang Wuchen snort and shut his mouth. Feng Fei turned to Long Chen. At this time, we should be united. Long Chen looked at Feng Fei. Is that earnest? Feng Fei nodded, yes. Long Chen also nodded and turned away. However, he sent a secret spiritual message back to her. In a bit, when I tell you to leave, make sure to leave the core of the tribulation. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Feng Fei was startled. However, she didn't express any shock outside. Long Chen then turned to the Pill Fairy, who hadn't just come by herself. She had also brought Wan Qing. It had been a long time since he had seen Wan Qing. She was even more beautiful than before, but her face was a bit pale. When she saw Long Chen, her eyes reddened. She wanted to cry, but she endured it. Long Chen coldly said to the Pill Fairy, "You shouldn't have brought her." "Why not?" said the Pill Fairy indifferently. "Because she will see something that she doesn't want to see," said Long Chen gloomily. His disappointment in the Pill Fairy was growing greater and greater. He even found her contemptible now. The Pill Fairy eyed Long Chen. "Oh, perhaps you're overthinking it. I don't need to use my little sister to kill you. I might be a divine daughter, but I still have affection. I won't harm those that I love. I brought her here to gain a touch of the martial heaven continent's karmic luck. If I die, she will be able to stand on her own 2 feet. No one will be able to bully her." "Big sister," Wan Qing choked down a sob. The sight that she didn't wish to see the most was appearing. She didn't want to see Long Chen and Yu Qingxuan fighting each other. That was the cruelest thing in the world to her. The Pill Fairy patted her gently and then returned to Long Chen. "Go ahead with your tribulation in peace. I won't kill you in front of Wan Qing. But if you are killed by others, I will personally take the karmic luck pearl. If you don't want Wan Qing to see you die, work hard on surviving instead of shouting at me." The Pill Fairy brought Wan Qing to the edge of the core region, expressing her position. "What an arrogant woman, I like it." The 9-headed lion's gaze lit up. He stared at the Pill Fairy. "Scram!" The Pill Fairy frowned and suddenly extended a hand. White flames condensed into a bolt of light. Boom! The 9-headed lion sneered and slammed a palm on that white bolt. Flames exploded. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He roared and struck his own chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood that instantly evaporated, transforming into nothingness. Vague white lotuses could be seen amongst the blood as they faded. "What kind of flame is that?" Long Chen's heart shook. That white flame was clearly the Pill Fairy's core flame, but it also contained a terrifying divine energy. Is it a divine flame? Long Chen suddenly thought of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. That aura was extremely similar. This white flame was extremely bizarre. The 9-headed lion had clearly blocked it, but it still invaded his body. If he hadn't sensed it fast enough, he might already be seriously injured. Even his life might be in danger. The 9-headed lion was shocked and infuriated. His golden fur blazed with light. Even as his aura grew increasingly frightening, the Pill Fairy didn't even look at him. Yu Qingxuan came here to watch the battle. I don't represent the martial heaven continent or Pill Valley. I only represent myself. Due to this, I will not be helping any side. But if anyone provokes me, don't blame me for replying viciously. Her words startled everyone. Was Pill Valley not part of the martial heaven continent? How could she choose to be neutral at this time? Even now, she refused to put down her selfish desires. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did the Pill Fairy mean when she said that she didn't represent the martial heaven continent or Pill Valley? Was that to say that she was using her status as divine daughter to watch? The core of the heavenly tribulation began to grow as more people entered it. Its aura also changed. However, Yun Tian's words made it so that Hu Feng, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, Ximen Tianxiong, and the other experts didn't enter it. Hu Feng and the others trusted Yun Tian. He was a sovereign's son, so he had to know more than them. Since they trusted him, they also chose to stand and watch what was unfolding. "Be careful. If you get close to me, the heavenly tribulation will grow stronger," said Yun Tian, looking up into the sky. Hu Feng and the others were startled. Just as they were drawing close to Yun Tian, the world rumbled. The sky split apart and a giant gate appeared. It was as if the gate to the heavens had been opened. Endless lifeforms came flying out of the heavenly gate. Looking at it, Nangong Zuyu and the others' hearts shook. Those lifeforms were extremely varied. There were some giant beasts, sinister fiends, armies wearing ancient armor, and other nameless lifeforms with soaring blood qi. In that instant, it became hell on earth. Those terrifying lifeforms charged over to Long Chen. Like an hourglass that had been breached and all the sand was pouring out, those lifeforms quickly filled the world. Long Chen and the others were instantly submerged by them. Even Yun Tian's side was also affected. Hence, Yun Tian formed hand seals, summoning a barrier of divine light that protected them. The others also attacked the lifeforms, trying to kill them. They were shocked to find that these lifeforms were incredibly powerful. Their realms had reached the early heaven merging realm. These lifeforms were terrifying experts that had been branded into the heavens. In terms of true power, they would not lose out to ordinary mid-heaven merging experts. This was a truly apocalyptical tribulation. The only thing that comforted them was Yun Tian's barrier, which weakened these lifeforms, causing their lightning runes to dim. Despite that, one human-shaped lifeform wearing ancient robes still managed to break Ximen Tianxiong's shoulder with a sword. If Hu Feng hadn't intervened, Ximen Tianxiong might have been killed by another lifeform. Everyone was stunned. They were only watching from the very edge, so the pressure that Long Chen's group was under had to be at least 10 times greater. Boom! When they looked toward the center, the void there suddenly exploded. Within a sea of lightning, Long Chen's foot was firmly embedded into the 9-headed lion's face. Dragon scales covered his body, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. Chapter 2656 Messy Battle. Even at this time, they're still fighting amongst themselves. Hu Feng was startled. On their side, everyone was using up all their power just to block these terrifying lifeforms. But Long Chen's side was still fighting amongst themselves as those lifeforms crashed upon them. Long Chen lives for battle. Not fighting with so many people there isn't his style, said Mo Nian calmly. Mo Nian, can you help out? How long do you plan to laze about? Raged Beideng Rushuang. Mo Nian was silently hiding amongst them, not doing anything. Now he was even in the mood to provide commentary. Am I not simply holding back my power for if Long Chen needs me? It'll be tough on you for now, snickered Mo Nian. You're saving your power. Are you being serious? Beideng Rushuang eyed Mo Nian doubtingly. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? Are you questioning my power? Mo Nian patted his chest. You're wrong. I'm not questioning it. I've never believed in it from the start. All you know how to do is flap your gums all day. You don't give me any sense of reliability, said Beideng Rushuang disdainfully. O'Nien didn't get mad and just chortled. I can't blame you for not believing it. After all, I'm a very low-key person. The martial heaven continent has long since forgotten my great name. However, the main character always comes at the last moment. Everything before that is just child's play. Wait and see. I'm O'Nien will soon be a blazing sun that will illuminate this world. The darkness will be driven away by my power. Shut up and get to work. I'll kick you out right now, roared Beideng Rushuang. This fellow only knew how to talk big, but he was simply hiding amongst their midst. Fine, fine, Mo Nian helplessly joined in. His addition instantly revealed the pressure on Ximen Tianxiong. As the battlefield on Mo Nian's side lightened, the core of the lightning tribulation had turned into chaos. Within the exploding lightning, Long Chen was like a dragon in a chaotic battle. Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen had joined forces against the All-Devil Heavenwalker. The All-Devil Heavenwalker sneered. He was about to mock them for already being defeated when Yi Lianchen raised his sword. Waves of divine light slashed down on him like flying stars. With a single sword, countless lifeforms were slashed apart. The All-Devil Heavenwalker's heart shook. Devil chi exploded out of him. Boom! When the all-devil Heavenwalker's devil chi was shattered by Yi Lianchen's sword, Yi Lianchen sneered, "When I fought you last time, my spirit bone was still in slumber. I couldn't activate my full manifestation. Today, I'll let you experience the true stars illuminate the cosmos." Yi Lianchen was surrounded by starlight. His manifestation was already present behind him, as if he was in control of a whole starry sky. "He's mine!" A furious roar rang out. A giant axe swung through the air at the all-devil Heavenwalker. Jiang Wuchen was also attacking. He had summoned his manifestation, and there was an ape king roaring inside it. Right now, countless chains made out of runes were connecting Jiang Wuchen to his manifestation, and his axe tore through the heavens. When the spirit bone awakens, the essence, chi, and spirit become one. Even without undergoing the full tribulation, you can already control the power of the heaven merging. Some of the heaven merging experts watching sighed. When the spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were fully awakened, they became one, not only with each other but with the Tao as well. Their manifestations were fully activated, allowing them to unleash unprecedented power. At this moment, the all-devil Heavenwalker summoned a giant shield. Devil chi swirled around it. However, when Jiang Wuchen's axe smashed into it, the shield exploded and the all-devil Heavenwalker was blown back. "Good." The experts of the divine families that were watching from a distance cheered. Jiang Wuchen had finally won back some face. The Jiang family's people in particular sighed with relief. His defeat last time had placed the Jiang family under immense pressure. Now that Jiang Wuchen had displayed his terrifying power, they were no longer being crushed under that pressure. "Even if your spirit bones have awakened, so what? I could beat you once and I can beat you again." The all-devil Heavenwalker roared, devil chi exploding out of him. He was like a devil king reborn. "Big words, face your death," shouted Jiang Wuchen, once more swinging his axe. Yi Lianchen also attacked. Having been defeated last time, as long as he could slay the all-devil Heavenwalker, he would finally be able to retrieve the face that he had lost. Seeing them, the all-devil Heavenwalker sneered. He formed hand seals and devil chi condensed into chains. They were like whips streaking through the air, leaving cracks in the void. With divine items in hand, Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen fought an intense battle against the all-devil Heavenwalker. Exploding divine light filled the air around them. As the three of them fought, Chen fought against the nine-headed lion. With lightning flickering on top of his dragon scales, he unleashed a punch that caused the void to explode. A mass of ripples spread and annihilated the surrounding lightning lifeforms. The nine-headed lion was incredibly powerful. His body also had thunder force, and that thunder force was no weaker than Chen's. That thunder force also stemmed from the heavenly tribulation lightning of a world, so these two kinds of heavenly tribulation lightning repeatedly clashed. Space was in constant fluctuation. As Chen fought with his fists, his dragon scales were like whirlpools sucking in the surrounding lightning. He could clearly feel Lei Long's aura soaring inside of him. Its body was transforming multiple times. Lei Long was coiled within Chen's body, absorbing the lightning pouring in from the outside world. It had entered a strange state, as if it was undergoing a metamorphosis. Linger had taken on the form of a fire dragon and was resting beside Lei Long, protecting it. Chen noticed Linger absorbing lightning as well, but not pure lightning. She was absorbing the laws of the worlds. Those laws weren't useful to Lei Long, so Linger was using her flames to refine those laws until the lightning grew even purer. As Chen fought the nine-headed lion, the dragon woman Yi Ming, and the blood fiend devil lord chose to just sit to the side. They didn't directly attack. As for Yashin, he was also standing there coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. Feng Fei looked at Yashin and hesitated. Her manifestation appeared behind her. She was just about to go help Chen when he sent her another spiritual message. "Don't join in, save your energy to run." Chapter 2657, Copy of the Heavenly Taos. Feng Fei didn't like Chen, but in the face of invaders from other worlds, her position was very clear. She wouldn't place her dislike of him over her duty. Just as she was about to go help Chen, he sent her such a message. Just what was he intending on doing? Save her energy to run for her life. She didn't understand, but she thought that Chen wouldn't harm her, so it was most likely a warning out of good intentions. Thus, she chose to just watch like Yashin. The core of the lightning tribulation had Chen fighting the nine-headed lion, as well as Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen fighting the all-devil Heavenwalker. Both those battles were relatively evenly matched. Just like that, the terrifying lightning lifeforms didn't even have a chance to approach them before being blasted apart. They really are terrifying. They can actually ignore those terrifying lifeforms. The experts watching them fighting in the tribulation were all stunned. Every single one of those lifeforms was terrifying. Even if all these experts charged out, they knew they would be unable to handle these lifeforms. However, they had become cannon fodder in front of Long Chen and the others, not posing any threat at all. They all came prepared. Some of them came with treasures that can block lightning, while the all-devil Heavenwalker, the nine-headed lion, and the blood fiend devil lord all have their respective worlds' thunder force within them. Thus, it is difficult for this lightning to harm them. As for Yi Ming, he's the really strange one. Theoretically, he should be the one most suppressed by this lightning. But his body, heavens, look, he has black lightning runes on his body. What is that? An elder was in the midst of analyzing things when he let out a startled cry. Those black lightning runes were incredibly strange. They were visible yet also not visible. At this moment, other experts began to look more closely at Yi Ming and noticed that there really were some vague lightning runes. Any sounds of shock were drowned out by the rumbling sounds throughout the heavens. Long Chen and the nine-headed lion had soared into the sky to fight in front of the heavenly gate. Heavens, how are their auras still growing stronger? Even after fighting for so long, their auras didn't decline. Instead, they only grew. I didn't think that you were also capable of absorbing lightning. All right, then once I kill you, I can take your lightning as well, said the nine-headed lion. It just so happens that my thought process is the same, said Long Chen. This nine-headed lion had a world's heavenly tribulation power within him, and it was a priceless treasure for Lei Long. Moreover, there were also the blood fiend devil lord's red lightning, Yi Ming's black lightning, and the all-devil Heavenwalker's devil chi lightning. Those were all treasures for Lei Long. After fighting against the nine-headed lion for so long, Long Chen had absorbed quite a bit of his lightning. As for the blood fiend devil lord's lightning, it was too far, so Long Chen could only absorb a bit of it. The all-devil Heavenwalker hadn't used his full power yet and was only passively attacking. Having a deeper understanding of this heavenly tribulation, he knew that the real terror was coming. Suddenly, the heavenly gate closed and no more lifeforms appeared. As Long Chen and the others slaughtered the remaining lifeforms, they were quickly cut down until they were all destroyed. All that remained was a sea of lightning. The heavenly tribulation is finally over. That was really frightening. The world returned to calm, and the silence was like a weight off of their ears. Suddenly, light exploded out of the heavenly gate, enveloping everyone in the core region, including Yun Tian and the others. What? It's not over yet. The light from the heavenly gate fell upon Long Chen and the others, and then streaks of light flew out of their bodies, returning to the heavenly gate. What's going on? Boom! Suddenly, the heavenly gate opened once more. One figure after another fell from the sky. How is that possible? Those figures were familiar faces. They were Long Chen, the blood fiend devil lord, the all-devil Heavenwalker, the nine-headed lion, the dragon woman, Long Jiashan, Yi Lianchen, Yun Tian, Mo Nian, and the others. All those within the heavenly tribulation were coming out of the heavenly gate. The heavenly Taos have copied them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Heavens, there are 9 sets of them. This is a sure death tribulation. It was very rare for a heavenly tribulation to copy someone in the tribulation. However, such a thing had occurred throughout history. It was said only those that could threaten the heavenly Taos would be copied so that they could kill themselves. In those historical tribulations, only one copy would possibly be made. However, that copy would have limitless power and would simply exhaust the true body to death. The power of the copy came from the heavenly Taos, while the person undergoing tribulation had limited spiritual yuan. Furthermore, by that point in the tribulation, they would already be exhausted. People who encountered this kind of trial almost always died. The copy possessed all the divine abilities of the original and was equivalent to another self in terms of combat power. However, this copy would never tire. Such a thing was enough to make a person feel despair. To beat oneself would require making a sudden breakthrough in the middle of the battle, or using some strange tactic to handle yourself. All those who had faced such a tribulation were startling geniuses of history. Beideng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu had experienced such tribulations and managed to defeat themselves. However, that battle had been extremely difficult. At that time they had only faced one copy. However, now there were 9, so they turned pale. This was an unbeatable battle. The all-devil Heavenwalker, the blood fiend devil lord, the nine-headed lion, Yi Ming, Long Yashin, and the others were also shaken by this change. Of everyone present, only Long Chen was indifferent. He had long since gotten used to his tribulations. He knew that his tribulation would never disappoint him. 9 Long Chens attacked at once, and the other clones also attacked their originals. Right from the start, they unleashed their fiercest attacks, and all kinds of paragon arts raged. In that instant, it became impossible for those outside to see anything. The area within the tribulation was in chaos. All laws broke down and spacetime shattered. Fuck, Mo Nian saw 9 of him condensing arrows on their bows. As the world shook, Mo Nian was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Chapter 2658, Heaven-Shattering God Extermination Arrow. It wasn't just Mo Nian who couldn't move. Even Beiteng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu turned pale. They were also locked down just because they were standing close to him. It's over. We're definitely dead. That's my heaven-shattering God extermination arrow. Mo Nian's heart sank. That was his strongest technique, but it had also been copied by the heavenly Daos. Now that 9 clones of him had appeared at once, not even 10 lives would be enough to survive this. Mo Nian turned green. He had wanted to conserve his power in order to seem like a pig to eat a tiger. As a result, he really did end up like a pig. He was going to die to his own hands. Ximen Tianxing and the others' clones had yet to attack, but Mo Nian's clones had locked the experts down. Boom! At this moment, 9 Mo Nians knocked their bows like full moons. Just as Mo Nian and the others thought that they were dead, a sword shattered the void, striking the 9 Mo Nians and blasting them into lightning. Right away, the bindings on Mo Nian and the others vanished, and they saw Yun Tian within the lightning. He had killed all 9 Mo Nians in one blow. Boss Yun Tian, you're amazing. I, Mo Nian, am willing to revere you as boss for this lifetime. Mo Nian cried out excitedly, almost crying from the emotion of taking back his life. If he died here, it would not be worth it. Brother Mo, your technique is amazing. Fortunately, I have a secret art to escape such locks, or we would have all died. Yun Tian smiled at Mo Nian. He had only just spoken when 9 Yun Tian surrounded and attacked him. Boss Yun Tian, don't panic, I'll help you. Mo Nian grabbed the heaven-seizing sun hunting bow, and his aura instantly transformed. An arrow condensed on the string. I can handle it. Go help the others, said Yun Tian, his expression still calm even with 9 of his clones attacking him at once. All right, Mo Nian unleashed his arrow. Right now, Ximen Tianxing was already surrounded by 9 of himself and was injured in the first exchange. Since he had never encountered such a scenario, his heart sank. Luckily, an arrow blasted through 3 of the Ximen Tianxings. Containing the laws of the heavenly Daos, not only was the arrow incomparably sharp, but it was also able to curve through the air and slay 3 targets at once. After that, Mo Nian began to unleash a rain of arrows, and the clones attacking Ximen Tianxing were quickly killed. Ximen Tianxing then shouted his thanks. Without this aid, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few breaths' time. Help the others, responded Mo Nian. He continued attacking, helping Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushwang. Help, don't let them activate the heavenly fate dice, shouted Hu Feng suddenly. Mo Nian jumped and hastily focused on Hu Feng's side. Hu Feng had a rare expression of fear. His heavenly fate dice was quivering as it unleashed divine light that trapped his 9 clones. Those 9 clones were forming hand seals, seemingly in preparation for some kind of ultimate technique. Looking at this scene, Ximen Tianxing rushed over, while Nangong Zuyu and Beiteng Rushwang also charged over, ignoring their own clones for now. Hu Feng's clones were killed one by one. However, when the final clone finished the hand seal, Hu Feng instantly turned pale. Just at this moment, a zither twanged and a wave of light struck the clone, destroying it. Many thanks, Zither Fairy. Hu Feng shouted into the distance. Zai Yan was standing far away from everyone. However, when she interfered, her heavenly tribulation rapidly drew her closer. Originally, Zai Yan was undergoing her tribulation outside the core, but this interference was captured by the heavenly Daos, and she was drawn in. With Zai Yan's assistance, the clones were quickly all killed. Just as everyone was thinking of going to help Yun Tian, they saw that he had killed his own 9 clones. Hu Feng, what happened just now? You scared us, said Mo Nian. Hu Feng's appearance just now was like the ends of days had come. Hu Feng said, this heavenly tribulation is truly terrifying, but it's also shameless. It copied my gambling heavenly Dao's forbidden art, which is a suicidal technique that sacrifices your very life as a price to activate it. After that, It will summon a devil from another world that is limited by my cultivation base. Since I'm currently in the heaven merging state, it might summon an existence at the very peak of heaven merging. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill. Something at the very peak of heaven merging. If a ninth heaven stage heaven merging expert appeared, they would probably all be killed. Furthermore, it would have been 9 of them. This technique of Hu Feng's was truly heaven-defying, but the heavenly Daos were also extremely shameless to start with this technique. My apologies for implicating the Zither Fairy, said Hu Feng. Ziyan smiled. It's fine. Watching the fighting here is more comfortable than just watching from a distance. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from the core region. Someone was coughing up blood. It was Jiang Wuchen. Jiang Wuchen had lasted an incense stick's worth of time against his 9 clones before being injured. The divine family's experts were shaken. Wuchen, hold on. This kind of sure-death heavenly tribulation is based on time. As long as enough time passes, the tribulation will end. You have to survive the final wave. Bang! The speaker was an elder from the divine families, but he wasn't even done warning Jiang Wuchen before his body suddenly exploded. His interference with the heavenly tribulation had been sensed by the heavens. Even a heaven-merging expert was like an ant in front of this terrifying heavenly tribulation. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The elder was from the Jiang family. Having known that this would be the result and that he didn't have many years left, he chose to sacrifice his life to warn Jiang Wuchen. After hearing that elder's warning, Jiang Wuchen stopped fighting his clones head-on. He chose to fight conservatively, buying time. Yi Lianchen wasn't much better off than Jiang Wuchen, but he was more prudent and had been fighting steadily the entire time. On the other hand, Long Yashin appeared to have it easy. He was like a fish in water. This was his first time showing his power, stunning quite a few people. However, the most shocking one was Feng Fei. She was only facing 5 clones. The other 4 were gone. Feng Fei's expression was odd. That was because those 4 clones had been destroyed silently without anyone managing to see who had done it, but she assumed that it was most likely Long Chen. Otherwise, the one to end up injured first would have been her. At this moment, Long Chen was fighting intensely against his 9 clones. However, his focus was on the heavenly gate. As expected, there's still one more wave. Time's running out and Lei Long is still lacking a bit of food. I can't waste any more time. Boom! Long Chen suddenly let out a punch that directly caused one of his clones to explode, causing everyone to jump in shock. Chapter 2659, Exterminating Clones. What? Long Chen's sudden punch instantly destroyed one of his clones. Others were forced to fight conservatively as they were surrounded by their 9 clones, but Long Chen was launching a fierce counterattack. Are you all saving your energy in order to kill me in the end? It's a nice plan, but this grand ambition of yours will never be realized. The heavenly tribulation is about to end, so let's settle things between us as well. Long Chen felt world energy pouring through his veins from his 108,000 stars, and in the blink of an eye, all his clones were annihilated. Everyone was stunned. Just what was going on? No matter how strong someone was, how could they possibly kill themselves so easily? That made no sense. The stronger someone was, the easier they should be killed by their clones. Die. After killing his clones, Long Chen charged toward the Blood Fiend, Devil Lord. The current Blood Fiend, Devil Lord was covered in red lightning as he fought his 9 clones. Boom! The instant Long Chen charged into his battlefield, he sent a kick at him. Now he didn't just have to deal with his 9 clones but also Long Chen. Since that's the case, there's no need to hold back any longer. I'll kill you right now. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord snorted. As blood-colored runes suddenly flashed in his eyes, a pair of giant pupils appeared within the blood sun behind him. It was like a devil's gaze, and in that instant his blood chi ignited like flames burning around him. Boom! The Blood Fiend Devil Lord smashed apart one of his clones, while at the same time launched a kick at Long Chen. After clashing, the 2 of them retreated at the same time. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord then snorted, and chains suddenly shot out of his manifestation. His clones were pierced by the chains and destroyed easily. What is going on? Startled cries rang out. It wasn't just Long Chen. Even the Blood Fiend Devil Lord could kill his clones so easily. The reason they can so easily defeat their clones is because they have some secret art in their bodies. Those secret arts must be something that even the heavenly Daos cannot replicate, resulting in their clones not being able to match their true bodies. Now it seems they're no longer planning on holding back. The true battle for karmic luck is starting, explained someone. Being copied by the heavenly Taos might be a sure-death tribulation for others, but it was nothing to Long Chen. Every one of his clones only had 60% of his power at most. His 9-star battle armor, his Azure Dragon battle armor, the power of his 108,000 astral spaces, and many of his other techniques were unable to be copied. In the immemorial path, he had encountered a similar trial where he faced a copy of himself. That copy had been able to replicate most of his techniques, but as his cultivation base grew, it became more difficult for anything to copy him. Even the powers of Lei Long and Huo Linger were unable to be copied any longer. If that was the case for him, then he believed that it was the case for the others as well. They were all waiting for the optimal time to make their move. However, Long Chen didn't want this wave of tribulations to end just like this. Those clones were all made of pure lightning, and they were extremely precious to Lei Long. If the clones weren't destroyed, Lei Long would be unable to absorb the lightning. Then when this wave ended, those clones would be returned to the heavenly Taos, and that was far too wasteful. Seeing the Blood Fiend Devil Lord using his real power, Long Chen immediately switched targets to the All-Devil Heavenwalker. Looking at this scene, the All-Devil Heavenwalker snorted and didn't even give Long Chen a chance to get close. Devil Chi exploded out of him, and an entire world appeared in his manifestation. With a wave of his hand, all his clones were destroyed. Yi Ming and the 9-headed lion also unleashed their power, destroying their clones. On the other side, Long Yashan had not just destroyed his clones, but he had also destroyed Yi Liangchen and Jiang Wuchen's clones. To the side, spectating, the Pill Fairy was surrounded by white flames. Her clones were incinerated by those flames. Even the pure lightning clones were ignited and burned until they exploded. Long Chen, your life is mine. The 9-headed lion roared and took the initiative ahead of everyone else. As his golden fur blazed, all 9 pairs of eyes on his heads fully opened. After that, the wolf head opened its mouth. Long Chen's heart shuddered. A sensation of imminent danger filled him. At this moment, Evil Moon appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the empty air beside him. Boom! The void exploded, and countless wind blades came flying out of the shattered space. What a bizarre technique! It can silently creep up on someone with no warning. Feng Fei was startled by this strange divine ability. The attack from one of the 9-headed lion's heads was actually not a direct attack, but a strange sneak attack from a bizarre angle. If Long Chen didn't have such sharp senses and made the correct judgment, he would probably be gravely wounded. As Long Chen blocked this silent attack, the 9-headed lion charged forward, and golden light radiated from his body as if he was made of gold. He slashed a claw at Long Chen. Looking at this scene, Long Chen blocked with Evil Moon, and a metallic ringing rang out. The 9-headed lion's claw was even harder than ordinary divine items. Just as they clashed, all 9 of his heads roared, and explosive power burst out of him like a volcano. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying. The 9-headed lion was finally willing to use his real power. He had 9 heads with 9 divine abilities. When they attacked all at once, Long Chen was sent flying miserably. Just as Long Chen was flying back through the air, a black chain snaked out and appeared above Long Chen's head. After that, the chain instantly exploded and transformed into tiny chains that formed a net, trapping Long Chen. It was Yi Ming. He had perfectly calculated Long Chen's angle and speed. The net sealed Long Chen like a fish. Black chi spiraled out of it. The undying race's secret art. The mighty corrupt god reincarnation actually sold himself out. Did your father teach you this technique? Sneered Long Chen. Just as Evil Moon's runes were about to activate, lightning burst forth onto its blade, and the net was cleanly cut in two. It was like using a knife to cut through a radish. The cut was as clean as could be. Yi Ming was startled. This was a secret art that he had learned from the undying race, one containing an entire world's power. The martial heaven continent's laws were completely ineffective against it. He had been holding back his true power just to kill Long Chen in one blow at the perfect time. However, his confident attempt was easily shattered. Big brother Long Chen. A voice rang out in Long Chen's head, one that was both foreign and familiar. Chapter 26, 60 Leilinger. The voice was foreign, but its spiritual fluctuations were familiar. Right now, Long Chen was delighted to see that the giant lightning dragon in the primal chaos space had vanished, replaced with a delicate young lady who appeared to be 14 or 15 years old. She had blue eyes and blue hair, with lightning runes covering her entire body. Your Lei Linger. When Huo Linger had taken human form, Long Chen had changed her name from Huo Long to Huo Linger, as she had gone from a flame dragon to a flame spirit. At that time, Long Chen had decided that if one day Lei Long also achieved the same level of spirituality, he would call it Lei Bashan if it transformed into a male, or Lei Linger if it transformed into a girl. Then Lei Linger and Huo Linger would be sisters. Originally, Long Chen had thought that a manifestation of lightning would transform into a large man like a lightning god. Perhaps it was due to being influenced by Huo Linger, but the form Lei Long took was very similar to her. It was just that one was red and one was blue. Big brother Long Chen, I've finally absorbed enough lightning to complete the initial step of awakening. I now have a 10,000 lightning body and am not afraid of any kind of lightning. All their lightning techniques can be destroyed by a wave of my hand, said Lei Linger confidently. Just at this moment, lightning flickered in the all-devil Heavenwalker's hand, and it condensed into a sword filled with devil chi. Previously, it had been this lightning sword that had easily swept through his clones, annihilating them. This was a technique that not even the heavenly Daos were capable of replicating. Now, it was piercing toward Long Chen. Lei Linger, let them see your true power. Long Chen didn't turn back at the devil's sword pierced toward his back. Instead, he reached back with a hand covered in lightning runes. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen caught the devil's sword between his forefinger and middle finger. What? Countless people cried out. He used 2 fingers to block the full-power attack of the all-devil Heavenwalker. Was Long Chen defying the heavens? Everyone's jaws dropped. Just what had Long Chen gone through to become so terrifying? That was amazingly flashy. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing in admiration. This posture, this expression, this style, it had reached the pinnacle of showing off. There was no way to surpass this. You only have this little bit of power. What a foolish devil race. Long Chen slowly turned around to face the shocked all-devil Heavenwalker. Since he was showing off, he might as well show off some more. Feeling the endless power coming from Lei Linger, Long Chen suddenly applied some pressure with his fingers. As a result, the lightning sword was shattered by Long Chen's 2 hands. After shattering, it exploded. At this moment, a wave of lightning spread in every direction. The berserk will of the heavenly Daos caused the world to shake. This sword contained the will of an entire world. It was condensed from the laws of the devil world, but the result was an entire world's power had been snapped into 2 by Long Chen's fingers. They had known that Long Chen was a terrifying individual, but how could his power reach such an extent? Was this really the Long Chen they knew? Lei Linger, you're incredible. Long Chen looked at the lightning runes revolving around his fingers. In truth, the all-devil Heavenwalker's sword had been incredibly powerful. However, it was made of lightning. As long as it was made of lightning, it was under the domain of Lei Linger. Although it looked like he had applied some pressure with his fingers and snapped the blade, in truth, Lei Linger had injected her energy into the sword, causing its energy balance to be thrown into disarray. Hence, this resulted in the sword crumbling. Everyone had been misled by Long Chen. Even the master of that devil's sword, the all-devil Heavenwalker, was stunned. He didn't understand what had just happened. You simply control lightning. As long as we don't use lightning, this ability of yours will be useless, sneered the 9-headed lion. As someone who had also absorbed the lightning of the world, he had seen some clues. Just as he finished speaking, Long Chen suddenly pounced over to him and slapped his face. Boom! A lightning rune exploded in Long Chen's palm. The 9-headed lion's face caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he flew back, 4 bloody teeth flew out. Long Chen had slapped the 9-headed lion before. At that time, rather than sending him flying, it was his own hand that was hurt. But this time, it was different. The face slap was still a face slap. It was the same familiar move, but no longer the same flavor. Just as Long Chen's slap was about to land, Lei Linger condensed a lightning rune in his palm. It exploded when it struck, resulting in this shocking effect. His face-slapping art had an almost 100% success rate. An important reason for this was that it didn't contain any killing intent, making it so that others were unable to sense any threat. Unable to sense the impending danger, they couldn't instinctively dodge or defend. However, with Lei Linger's cooperation, it became a killer move. Long Chen was in charge of slapping, and Lei Linger was in charge of conning. Due to the lightning rune condensing at the very end of the slap, even if the other side did sense it, they wouldn't have time to dodge it. Even the nine-headed lion, with his powerful tempered physical body, was injured to such an extent. If it was someone else, this slap would have been enough to blow up their head. Long Chen was delighted by the success of his first cooperation with Lei Linger. He then turned to the all-devil Heavenwalker, whose expression completely changed. With a furious shout, devil chi condensed into chains that formed layers of nets. At the same time, he rapidly retreated. He was finally frightened. Long Chen's slap just now had made his heart sink. His physical body was not as strong as the nine-headed lion. If he was the one struck by it, it would no longer be just a mental humiliation. It could potentially kill him. As the all-devil Heavenwalker created distance between himself and Long Chen, lightning suddenly exploded out of Long Chen as he stamped a foot on the first net. He vanished. Just as he vanished, the dragon woman, nine-headed lion, all-devil Heavenwalker, and blood fiend devil lord's expressions changed. They quickly formed hand seals, summoning a domain of divine energy around themselves. Boom! Their domains had only just appeared when Long Chen appeared within the blood fiend devil lord's bloodlight. As a result, the blood fiend devil lord quickly condensed a spear that was destroyed by a punch from Long Chen. He quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Long Chen. They no longer dared to fight Long Chen in close range. They formed hand seals instead, unleashing long-range attacks on him. Suddenly, a blue lotus appeared below Long Chen's feet, unleashing a dreamlike glow. The entire world was shrouded in a mysterious veil. The four of their attacks struck the lotus and simply bounced off, unable to harm it at all. So strong, Long Chen had flowers blooming in his heart. Lei Linger's power was greater than he had ever imagined after taking human form. Those attacks were unable to break her defenses. Feng Fei stared in shock at that lightning lotus. Long Chen's power far surpassed her expectation. Run now! Just as Feng Fei was staring in shock at Long Chen's lotus, Long Chen's voice rang out in her head. Chapter 2661, The Five Sovereigns Descend. Feng Fei's body shook as she remembered that Long Chen had secretly messaged her to save energy to flee for her life. Now that he gave her such a sudden cue, after a moment's hesitation, she stamped on the air and retreated from the core of the tribulation. This sudden retreat confounded everyone. Feng Fei was no longer interested in fighting for karmic luck. Look! Suddenly, a startled cry rang, and people followed that person's gaze. Their focus went from the blue lotus to up above. The heavenly gate had yet to dissipate. The tribulation still isn't over. There's more, heavens. If that wasn't the last wave just now, then didn't that mean that this wave would be even more terrifying? What could be more terrifying than 9 clones of the originals? Just at this moment, the 4 corners and the center of the heavenly gate blazed with light. The heavenly gate suddenly exploded, transforming into lightning runes that rained down. That was scary, so that really was the end. The disappearance of that heavenly gate indicated that the heavenly tribulation was officially over. No, what's that? Someone pointed to the core of the heavenly tribulation. Within the rain of lightning, 5 figures appeared. When they appeared, silence struck everyone. Of those 5 people, 4 were men and 1 was a woman. The 4 men wore snow-white robes that fluttered in the wind with noble majesty. The world quivered just from their presence. All Taos served them. The woman wore a violet dress. She was like a peerlessly beautiful fairy standing above the mortal world. Sovereigns. Within the silence, one elder finally managed to shout out their identities. The aura of a sovereign could not be imitated. They were all supreme existences that had gained the reverence of all creeds and races. They were mysterious existences that only left behind mysteries. No one remembered their appearances. However, when they appeared, they were instantly recognized for who they were. Just standing there, they gave people an urge to sacrifice their lives for them without hesitation. Greetings, sovereigns. Countless experts knelt. Even the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the music master came out of the void, no longer concealing themselves. They all paid their respects. The divine families. Lord Venerate also led the families' heads and the strongest experts of the divine families to kneel. People were filled with gratitude toward the sovereigns. Without them, the martial heaven continent would have long since been destroyed. They were the real protector gods of the continent. Everyone, please rise. We are nothing more than 5 dead people. We are not worthy of such treatment, Sovereign Yun Shang spoke from within the rain of lightning. His voice contained a warm and peaceful feeling that filled people with newfound confidence. It was as if, as long as he was present, there was nothing to fear in this world. There was no way to describe the emotions running through every single person at the sight of the five sovereigns. They had never imagined that they would be able to see the true faces of the sovereigns in their lifetime. Even if they died right now, it would be worth it. Greetings to all the sovereigns. Yun Shang pays his respects. Sovereign Yun Shang turned and bowed slightly to the other four. Greetings to the first generation. To see all my seniors is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Sovereign Zai Yang was also extremely moved. As the last of the sovereigns, he had only ever seen Sovereign Han Wei. Even for sovereigns, they only ever saw a maximum of 2 other sovereigns. They were born in different eras and unable to leap through the flow of time to see each other. But now, they had all gathered in Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. The gathering of the 5 sovereigns was the most shocking thing on the martial heaven continent. Sovereign Yun Shang looked into the distance and saw Yun Tian. Yun Tian also looked back at him. Only now did everyone realize just how much Yun Tian looked like Sovereign Yun Shang. If it wasn't for the ancient aura and boundless sovereign might coming from Sovereign Yun Shang, they wouldn't have even been able to tell who was who. Anyone who had previously questioned Yun Tian's identity instantly felt profound guilt. The two of their gazes locked at a distance. After a long time, Sovereign Yun Tian sadly said, "Child, I'm sorry." Yun Tian shook his head. His voice was heavy but steady. "You don't need to apologize. I should thank you. You are the greatest pride of my life, so I will also strive to be a person like my father." Sovereign Yun Shang nodded and didn't say anything further to Yun Tian. Instead, he turned to Long Chen. Long Chen was also emotional. "I didn't expect that we would meet once more." Sovereign Yun Shang smiled. "Yes, we meet once again. Dragonbone Evil Moon, we're all old friends. Are you not planning on seeing me?" Evil Moon appeared in Long Chen's hand, and a giant dragon manifested behind Long Chen. It was a black 2-headed dragon, Evil Moon's true form. Evil Moon cursed, "Fuck your greetings. What is there to say? You shameless fellow, I only lost to you due to carelessness, but you didn't give me a second chance. You just turned me into my current state. If I have a chance, I'll definitely kill you." Evil Moon was filled with sullenness toward his defeat to Sovereign Yun Shang. That time, it had been far too careless. "You probably won't have that chance. I'm already dead. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill someone twice, right? Furthermore, are you not doing well? Has Long Chen mistreated you?" Sovereign Yun Shang smiled faintly. "I can't be bothered to waste words on you. We'll see who is stronger in a bit." Evil Moon snorted and returned to Long Chen's primal chaos space. As they spoke, the dragon woman, the 9-headed lion, the all-devil heavenwalker, the blood fiend devil lord, and the others' expressions changed. When the 5 sovereigns appeared, the world froze, and even the laws of heaven and earth changed. They were shaken by the sovereign might. Even these heavenly geniuses with the power of an entire world supporting them grew uneasy. Even if the current realm of the 5 sovereigns was the same as them, the initial breakthrough to heaven merging, they still felt reverence for them within their souls. "Brother Long, last time I let you pass during the heavenly tribulation, I told you that this karma would be accounted for next time, but I didn't expect that you would be infected by the karma from all 5 of us. Let me first thank you for giving us this chance to meet each other, but I must say, are you prepared? This is a heavenly tribulation. We can't possibly have mercy on you," said Sovereign Moli. "Of course I am prepared. Haven't I gathered a few scapegoats?" Long Chen pointed to the 9-headed lion and the others, causing their expressions to turn green. Chapter 2662, So Arrogant. The 9-headed lion, the all-devil heavenwalker, the dragon woman, the blood fiend devil lord, and the others only realized that they had fallen for Long Chen's trap at this moment. It seemed that everything had been calculated by Long Chen. With the 5 sovereign present, it would be said that there was nowhere to run. There was no path to the heavens, no gate to the earth. Even Yi Lianchen and the others' expressions changed. Zhang Wuchen suddenly thought of how Feng Fei had retreated and sent him a spiritual message to quickly flee. However, he hadn't understood or had a chance to ask what she meant before the 5 sovereigns descended. "Not bad, you know how to take advantage of opportunities. You know that our power comes from the heavenly tribulation. Once the power of this heavenly tribulation runs out, it will count as a pass. Little brother, you're getting smarter." Sovereign Han Wei laughed, seemingly very pleased. "Big sister praises me. It's not me being smart, but simply some fools forcibly charging in. They refused to leave no matter what I did," said Long Chen humbly. "Long Chen, we came here to help you handle them," shouted Long Yashin coldly. Long Chen had essentially included the divine families when he called them fools. However, at the same time, Long Yashin was unable to conceal his jealousy. The 5 sovereigns had appeared in Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. What did that signify? It signified that Long Chen was the successor that they had chosen. Long Chen was essentially set as the 6th-generation sovereign, and this fact completely severed Long Yashin's ambitions. How could he not be jealous? How could he not be furious? After Long Chen became sovereign, no one else would be able to become sovereign. This world would be under his control. No matter how great the heavenly genius was, they would be nothing to him. Below the sovereigns were the emperors. There had been 3 emperors throughout history: the Peng Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Corrupt Emperor. There was also the shameless self-proclaimed Stone Emperor. They were said to be the strongest experts below the sovereigns, but when compared to the sovereigns, they still lost their splendor. In this world, no one could compete with a sovereign, because once they became a sovereign, they represented the entire world. "Oh, that's right. I forgot that we're on the same side," said Long Chen emotionlessly. Everyone could clearly see the jealousy in Long Yashin's eyes. Although Long Yashin was the one who had the greatest forbearance amongst the 5 sovereign sprouts of the divine families, his acting skills were only average. He couldn't even compare to Dongfeng Yuyang in that regard, and Long Chen easily saw through his act. From the start, Long Chen had never viewed the divine families as true allies, nor would he entrust his back to them. "He, little sister, come over." Sovereign Han Wei suddenly beckoned to the distant Ziyan with a warm smile. Ziyan greets the sovereign. Ziyan flew over. Her heart was filled with various emotions. At this moment her mouth moved a few times, but she didn't voice the question she had. Sovereign Han Wei said, "Don't you want to ask me why I look like the 9th divine emissary?" Ziyan nodded. She was truly shaken by the appearance of Sovereign Han Wei. She knew her as the 9th divine emissary. Any historical information about the 5 sovereigns was extremely muddled. Even the name of the 4th-generation sovereign had never been heard before, so no one had expected the 4th-generation sovereign to be a woman. There's not much time, so I can't say too much to you, but just seeing you makes me content. This era's heir to the Southern Sea Zither is excellent, so I'm at ease. If you wish to know more about me, you can ask Long Chen in the future, providing that he doesn't die." Sovereign Han Wei gently brushed Ziyan's cheek, looking at her like she was her real little sister. "In the end, let me just say that I'm truly very happy to see you." Suddenly, Ziyan was sent out of the core of the heavenly tribulation. She returned to her original location from before she interfered. "That's about all the time we have. Let's start. Long Chen, are you ready?" asked Sovereign Ziyang. "Wait a moment," said Long Chen hastily. "When we start fighting, we won't be able to have mercy on each other. I want to first introduce you to my family." The Dragon Blood warriors were already stepping forward. They came to the edge of the heavenly tribulation, and everyone from the Dragon Blood Legion had emotional expressions. Those were the 5 sovereigns. Every single one of them had led an entire era, and they were people who stood at the peak even in legend and myth. Since Long Chen was actually their brother, just how glorious was this? This big brother is Sovereign Yun Shang. He is the 1st generation. This is Sovereign Qing Su. You can call him second brother. This is 3rd brother Sovereign Mo Li. This is 4th sister Sovereign Han Wei, and this is 5th brother Sovereign Zai Yang, introduced Long Chen. "Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th sister, 5th brother." The Dragon Blood warriors cried out enthusiastically. Their eyes were red with emotion. Right now, they clenched their fists, wanting to charge forward. Even if they died right now, they would have no regrets. Sovereign Yun Shang nodded toward them. "This is the strongest legion within the Martial Heaven Continent's history. Brothers, sisters, I entrust the Martial Heaven Continent to you." "We will fight to the death," shouted Xuanhuan. This was his first time being moved to such an extent by anyone other than Long Chen. His hot blood was ignited. The Dragon Blood warriors also shouted their own oaths. This was an oath to the sovereign to protect the Martial Heaven Continent with their lives. HMPH, who cares about the sovereigns? Are they so amazing? The Martial Heaven Continent's destiny has come to an end. There is no way for you to fight back. Just at this moment, a cold snort ignited everyone's fury. "All-Devil Heavenwalker!" Roars of fury rang out. In the face of those furious gazes, the All-Devil Heavenwalker sneered. "Just a few dead people are worth making such a fuss over. Today I'll show you that the sovereigns are nothing amazing. Within the same realm, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll show you how I butcher sovereigns." "That's right, sovereigns. There's nothing so great about them. "I'll defeat your sovereigns today to show you despair," said the nine-headed lion. His fury began to glow brightly. The dragon woman, the blood fiend devil lord, and Yi Ming added in their own sneers, their aura soaring. Boom! The void shuddered and chains shot out, sealing the space. "Time is up. Let me see just how strong the experts from the other worlds are in this era." Sovereign Hanwei smiled and stepped forward on her own. "I'll show you right now." The nine-headed lion roared and charged. His aura explosively grew. "Are the children of this generation all so arrogant?" Sovereign Hanwei frowned slightly. After she plucked the air with a finger, a slender string of light appeared and struck the nine-headed lion. As a result, blood splashed. The nine-headed lion's body was severed at the waist. Chapter 2663, The Difference Compared to a Sovereign. What? He couldn't even receive a single attack. Shocked cries rang out. It was said by all that sovereigns stood at the peak of the world, and they were unrivaled existences. However, the nine-headed lion could be considered the chosen of an entire world as well, having a world's karmic luck supporting him. Due to the sovereigns coming from Long Chen's heavenly tribulation, their cultivation bases were equal. Hence, even if the nine-headed lion was inferior, he should have been able to fight for a while in their opinion. At the very least, he shouldn't be beaten in one move, right? "Useless trash, you dare to challenge the sovereigns with that little ability. Did you grow up on crap? You grew so big for nothing," scolded Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being angry at this. These people were supposed to be the crux of whether or not he could smoothly pass this tribulation. He was still counting on them to exhaust a portion of the sovereign's energy. On his own, no number of lives would be enough against all 5 sovereigns. Furthermore, the sovereigns would definitely not be able to cheat and let him pass this time. At this moment, the nine-headed lion roared. His manifestation burst into existence, revealing an entire world that was filled with howling beasts that resonated with him. After that, the manifestation fused back into his body. Along with the roaring of these beasts, his aura grew over 10 times greater. With him standing there, the space constantly fractured and twisted, unable to contain his existence. The nine-headed lion finally revealed his terrifying power. His gaze was sharp as he sent a claw at Sovereign Hanwei. As his body had expanded rapidly, Sovereign Hanwei's tender figure appeared incredibly flimsy before him. Yet, her expression was still indifferent. When she raised her hand, a figure of light condensed, turning into an arc that struck the nine-headed lion. Even while being backed by the force of an entire world, the nine-headed lion's claw was shattered, shocking him. That claw had contained his full force, but Sovereign Hanwei had effortlessly dispelled it. "What kind of time is it for you to still be holding back? It seems that you really look down on us." "Fine, I'll go first." Sovereign Hanwei extended her hand. Countless heavenly Tao runes condensed into a giant chain that seemed to connect both sides of the world. It rapidly compressed, in the end becoming a thin zither string. With a gentle pluck on that string, heaven and earth resonated, and a thin line of light flew out of the string. This thin line of light sliced through the void, splitting the world and causing it to displace. As the string severed heaven and earth, the sound reached through time. Since this zither string was condensed from the laws, the nine-headed lion instantly felt himself be locked onto by the Taos of the world. Feeling shocked, he let out a furious roar, and 2 of his smaller heads glowed. As a result, 2 different laws gathered and struck the line of light. Boom! At this moment, the line of light exploded along with the nine-headed lion's 2 attacks. Unfortunately, the nine-headed lion didn't even have a chance to sigh with relief before another heavenly Tao zither string condensed in front of Sovereign Hanwei. With another pluck of her finger, another line of light slashed toward him. This time the sound was different, but its power was even sharper. After that, the 3rd zither string also manifested, and then the 4th and 5th. Not being able to hold back anymore, all 8 of the nine-headed lion's miniature heads roared, and divine power enveloped his entire body. The millions and millions of beasts within his manifestation roared as well, sending endless power into his body. The very moment he had seen the 2nd zither string, he already had a bad feeling. At that moment, he had wanted to stop her from condensing more zither strings, but no matter how fiercely he attacked, he was repeatedly forced back by Sovereign Hanwei's light attacks. Right now, Sovereign Hanwei took a seat in the sky, her hand dancing across the 5 strings. Zither music filled the air. This was the song of the heavenly Taos. It was as if she was a peaceful musician playing the music of the heavenly Taos. However, every note unleashed a terrifying attack upon the nine-headed lion, forcing him further and further back. No matter how he counterattacked, he was unable to charge over to Sovereign Han Wei. As the two of them fought, Sovereign Yun Shang, Qing Su Mo Li, and Zai Yang also made their moves. They went after the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming. In the very first clash, the latter group suffered immensely. Half of the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's body was destroyed by a single punch from Sovereign Yun Shang. If he hadn't taken out an ancient divine pagoda at that critical moment to block the next attack, he would have died. This pagoda was a world divine item, on the same level as the 5 supreme divine items of the martial heaven continent. It was called the Blood Soul Pagoda, which contained the will and power of a world. Right now, the Blood Soul Pagoda unleashed all kinds of attacks made of divine light. Chains, flying swords, and spears shot out. The power of this world divine item stunned people. With such a divine item protecting you, who could beat you? In comparison to this world divine item, even the Southern Sea Zither, Western Desert Axe, and Northern Source Sword didn't possess such terrifying power. However, people were unaware that the Southern Sea Zither and the Northern Source Sword had yet to formally accept a master, while the Western Desert Axe was still recovering. On the other hand, this Blood Soul Pagoda had accompanied the Blood Fiend Devil Lord as he grew up. It had not only fully accepted him as master, but they had also started to form a resonance, allowing it to unleash terrifying power. However, what shocked people even more than this divine item's power was that no matter how the Blood Soul Pagoda attacked, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord was still forced back by Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang was barehanded, but every single one of his movements was incomparably profound. With every attack of his, the void collapsed. The Blood Soul Pagoda was quivering with every exchange. As for Sovereign Qing Su, he was fighting against the All-Devil Heavenwalker. The latter was rather smart and went all out right from the start with his world divine item, the Heavenly Devil Sword. Endless devil chi exploded out of him and his weapon, but he was still suppressed by Sovereign Qing Su. Qing Su, you've suppressed my devil world for so many years. Today I will definitely kill you, roared the All-Devil Heavenwalker. However, no matter what he did, no matter how furiously he changed techniques, he was still suppressed, unable to gain any advantage over Sovereign Qing Su. Chapter 2664, The Martial Heaven Continent is Mine. Sovereign Mo Li was facing the Dragon Woman. Originally, Long Chen had thought that Sovereign Mo Li would have some mercy on a woman, but his guess was wrong. From the very first move, Sovereign Mo Li had cut off her leg. Having learned the difference between her and a sovereign, the Dragon Woman no longer dared to hold back at all. Hence, she summoned an ancestral spirit manifestation. There was an ancient black dragon within the manifestation that she summoned. The dragon roared, giving her power through space and time. With dragon chi swirling around her and dragon patterns weaving beneath her feet, her power soared to an unprecedented level. Right now, space shuddered intensely, and Long Chen understood why Evil Moon had said that he might be defeated by her back then if she had used her full power. Her power was truly terrifying, worthy of being someone from the powerful black dragon race. At this moment, her dragon bone whip struck, causing the laws of space to collapse. Amongst all the battles against the sovereigns, she was the only one able to fight evenly. As for Yi Ming, he was the one doing the worst. Sovereign Zai Yang was pressing him so hard that Yi Ming was constantly coughing up blood. In every exchange, he was knocked further and further back. However, Long Chen noticed that even as he was repeatedly injured, his aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Furthermore, the blood he spat out transformed into black chi and was reabsorbed by his body. Long Chen realized that this was definitely the undying race's divine ability. Even though he was constantly injured, his aura wasn't affected at all. The current Yi Ming was truly strange. Meanwhile, Long Yashan, Jiang Wuchen, and Yi Lianchen were standing in the air, just watching as the intense fights were carried out. They didn't know what they should do. Theoretically, they should help the sovereigns kill these invaders. The nine-headed lion, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming were all fighting desperately, while the 5 sovereigns were still fighting calmly and at ease. So if they also joined in, it would seem like bullying. Every move of the sovereigns seemed to contain the might of heavenly Taos. Each of their techniques and attacks contained a pinnacle essence of the world. They were incomparably marvelous, giving people endless enlightenment. Hence, the three geniuses from the divine families were focused on the techniques of the sovereigns, carefully watching and experiencing them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they had to cherish it. Outside the core of the tribulation, Mo Nyan and the others were also focused on the techniques of the sovereigns. They tried to corroborate their own techniques with the principles behind the sovereigns' movements. At this moment, they found out that the sovereigns' techniques contained all kinds of Taos and laws, including the ones that they had comprehended. If the Taos that they had comprehended were like flowing rivers, then the sovereigns' Taos were giant seas. Just by watching their moves, all of the observers were profiting immensely. Some of the people outside the heavenly tribulation had activated photographic jades, but they found that it really was like the legend said. It was impossible to record the sovereigns, so all the recordings turned blank. Some people even took out brushes and paper, drawing the images of the sovereigns, but after a few strokes, those drawings faded. What is going on? People were disappointed. Who wouldn't want to record an image of the peerless sovereigns? Right now, even people like the all-devil Heavenwalker and the others that were using their world divine items were suppressed. This scene made people's reverence for the sovereigns grow even greater. What did it mean to stand at the very apex of the martial path? It meant to be a sovereign. Although the all-devil Heavenwalker and the others were backed by their own worlds, even though they were the greatest heavenly geniuses, they weren't worth much in the face of the sovereigns. Even in the same realm, they were unable to defeat the sovereigns. This was the difference. Sovereigns were undefeatable existences. Perhaps only once you possessed this kind of power would you be able to lead the martial heaven continent against the invading enemies. Boom! Suddenly, the void exploded. The nine-headed lion and sovereign Hanwei clashed in the most explosive exchange up to now, causing everyone to jump. Even the stars in the sky shuddered. The nine-headed lion had ended up so furious that he lost all control. At this moment, all 9 of his heads were fully activated to unleash his most terrifying attack, which then crushed the heavenly Taos. 3 of Sovereign Hanwei's 5 strings snapped, shocking everyone. The nine-headed lion roared and attacked again once her strings were broken. However, halfway there, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. The strings that he had just snapped instantly restored with a wave of Sovereign Hanwei's hands. As a result, he was once more blown back by her attacks. This almost caused him to feel despair and go crazy. Sovereign Hanwei was using the Tao as her zither strings. As long as the world was not destroyed, her zither strings were omnipresent. How was he supposed to fight this? Just as he was blown back, he saw someone in the distance who caused him to fume. Smoke came out of his ears. That person was Chen. He had lazily taken out a table and even taken out some snacks to eat as he watched the battle. "You little fucker," the nine-headed lion cursed furiously. He had come to take the karmic luck, only to become Chen's scapegoat. His furious roar instantly drew everyone's attention. Following his gaze, they saw Chen's lazy appearance. The descent of the 5 sovereigns had drawn everyone's attention, causing people to forget about the one actually going through the tribulation, Chen. Now seeing him eating and drinking, they were dumbfounded. Did such a person really exist in this world? Chen had just taken a bite of food and gulped down a cup of wine when he saw the nine-headed lion glaring at him. He pointed at his food. "Are you tired? Do you need some food before fighting some more? Since you're helping me in my tribulation, I don't mind treating you to some food and drink." "I will kill you," the nine-headed lion roared. He actually abandoned Sovereign Hanwei and charged at Chen. The current nine-headed lion was in an extremely terrifying state. Having managed to snap Sovereign Hanwei's heavenly Tao zither strings, he was definitely in his peak state. At this moment, a claw tore through the void. Boom! Chen waved his hand, turning the table and chair instantly to dust. After that, he gulped down another mouthful of the wine, and the wild wine energy ignited like fire. "Before drinking the wine, I belonged to the martial heaven continent. After drinking the wine, the martial heaven continent is mine." As Chen tossed the wine jug aside, his wild fury caused the heavens to shake. A domineering will exploded. It was like a devil god had descended. At this moment, Chen slashed Evil Moon like a black river of stars. Chapter 26, 65 World Divine Chain. The very sky quivered as the furious will of the heavens filled the world, a sign that Chen had activated his heavens, wrath state. He then slashed Evil Moon at the nine-headed lion. Boom! Evil Moon met the nine-headed lion's sharp claw head-on. As a result, The entire world shuddered as black and golden light clashed. Black cracks spread throughout the void as if the world was about to shatter. Unable to beat Big Sister Han Wei, you decided to come for me. Do you think that I'm some soft persimmon? Demanded Long Chen furiously. Long Chen suddenly swung his hand, slapping the nine-headed lion's shocked face. His face then split apart, and he coughed up blood. People were shocked by Long Chen's completely different appearance. As his divine ring spun, endless heavenly Tao runes surged toward him. However, this was different from the sovereigns. These runes were not prostrating themselves toward him but quivering in fear. It was as if they sensed a mortal danger and had no choice but to offer all their power to Long Chen, or they would be killed. To survive, they could only submit. What kind of state is that? After advancing to heaven merging, Long Chen's aura has completely transformed. People had never seen Long Chen enter the true heaven's wrath state. This was also Long Chen's first time entering this state so easily. Before this, when he had followed the old man's instructions for the heaven's wrath state, he had used a kind of self-hypnosis to anger himself and enter this state. It was simple and direct, however. That directness made it sudden and not a gradual process. Due to this, his fury instantly reached its peak, which not only caused harm to his own body, but also made it impossible for him to unleash the full potential of this technique. However, this time, Long Chen used two Qiansheng's domineering wine to activate this state step by step. Because it was gradual, his control over it was much better. My rage is the heavens' rage. The heavens are large, the earth is large, but I am larger. A little lion also dares to look down on me. I'll use your head as my wine cup. Long Chen stepped forward with Evil Moon on his shoulder. Ignorant human, you are courting death, the nine-headed lion roared furiously. This was already his third time being slapped in the face by Long Chen. Hence, all 9 of his heads opened at the same time. 9 rays of divine light shot out at the same time before condensing into one single ray. Wherever it went, the void collapsed. This was one of the 9-headed lion race's strongest divine abilities, even stronger than what he had used against Sovereign Han Wei just now. An insignificant technique. Long Chen swung Evil Moon, and a saber image slashed through the air. This was a sudden blow with the 9th form of Split the Heavens. This was a saber that sliced through all Daos, a saber that tore apart the heavens. In the heavens, wrath state, Long Chen's attack cleanly cut through the 9-headed lion's strongest divine ability. The saber image cut through the divine light like splitting bamboo before reaching the 9-headed lion. Feeling horrified, the 9-headed lion crossed his claws before him. Blood splashed. His body, which was tougher than a divine item and could easily crush it barehanded, had a grievous wound cut into it. And just as he was injured, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Evil Moon slashed toward his neck. Give me your lion head to make a stir-fry. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen was incredibly powerful and fierce. However, just as they thought that the 9-headed lion's head would fly, sparks flew, and he appeared safe and sound. What? At some point, the 9-headed lion became covered in chains. Long Chen's attack struck those chains and was unable to break them. This is world energy. He has drawn out his world's power to support him, said Evil Moon. Die, the 9-headed lion roared and struck with a fist covered in chains. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and took a step back, avoiding his attack. As a result, his punch caused a large mass of space to collapse, causing everyone to jump. What kind of power was this? Moreover, the collapsed space didn't immediately heal like normal. It was extremely slow, as if some remnant energy made its recovery difficult. Long Chen, you forced me to use my world divine chains. You are the first in this lifetime, and you can die in peace. Golden runes revolved in the 9-headed lion's eyes. At this moment, the golden chains moved around his body like pythons. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 9-headed lion hadn't even taken this out against Sovereign Han Wei. Just how confident was he? Don't lie. Your essence blood is currently running out. These world divine chains should be your final trump card, and you can't keep them up for long before your essence blood runs out. At that time, the quality of your lion head will drop, so I'd rather you just give up so I can get a good quality head. Then I might let you off, said Long Chen. He took out another jug of wine and took a gulp. Ha ha ha, are you an idiot to say such stupid words? Or are you so afraid that you need wine to pump up your courage? The 9-headed lion laughed. Idiot, this wine is to control myself. I don't want to accidentally kill you in my anger. That would ruin my plans, said Long Chen disdainfully. Idiot, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. I'll show you the strongest divine ability of the nine-headed lion race. However, before killing you, I'll kill that woman to show everyone that your so-called sovereigns are nothing. If they were born in my era, they would only be accompanying characters." The nine-headed lion suddenly stamped on the air, once more causing space to collapse. He shot off towards Sovereign Han Wei. Sovereign Han Wei hadn't interfered with Long Chen's fight with the nine-headed lion. Instead, her gaze was on Zai Yan. The two of them seemed to be communicating. Hence, Sovereign Han Wei frowned when the nine-headed lion returned. Her 5 zither strings quivered, and killing intent filled the air. The light of all 5 zither strings slashed toward the nine-headed lion. "Insignificant, watch me break them with my fist," the nine-headed lion sneered. He unleashed a punch that landed on the 5 strings. In that instant, a power that didn't belong to this world erupted. Boom! In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Sovereign Han Wei's 5 zither strings were all broken. What? Chapter 2666 Heaven String, Earth String. Sovereign Han Wei's 5-string Heavenly Dao Zither was destroyed just like this. Where did the nine-headed lion get this power from? "What dogshit, Sovereign, you're only at this level," sneered the nine-headed lion. He then unleashed a second punch at Sovereign Han Wei. "He's using the power of his world to fight Sovereign Han Wei." A startled cry rang out from a sharp observer. The power being unleashed by the nine-headed lion was completely foreign. It was not part of the martial heaven continent. After the 5-string zither was destroyed, Sovereign Han Wei's expression finally turned cold. Killing intent exploded within her. "You dare to interfere in my transmission of the Tao, you've lived for nothing." Sovereign Han Wei then clapped her hands, and violet chi exploded. Right away, the 5-string Heavenly Dao Zither reappeared with another string added to it. As that string manifested, the entire martial heaven sea-ring shuddered, and people could feel the power of the earth gathering. After that, yet another string formed and the Heavenly Daos rumbled. Everyone could feel the might of the heavens descending, merging with the power of the earth. The 5 strings became 7 strings. In that instant, the entire world seemed to have merged into one body. The 7-string zither represented the heavens, the earth, and everything in between. Sovereign Han Wei's hands rested upon the zither strings, causing heaven and earth to quiver. After that, the martial heaven sea-ring beneath their feet exploded, unleashing pillars of water into the heavens. Long Chen's heart pounded. Although he hadn't studied the music Tao, with how long he had known Zai Yan, he had some understanding of it. Legend had it that the zither was the first musical instrument ever born. The 5-string zither was the most primitive zither. The 5-string zither had 5 notes, which represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The person who created this zither was called the zither ancestor, someone who had managed to condense the music of heaven and earth into an instrument. As music filled the world, emotions began to sublimate. The Tao of music was born at this time. While some said that the zither was the earliest musical instrument, others argued that the bell came first. However, the ancient records about the bell showed that it was always used in battle, something to push people to fight and transmit orders on the battlefield. It was filled with the feel of slaughter and bloodiness. As a result, the other side argued it should not be viewed as a musical instrument. Since that was the case, all those who cultivated the music Tao revered the zither as the first musical instrument. The 5-string zither had continued in that state for who knew how long, until a grandmaster of the music Tao one day comprehended the essence of heaven and earth and added another string to the zither, turning it into the 6-string zither. After obtaining another note, the 6-string zither was more mellow and well-rounded. It contained endless variations and thrumming vitality. It was like spring had returned to the earth, nourishing all life. All in all, the appearance of the 6-string zither enriched the music Tao and brought forth countless streams of thought. After another unknown number of years, another grandmaster appeared, adding another string, turning it into the 7-string zither. The addition of this string caused the zither music to change once more. At that moment, music resonated throughout heaven and earth, and this resonance allowed one to control the Tao. By using the music Tao to reach the heavenly Taos, it opened a gate to becoming one with the heavens. Cultivators could then live as long as the heavens and earth, becoming immortal. After that invention, countless geniuses of the music Tao appeared. They were like budding leaves, and all kinds of instruments followed, all manifesting their own Taos. However, no matter how startling the geniuses were, they were never able to add another string to the 7-string zither. As a result, the 7-string zither became settled, with no one capable of changing it. It was only when the third generation Zither ancestor added the third string that it was understood that the first 5 strings represented the 5 elements, the 5 phases of philosophy, the 5 organs, the 5 virtues, the 5 spiritual beasts, etc. They contained the principles of the foundation of the world. The string that the second generation Zither ancestor added was called the earth string. It contained all things within the earth. With this string, all things had a foundation, giving the music even greater spirituality. As for the third generation Zither ancestor, the string that they added was called the heaven string. It was what correlated with the earth string. If the earth gave rise to all life, then it was the laws of the heavenly Tao's that added restrictions, balancing it. Only then could each individual give birth to their own Tao's. The heaven string and the earth string complemented each other, while the 5 strings evolved within their parallels. From then on, there was no start nor end, no outside and inside. There was simply the Tao. As a result, no one else, no matter how talented, was capable of changing this 7-string zither. It was the ultimate form of the zither. When Sovereign Han Wei's 7-string zither appeared, it caused the heavens, the earth, and all Tao's in between to resonate. These 7 strings represented the entire world. As Sovereign Han Wei's hand touched the 6th string, the earth string, the martial heaven C-ring exploded. After that, a blade of space slashed out from down below, cutting apart the martial heaven C-ring to strike the 9-headed lion. Seeing this scene, the 9-headed lion roared and smashed his fist downward. However, he was like a bug striking a heavenly blade. The chains covering his body shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body badly mangled. Just at this moment, the heaven string twanged. An invisible blade sliced apart the heavens toward the 9-headed lion. Right now, the 9-headed lion's soul almost fled out of terror. His world divine chains had been broken, and he had no time to restore them. If he was struck by the heavenly blade, not even 100 lives would be enough. Just as he felt regret about deciding to target Sovereign Han Wei instead of properly fighting Long Chen, the void rumbled. A giant heavenly gate opened. However, this was not the heavenly gate of the tribulation but a different gate. Right now, the energy of a completely different world poured out of it, surging toward the 9-headed lion. Boom! The heavenly blade struck the 9-headed lion, and he smashed into the sea like a meteorite. Countless corpses flew out of the sea from the impact. Those corpses belonged to the sea demon race. Sovereign Han Wei's earth string attack had destroyed quite a few formations that the sea demon race had set up at the depths of the sea. These layers of defenses had been set up by the sea demon experts to block Long Chen's tribulation. They were on high alert to prevent him from attacking. However, they hadn't expected Sovereign Han Wei's attack to end up implicating them. Anything that blade of the earth had passed was destroyed. Furthermore, the heavenly blade continued to cleave the martial heaven C-ring after striking the 9-headed lion, killing even more experts of the sea demon race. At this moment, Gu Yang and the others sent people to gather those corpses. Long Chen had previously told them that he needed a large number of corpses. Hence, all the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were mobilized. Suddenly, the sea exploded and the 9-headed lion reappeared. His eyes were scarlet and he was covered in blood. However, his world divine chains had condensed once more, and his aura was even stronger than before. At that critical moment, he had had no choice but to open the gate to his world to support his world divine chains. Otherwise, Sovereign Han Wei's attack would have taken his life. When he flew out of the sea, he looked at Sovereign Han Wei and then at Long Chen. After that, with a furious roar, he charged at Long Chen. It seemed that of the two, he felt that Long Chen was a bit easier. "Fuck, you're treating me as a soft persimmon." Long Chen's fury instantly exploded. Chapter 2667, Forced to Detonate. Evil Moon, little heavenlinger, I entrust myself to you. Today I want to kill that foolish lion. Having been treated as an easy target twice, in the heavens, wrath state, Long Chen was particularly enraged. How could he possibly endure the 9-headed lion choosing to vent his anger on him since he couldn't beat Sovereign Han Wei? An explosive sound rang out within Long Chen's body. His 108,000 stars quivered, and the laws of heaven and earth were sucked into his divine ring. At this moment, the energy of the world had no choice but to submit to Long Chen, not daring to resist. As that energy poured into him, he slashed his saber at the 9-headed lion. Long Chen's saber slashed onto the 9-headed lion's chain-covered fist. As a result, those chains shattered once more. What? The 9-headed lion was shocked. Although it opened the world gate to boost his chains with its energy, his chains were still shattered. "You shameless idiot!" Long Chen's other hand slapped the nine-headed lion's face once again. The sound of bones breaking rang out as half his face broke. It was another face slap, which was almost identical to the previous ones. However, the nine-headed lion was unable to dodge it no matter what. "Do you think that I'm a soft persimmon?" bellowed Long Chen. He appeared like a furious heavenly deity and chased after the nine-headed lion. Countless black images were shooting out of Evil Moon. Long Chen unleashed 81 slashes in one go, causing the nine-headed lion to roar furiously as he was repeatedly forced back. His chains were constantly destroyed. The final blow then sliced through his claws and left a wound on his chest. "Impossible! What kind of power is this?" The nine-headed lion found this inconceivable. Long Chen wasn't a sovereign but was still able to use the world's power. It had to be known that such a thing was only possible for one chosen individual within any world. The reason he chose not to fight Sovereign Han Wei any longer was because her attacks contained the power of the world. They represented the laws of the martial heaven continent. As this was not his own world, bringing his world's energy here was more difficult than for her to summon her world's energy. The five sovereigns all possessed the ability to control this world's energy. As Long Chen was not one of them, it should be impossible for him to utilize the world's energy. However, it still happened. Otherwise, there was no way he could break the nine-headed lion's world divine chains. What the nine-headed lion didn't know was that Long Chen had no need for the world's approval. His ability to control the world's power came from being in the heavens, wrath state, forcing the world to submit its power to him. Although this kind of forceful command of world energy was not as powerful, it was still able to counter the energy of a different world. Adding on his own power, Long Chen was capable of dominating the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was still in the midst of roaring in disbelief over this when Long Chen's saber sliced toward his neck. He instinctively dodged, resulting in Long Chen's waiting hand to slap him in the face once more. This slap was different from the previous slaps because it was even more refined. It was as if Long Chen had just casually swung his hand, and the nine-headed lion's face had simply thrown itself toward it. As a result, the nine-headed lion coughed up blood, his head dizzy. At this short range, he suddenly thrust his claws in front of him, catching Long Chen's shoulders. Everyone let out a startled cry. What just happened? Why did Long Chen not dodge? With Long Chen's combat skills, how could he be caught? Long Chen's eyes are red. "What's going on with him?" shouted someone. The current Long Chen was completely different from his usual indifferent coolness. His eyes were red like a wild devil. Even the nine-headed lion was surprised to have caught Long Chen. He had just blindly thrust his arms in front of him to force Long Chen back. Hence, feeling delighted, he put power into his claws, wanting to tear Long Chen to pieces. Sparks flew out where his claws met Long Chen's shoulders. However, his sharp claws, which were strong enough to slice apart stars, were unable to slice through Long Chen. They only damaged some of his dragon scales and caused some bleeding. Just at this moment, Long Chen reached out and grabbed two of the nine-headed lion's miniature heads. After that, an irresistible power pulled his head down, and all he saw was a knee rapidly growing larger in his vision, cutting off everything else. Long Chen's knee ruthlessly slammed into the nine-headed lion's nose, and a crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. There was also something slimy flying out along with some blood. It seemed to be snot. "Who's a soft persimmon?" Bang! "Who's a soft persimmon?" Bang! "Who's a soft persimmon?" Bang! Long Chen roared furiously, emphasizing his point every time with a knee to the face. Everyone clearly saw blood spurting out of the nine-headed lion's nose, mouth, and ears. Even his other 8 miniature faces were spurting out blood. Long Chen's vicious appearance gave people chills. Even though the nine-headed lion was a hated enemy, they couldn't help feeling sympathetic to his current plight. The nine-headed lion clawed Long Chen's shoulders, leaving countless cuts on Long Chen's body, but Long Chen didn't seem to feel any pain. He just continued to crazily smash his knee into the nine-headed lion's face. Suddenly, the nine-headed lion's blood chi erupted, and his body grew explosively. Long Chen was no longer able to keep a hold of his head in this state. At this moment, golden light filled the sky. He was like a blazing sun, so bright that people couldn't stare directly at him. A giant, golden nine-headed lion now appeared in front of everyone. It was because summoning his true body was the only way to escape Long Chen. At this moment, A divine mark lit up on all 9 of his giant heads. The 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time, and divine light shot out of all 9 heads. They were like giant light bombs possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just as this terrifying attack was brewing, Long Chen hacked Evil Moon, striking one of the heads like a bolt of lightning and severing it. The instant one of the heads was severed, the 9-headed lion's body began to rapidly inflate. His aura also became unstable. "Not good, he's detonating," shouted Evil Moon. Chapter 2668, 9 Dragons Devour the Heavens diagram. How can that be? Even in the heavens, wrath state, Long Chen was startled by Evil Moon's warning. How could the 9-headed lion self-detonate? However, his aura was truly fluctuating chaotically. It was clearly a sign of self-detonation. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to retreat. At such a close range, such a detonation would definitely take half his life at the minimum. The 9-headed lion was also panicking. Countless chains glowed around him as he seemingly tried to control himself, but he was no longer in control. You cut off one of his heads in the middle of his attack, causing his energy to become imbalanced. All the explosive power that he was gathering is now out of control. He's about to end up conning himself to death. The power of his attack surpasses his control now, said Evil Moon. Evil Moon saw it clearly. The 9-headed lion had actually used a forbidden technique due to having taken a beating from Long Chen. However, he had forgotten that he was facing Long Chen. Long Chen wouldn't just sit there and let him unleash such a powerful technique. Cutting off his head might not impact him much at a normal time, but now it would cost him his life. "Save me." The 9-headed lion roared as his body swelled. He was like a balloon, his essence blood ignited on the verge of exploding. Seeing his current state, everyone jumped in shock. This had come far too suddenly. He had just been arrogantly cursing, but now he was on the verge of death. All of a sudden, the gate to his world blew open. After that, a hand reached out and grabbed the 9-headed lion. The master of this hand was intent on saving him. Long Chen then slashed the hand, only for his saber image to be blown apart. He was also impacted and almost coughed up blood. "This is the full power of a world. That is their world's strongest expert," exclaimed Evil Moon. That hand grabbed the inflating 9-headed lion and dragged him into the world gate, which then slammed shut. The 9-headed lion was gone. If I had known this would happen, I would have used the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Long Chen clenched his teeth angrily. "You should conserve your energy. If you had killed him, you would die to your tribulation," warned Evil Moon. The current Long Chen was still in the midst of his tribulation. He could not be careless. The 9-headed lion had been brought away. But suddenly, Sovereign Han Wei pressed her zither strings. Divine music once more caused heaven and earth to rumble. Long Chen followed Sovereign Han Wei's gaze. Her attention was on Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen. The divine families. Sovereign Han Wei's mouth curled into a strange smile. It seemed to contain some disdain and thought. With a touch of her finger, the void around the 3 of them exploded. As a result, Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen both coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fragments of spacetime around them battered their bodies. As for Long Yashan, he let out a cry and smashed the void with his fist. A diagram with 9 dragons in it appeared behind him. The 9 dragon tails were pointed to the outside, while the heads were facing the center, with Long Yashan at the core. Dragon chi circulated within this diagram. Everyone was startled. This was their first time seeing Long Yashan's manifestation. Dragon cries rang out, resonating with heaven and earth. "It's the 11th rank divine manifestation. 9 dragons roar at the heavens," exclaimed Taoist Heavenly Feather in shock, unable to believe her eyes. "No, it's not the 9 dragons roar at the heavens. You can see the black aura around their teeth," said the high priest gravely. The high priest was always a calm person, and he had never had such a serious expression. Could it be? Taoist Heavenly Feather's expression changed. "Yes, it's the 3rd rank divine manifestation. 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram." "Impossible. This world can't produce a divine manifestation in the top 18 ranks. That's a set law of the heavenly Taos. Even in the immortal era, such a thing has never occurred," cried Taoist Heavenly Feather. "That is true. Such a thing has never happened. Never before has there been 9 dragons devouring the heavens, but we are seeing it right now," sighed the high priest. Boom! Just at this moment, Long Yashan unleashed a second punch, shattering the sky. This was his second time blocking Sovereign Han Wei's attack. Everyone was stunned, and even Long Chen's heart was pounding hard. Long Chen felt an intensely dangerous feeling from the 9 dragons devouring the heavens diagram. "Evil Moon, what is going on?" asked Long Chen. "That's the heaven-devouring underworld dragon. It's the only member of the dragon race whose devouring power surpasses my dark evil dragon race. We can devour all living things and digest flesh and blood, but the heaven-devouring underworld dragon can devour and turn anything to nothing. Furthermore, those 9 heaven-devouring underworld dragons in his manifestation are not ordinary ones. They are young dragons with the souls of the dragons in them. As he grows, the dragons will grow with him. In other words, his manifestation will continuously grow stronger as his cultivation base advances. Long Chen, you have to be careful. This fellow is definitely a powerful opponent. He poses a lethal danger to you," said Evil Moon heavily. Long Chen's heart shook. Long Yashin had truly hidden himself deeply, so he was the most terrifying of the divine family's sovereign sprouts. Furthermore, he had even managed to escape Long Chen's senses. Almost no one had ever been able to escape the senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art, but Long Yashin had managed to do so. Thinking about it, it was very likely related to his manifestation. Those 9 heaven-devouring underworld dragons were capable of hiding his aura. When Long Chen glanced toward the divine families, he noticed that they were in an uproar. It seemed that even the divine families had not known about Long Yashin's manifestation. Long Chen looked toward the Dragonblood Legion. When his eyes locked with Xia Chen, he then rubbed his ear. Xia Chen immediately understood and secretly set up a formation. Long Chen then heard the Yi family head darkly saying, "The Long family really hid themselves well. You even tricked us. It seems that your Long family is thinking of reclaiming the throne. Do you think the other 3 families will submit? Shouldn't the Long family give my Zhao family an explanation? If Long Yashin had such power, why didn't he save Rishan back then?" demanded the Zhao family head, her eyes red with fury. She didn't care even if the Lord Venerate was here. Chapter 2669, The Terrifying Long Yashin. "What is there to explain? We didn't know about Yashin's matters either. We never asked," sneered the Long family head. "What bullsh **T? Your Long family just watched as others died," raged the Zhao family head. The Zhao family head's roaring drew quite a bit of attention. People stared at them in shock. What was going on with the divine families? Why were they suddenly fighting? "If you want to think that way, it's up to you," responded the Long family head, completely brushing her off. The power that Long Yashin was currently displaying was truly stunning. Even Sovereign Han Wei's attacks were blocked. When Long Chen had killed Zhao Rishan back then, if Long Yashin hadn't hidden his power, he definitely would have had a high chance of saving him. However, Long Yashin hadn't done so. The Zhao family head's face was twitching from anger. Her fingers shook as she pointed at the Long family head, cursing, "The Long family's people are all treacherous and sinister. You deserve almost being slaughtered back then." At this moment, a flash of comprehension struck her. "No wonder. So your Long family ended up like that because of Long Yashin." "Shut up," the Lord Venerate suddenly shouted, preventing her from going any further. "That matter is taboo. Anyone who mentions it will be executed." The Zhao family head's expression sank, but she shut her mouth. "What? If you don't like it, go complain to the Lord Saint. What's the point of you fighting here like this?" barked the Lord Venerate. The Zhao family head was silent, her expression ugly. After that, the Long family head glanced at her disdainfully for a moment before ignoring her. His focus was on Long Yashin. Right now, zither music rang out through the air, and the void was constantly destroyed. Invisible threads weaved through the air, slicing apart the void and causing it to displace. As the 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram behind Long Yashin trembled, a 9-dragon mark appeared on his fists. With every smash of his fists, the void would shatter, dispelling Sovereign Han Wei's attacks. Everyone was stunned. So Long Yashin was actually the strongest one here. Sovereign Han Wei had already summoned the 7-string heavenly Dao zither, but Long Yashin was still able to match her. 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram. HMPH, completely impure and unrefined. It's not always the case that more is better, especially when it comes to things that aren't yours, snorted Sovereign Han Wei. Long Yashin's expression twitched before returning to normal. He indifferently said, "The Sovereign's words are correct. However, the world is full of marvels. At the peak of the Tao, it becomes possible to become an immortal or god. Since the martial heaven continent is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast universe, how can a sovereign deny my Tao?" Countless people were enraged by his arrogance toward the sovereigns. Although they were said flatly, it was clearly mocking. He was saying that the sovereigns had spent a lifetime protecting the martial heaven continent and hadn't gone on to further lands, as if they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Even a speck of the divine world dares to be so arrogant. Even if you control the third-rank manifestation of the 36 divine manifestations, so what? Wasn't that birthed by an immortal sprout? How highly could it possibly agree with you? Your spirit root is completely muddled, your spirit blood is impure, and your spirit bone was mutated afterward. Forcibly changing your talent unnaturally has completely overdone any of your original talents. To steal innate fortune and turn it into acquired power is a heretical path that does not accord with the heavens. Tell me, how long can you maintain this 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram? If you come out to play, you'll have to pay the price sooner or later, said Sovereign Hanwei coldly. Right now, divine light shone from her eyes, and the temperature plummeted as dense killing intent solidified. As a result, a bone-chilling iciness crept into everyone's souls, making them involuntarily shiver. An intense feeling of death hung in the air. It felt like every breath was another step closer to death. As people shivered, they were also startled. Sovereign Hanwei's anger and killing intent toward Long Yashin surpassed what she had shown for the invading experts. Shut up, I Long Yashin have never submitted to anyone, so what if you're a sovereign? Today I'll break your undefeatable myth, roared Long Yashin furiously. Sovereign Hanwei's words had touched upon his taboo. He was also shocked that all his secrets were exposed in front of her. Long Yashin charged towards Sovereign Hanwei, the divine diagram behind him revolving. The Taos of heaven and earth formed a giant cyclone behind him. I can't feel heavenly Tao energy any longer. In that instant, the world's heavenly Tao energy seemed to have been sucked dry. A golden spear appeared in Long Yashin's hand. 9 dragons were carved into it. Immortal chi rose out of it. This was an aura that others had never felt before. Is this a legendary, immortal weapon? Stunned cries rang out. The aura of that spear was completely different from the weapons of the martial heaven continent. It was even completely different from the world divine items of the Blood Fiend, Devil Lord, and the All-Devil Heaven Walker. That aura seemed to supersede the Taos of this world. The dragon carvings on the spear began to resonate with the manifestation behind Long Yashin. Dragon roars rang out. With a thrust of his spear, the world fell silent, as if all sound had been sucked away. So what if you have a divine weapon of the immortal world? Sovereign Hanwei snorted. She plucked the heaven string of her zither, unleashing a ray of divine light. Boom! Divine light exploded on contact, causing Long Yashin to shake. However, with a flick of his spear, he once more shot towards Sovereign Hanwei. The heaven string refers to only the heavens of the martial heaven continent. But the martial heaven continent is nothing more than a stepping stone for me. My future lies in even higher worlds. You think you can use this world's laws to restrict me? Keep dreaming. Long Yashin's words were extremely wild, almost in a deranged way. But his power was truly stunning. Just before this, the heaven string's attack had almost killed the 9-headed lion in one blow, but Long Yashin had easily blocked it. I don't dislike arrogant people, because everyone who acts arrogant in front of me gets killed by me. However, I really dislike your arrogance because you harmed the person that I like the most, so I will kill you today. Sovereign Hanwei's zither suddenly shrank, transforming into a 9-foot ancient zither. When that zither appeared, everyone was startled. The Southern Sea Zither. Chapter 26, 70 Heaven Slaughtering God Slaying Song. The strings of the heavenly Taos shrank, transforming into an ancient 7-string zither that was identical to Zai Yan's Southern Sea Zither. When the Southern Sea Zither appeared, zither music immediately resounded throughout the world. The entire world became covered in a murderous aura. At this moment, Sovereign Hanwei suddenly grabbed the Southern Sea Zither and used it as a weapon, swinging it at Long Yashin. Boom! The dragon spear and the ancient zither collided, while black lightning exploded in an apocalyptic scene. Looking at this battle, people felt their hearts clench, as if an invisible hand was tightly squeezing them. They almost coughed up blood. A sovereign is only on this level, said Long Yashin as he continued pressing on with his spear. Sovereign Hanwei's expression was icy. She held the Southern Sea Zither in one hand, as she formed seals with the other hand. Seeing those seals, Zai Yan muttered unconsciously to herself. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly the zither string shook. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet light exploded out of it, and an irresistible force blasted Long Yashin back. The void behind him crumbled into a giant black hole that sucked him inside. The divine family's experts cried out in shock. That black hole was a crack in the world, and anyone sucked inside would be ground to bits. Chains shot out of Long Yashin's manifestation, locking him to the world. He forcibly pulled himself out of the black hole. Having just escaped from death, Long Yashin was shocked and infuriated. If he had reacted the slightest bit slower and been drawn deeper inside, there would have been no way for him to return. The line between life and death had been incredibly thin for him just now. At this moment, a rainbow appeared behind Sovereign Han Wei. It was incredibly dazzling and beautiful, but others were unable to feel its beauty. Instead, they felt terror. The aura of that rainbow was icy cold, and it contained boundless killing intent. It was as if that rainbow was made of countless lives. Little sister Zai Yan, watch closely. This is the technique your big sister came up with, the heaven-slaughtering God-slaying song. I will transmit it to you today. Sovereign Han Wei was like an icy killing goddess. Every single one of her words dripped with killing intent. Just hearing her made people feel like the fire of their souls would extinguish. Suddenly, Sovereign Han Wei slammed her hand on the zither with no finger technique to speak of. It was just like a furious slam of her palm. At this moment, ripples burst out of the zither. The ripples were like a heaven-slaying sword. Everywhere they went, laws and Taos crumbled, while space and time fragmented. 9 dragons devour the heavens attack. Long Yashin roared along with the 9 dragons behind him. His dragon spear erupted with divine light, stabbing forward. Boom! As the power of the spear was blasted apart, Long Yashin's body shuddered intensely like he was struck by lightning. He then fell back, hacking up blood. This full-power attack contained the power to wipe out the heavens and destroy the earth. The killing intent it contained was shocking, and all life had to lower its head toward it. It was an unblockable attack. The music of the Grand Tao had been transformed into a musical blade that struck the sea, causing it to explode. It left a giant cut that allowed people to see the bottom of the sea, the layers of formations at the bottom, as well as the looks of despair from the sea demons within the formations. At this moment, countless formations blew apart, and the sea demons inside were wiped out of existence. The sea demons that were further away from the center were not touched by the blade, and yet they stiffened and floated onto the surface. While they appeared uninjured, their souls had been wiped out. Sovereign Han Wei's attack had overturned the sea. She had not only forced back Long Yashin, but she had also killed innumerable sea demons. Hence, countless corpses floated onto the surface of the sea. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples once more got to work on gathering them. The bottom of the sea became busy as they saw sea demons supporting the formations, trying to prevent the power of Sovereign Han Wei's attack from spreading any further. Those are heaven-merging experts. Suddenly, startled cries rang out. From the crack in the sea, it was possible to see tens of thousands of sea demons at work, and they were all heaven-merging existences. No wonder they dared to so openly take Long Chen's karmic luck pearl. They have that power. Now people understood why the dragon woman would undergo her tribulation here. It was because the entire sea demon race was supporting her. It truly is a case of courting death. The 5 sovereigns have descended upon the territory of the sea demon race, locking down this entire region of the sea. They can't even leave this place. With a few more blows from Sovereign Han Wei, they'll be wiped out. The fact that the dragon woman had stolen Long Chen's karmic luck pearl infuriated countless people. Hence, now that the sea demon race was suffering, they felt only delight in their misfortune. Even though Sovereign Han Wei had dealt such a serious blow to them, the sea demons didn't dare to retaliate. If they did, they would be sensed by the heavenly Taos and be viewed as people undergoing tribulation. Then they would be wiped out. At this moment, Sovereign Han Wei's zither quivered and flipped through the air. Heaven and earth flipped along with it, causing everyone to cry out in shock. The world had suddenly flipped. The seawater began to fall. They were unable to tell what was up or down, left or right. As a matter of fact, countless people even coughed up blood. The laws of the heavenly Taos had been inverted by this attack. The ancient zither then flipped toward Long Yashin. Due to the world flipping as well, he was flying toward the ancient zither. Upon seeing this zither that contained a will to destroy heaven and earth, Long Yashin's expression changed. He was finally experiencing how terrifying a sovereign was, realizing that Sovereign Han Wei's fight with the 9-headed lion had been like toying with a monkey. Now that she was using her full power, his soul quivered, and a strong feeling of death filled his heart. If he couldn't block this attack, he would die. Long Yashin clenched his teeth. At this moment, the pit of his stomach suddenly glowed. Long Yashin's essence, chi, and spirit instantly condensed into one. An array of lightning light shot out, striking the zither. When that divine light appeared, Long Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body involuntarily quivered. Chapter 2671, The Strongest Spirit Bone. When that light appeared at the pit of Long Yashin's stomach, every single expert present felt an ache in their bones. A supreme, unequaled aura suppressed everyone. In the face of that aura, people felt absolute suppression and fear. The strongest spirit bone among spirit bones, a supreme spirit bone. A startled cry rang out. When Long Yashin activated his spirit bone, people immediately recognized that legendary aura. The heavens had three treasures, the sun, the moon, and the stars. People had three treasures, the essence, the chi, and the spirit. Those corresponded to the spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. The spirit root was something essentially everyone had, but its quality differed. Many cultivators had some degree of spirit blood, but only a small portion of people was qualified to activate it. Furthermore, even if they could activate it, the spirit blood could be differentiated between innate and acquired. The former was inherited from ancestors, while the latter was cultivated by the self. On the other hand, spirit bones were so rare that not even 1 in a million cultivators might have one. Those who had spirit bones were true geniuses amongst geniuses. Most spirit bones were naturally formed. Although they could be awakened after birth, the price for such a thing was immense. For example, the divine bones that Long Chen had obtained in the 10,000 dragon nest could be used to awaken a spirit bone after birth. However, such treasures were incredibly rare. That was why there was an old phrase in the cultivation world: the spirit bone was something you had at birth or something you would never have. Spirit bones were simply too difficult to obtain, even for supreme sects or giant clans. Endless manpower could be invested into such an endeavor, only to fail. The spirit bone was what connected the chi and spirit. Only when all three existed could it give birth to endless possibilities, a reflection of the principle that the Tao birthed one, one birthed two, two birthed three, and three birthed all things. As the Tao foundation of a person in the ancient era, the spirit bone was even called the immortal seed, the crux for becoming an immortal or god. Someone with a spirit bone was guaranteed to become a god or immortal as long as they didn't die midway. There were also many kinds of spirit bones. There were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, annihilation, devouring, and other powers. However, one spirit bone could only possess one kind of energy. Amongst all those spirit bones, though, there was one kind that transcended that restriction. It contained all manifestations of the world. Such a spirit bone was called the Supreme Spirit Bone, the strongest of all spirit bones, something that stood at the very apex. Boom! The divine light smashed into the ancient zither, shaking the world. As a result, countless experts felt their bodies be viciously wrung, and they coughed up blood, turning pale with terror. That attack had contained a supreme will. It was not just a clash of laws, but also a clash of wills. Hence, everyone felt like their souls had been damaged. A vein throbbed in Long Chen's forehead, and killing intent boiled in his eyes. He was involuntarily quivering. That aura was incredibly familiar to him. That supreme bone was his. It was a bare, cruel hand that had extracted it from his body. Moreover, Long Chen not only sensed the supreme bone, but he also saw a rainbow divine light. That divine light was his supreme spirit blood, one containing all the manifestations of the world. Ha! The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. My son Long Chen possesses a special spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He'll definitely become a peak figure above the 9 heavens, one who will arrogantly look down on all else. Ha! That clear and domineering laughter seemed to ring out in Long Chen's mind once more. He had seen a portion of this scene with the help of Future Lake in the eastern wasteland. At that time, his cultivation base was still low, allowing him to look back at a fragment in time. But as his cultivation base grew, it became impossible to even catch a glimpse of his past. However, Long Chen was puzzled on one point. He had a divine spirit bone, but in Long Yashin's hands, that innate divine spirit was gone, which turned it into the supreme bone. Regardless, they were all his. Long Yashin had stolen his everything. Long Chen, control yourself. Sovereign Han Wei is doing this to help you uncover the mystery. You know him, but he doesn't know you yet. That's an advantageous position for you. If you can't endure, Sovereign Han Wei's efforts will be wasted. Furthermore, you're still in the middle of your tribulation. Every bit of energy you save is a bit more chance you have of passing," shouted Evil Moon, afraid of Long Chen going berserk. It was extremely likely that Sovereign Han Wei was doing this for Long Chen, forcing Long Yashin to reveal his trump cards. If Long Chen went crazy, it wouldn't be worth it. "Evil Moon, you aren't me. You don't understand. If I could still endure at this point, I wouldn't be Long Chen." Long Chen suddenly took a step, vanishing. The void rumbled. Sovereign Han Wei's ancient zither exploded along with Long Yashin's divine light. Moreover, Sovereign Han Wei was actually sent flying back. What? The sovereign was defeated. Is Long Yashin stronger than a sovereign? Everyone was stunned by this result. Long Yashin was absolutely terrifying. This attack using his supreme bone shook heaven and earth. Long Yashin truly is powerful. However, he's not necessarily stronger than a sovereign, said someone else. Why is that? Long Yashin has a body of flesh, but the sovereigns are nothing more than projections created by the heavens. They have no physical bodies. The sovereigns also have spirit bones, but the sovereigns that have manifested here are unable to utilize the same force of condensing their essence, chi, and spirit. However, I do have to admit that Long Yashin might be the strongest existence below a sovereign, sighed that person. What about Long Chen? Most likely, that person shook his head. Long Yashin was simply too powerful. With the appearance of a supreme bone, other than the sovereigns, no one could compete against him. Boom! Just at this moment, the void exploded and rainbow light blazed. The 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram behind Long Yashin had become rainbow-colored. The 9 dragons were all different colors, and blood chi erupted from them as if they were alive. I hereby announce that I, Long Yashin, am the 6th generation sovereign. Starting today, follow me and prosper, defy me and die, roared Long Yashin. The current Long Yashin had used his spirit blood to activate his 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram. His blood chi shook everyone. You aren't a sovereign. You will only be one of the souls that die to my blade. An icy voice rang out within the thundering dragon roar. That was a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell. At this moment, a figure was reflected in people's shocked eyes. It was a black figure with killing intent that shook the heavens. Long Chen had appeared in front of Long Yashin. Chapter 2672, the number 1 genius in 10,000 years. Everyone found it very unexpected that Long Chen would block Long Yashin. Were they not on the same side? Furthermore, this tribulation was Long Chen's, and Long Yashin was handling Sovereign Han Wei. Was that not helping him? Why would Long Chen face Long Yashin with such soaring killing intent? Moreover, his black eyes seemed to contain endless fury. Even Chu Yao and the others jumped in shock. They had never seen Long Chen so angry that his aura appeared foreign. Long Yashin's expression turned cold. Long Chen, know what's good for you. In front of me, you are nothing. That power that you are so proud of isn't worth crap to me. If it weren't for the family head's orders, I'd have killed you. If you continue like this, don't blame me for going against those orders and killing you. Long Yashin had endured all this time due to the Long family. He hadn't attacked Long Chen. Now that he was in his peak condition, he no longer wished to endure. Hence, this was his final warning to Long Chen, as well as his warning to the world. Starting today, no one could defy him. Long Chen, what are you doing? Yashin is helping you, shouted the Long deputy elder. Only Elder Long continued watching amongst the crowd calmly, as if everything was within his expectations. What am I doing? Long Chen suddenly raised his hand and laughed, his laugh full of resentment and killing intent. I'm going to take what belongs to me. Do you old fellows know how Long Yashin's divine spirit bone came about? The senior members of the Long family reacted badly to Long Chen's words. The Lord Venerate also stared at him in shock. You? The Long family head, the Heaven Executioner, and the other higher-ups were all stunned, their hearts pounding. Impossible, didn't we do multiple tests? He can't be that child, exclaimed the Long family head. Things fell deathly silent. Even Sovereign Yun Shang, Qingsu Moli, and Zai Yang ceased fighting. Right now, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heaven Walker, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming were covered in blood, having been forced to use their full power just to survive against the sovereigns. Although they finally had a chance to breathe, they couldn't relax because they were still in the heavenly tribulation. One mistake and they would die in an instant. Everyone inside and outside the tribulation was silent. Almost everyone was confused, not knowing what was going on. From the expressions of the divine families, senior experts, They knew that something unthinkable had happened. Even Long Yashin stared at Long Chen in shock. He was aware of what Long Chen was talking about. Long Chen icily said, "I bet you never thought that the baby from back then is still alive. When I was a baby, you were the ones who took my mutated spirit root, divine spirit bone, and supreme blood. You placed them in Long Yashin's body. What did you think that the unthinkable crimes that you've done would be covered up forever?" Ah, Meng Qi suddenly cried out. She thought of the trial from the branch of the Xuanhuan Dao sect back in the eastern wasteland. She had also witnessed that cruel scene. Having understood the situation, even the peaceful Meng Qi grew furious at Long Yashin. She wished to tear him into a million pieces. Long Chen is also surnamed Long. Is he from the divine family's Long family? Suspicions and questions began to pop into the heads of the Martial Heaven continent's experts. Most likely. If not, how could a little secular nation in the eastern wasteland give birth to such a terrifying expert? Mutated spirit root, divine spirit bone, and supreme blood. Heavens, if that's true, it's absolutely terrifying. The divine spirit bone is even above the supreme bone. It's a natural foundation for a divine spirit. Without any need to cultivate, just growing up will allow someone to automatically become a god or immortal. How could such a thing appear in the mortal world? If that's true, what was the goal of the divine families? They destroyed one genius to create another genius. Shocked discussions started. This news caused huge waves even amongst the Dragonblood warriors. They had always thought that Long Chen's father and mother were Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long. All they knew was that Long Chen's talent was special and that he had no spirit root. But they didn't know that his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone had been taken. Thinking of how Long Chen had been schemed against when he was just a baby, the Dragonblood warriors were shocked and infuriated. They had an urge to charge into the camp of the divine families and slaughter them right now. "You are the son of the devil-slaughtering saint, Long Jianchen. You're actually still alive." An old man suddenly walked out of the Long family's camp. His body quivered with emotion that seemed to be joy. This elder was an early heaven-merging expert, but his face was covered in countless scars. What a shocking sight. "Ha, good, good, Long Jianchen's son is still alive. Ha, your retribution has come. His son has come for revenge, ha. The elder suddenly began to laugh like he was deranged. Tears squeezed out of his eyes. Others from the Long family immediately collapsed upon him. However, he roared furiously, "You ingrates, for your so-called big plan, you personally destroyed a genius for that woman, forcing Long Jianchen to slaughter the Long family's experts. We lost over 90% of our top experts because of you. Now your retribution has come. Ha, retribution has come." The elder was finally knocked unconscious by someone. However, his final roar continued to echo through the air. The devil-slaughtering saint, the one said to be the #1 genius in 10,000 years. Taoist Heavenly Feather was shocked. He mastered 1,000 techniques, merged with 10,000 Taos, and created his own magical arts and divine abilities. It is said that he was the only one from the Martial Heaven continent who managed to enter Devil Spirit Mountain and return safe and sound. Who would have thought that Long Chen was his son? If Long Chen wasn't his son, how could he manage to reach his current level even after his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were taken? Said the high priest with a faint smile. It seems that the mystery of the devil-slaughtering saint's sudden disappearance is finally about to be uncovered, muttered Taoist Heavenly Feather as she stared at Long Chen with his towering killing intent. Chapter 2673, The Lord Saint Descends. Everyone looked from Long Chen to Long Yashin, and then to the divine family's experts. Although they didn't understand what had happened, they knew that Long Chen definitely had some giant secret to his past. The Martial Heaven continent had a few people who had heard of the devil-slaughtering saint, and those who knew it were all behemoths. Their shocked looks told others that this existence had been a startling figure. "That bastard seed is still alive." The Long deputy elder's expression sank. He now looked at Long Chen with immense hatred. Although he hadn't interacted much with Long Chen before, at the very least, his attitude toward him had not been bad. He had wanted to raise Long Chen as a chess piece of the Long family, but upon knowing his true identity, he immediately became furious. "Deputy Elder, control yourself. It's been many years. Your bloodline wasn't completely wiped out by Long Jianchen. Aren't you still left?" laughed the Zhao family head. Back then, the divine families had seen Long Jianchen slaughtering the experts of the Long family in order to learn of his son's whereabouts. He went mad, killing anyone he saw. The deputy elder's bloodline had participated in that matter, resulting in Long Jianshan slaughtering them. If it wasn't for the deputy elder's good luck, he wouldn't have survived either. He had only managed to survive because the Lord Saint had come before Long Jianshan's gaze fell on him. That was why the deputy elder hated Long Jianshan to the core. That hatred now fell on his son, Long Chen. The Long family had originally been the strongest of the four divine families, having possessed over 10,000 heaven-merging experts. Their power completely eclipsed the other three families. However, ever since that battle, the Long family's core was grievously wounded. They fell to the point that they became the weakest of the four families. The other three families were only told that Long Jianshan had been invaded by a heart devil while attempting to break past the saint realm, causing him to become bedeviled and start slaughtering others. However, none of them believed that excuse. They made some secret investigations, but the Long family locked down this information. Even the Lord Saint sent down orders for others not to mention this matter again. As a result, even the Jiang, Zhao, and Yi families only knew that the Long family was hiding some unspeakable secret over this matter. At that time, they merely felt that the matter was too embarrassing for the Long family to talk about. Furthermore, when they heard that the Long family's greatest genius, one who might be able to become a sovereign in the future, had gone mad, they felt some pity for him but also some delight. The domineering Long family had finally declined. After hearing Long Chen's words, the karma involved in this matter instantly became clear to the family heads of the three families. Now they knew why Long Jianshan had gone crazy. So his son's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had been stolen. At that time, the rumors were that Long Jianshan had died prematurely due to some unknown reason. But considering how many of the Long family's experts he had killed, there was no way that the Long family would let his progeny survive. His son's death was natural. However, only now did they learn that their assumption had been wrong. Boom! The heavens suddenly tore open, and a group of people descended from the opening. A terrifying pressure appeared. The leader of that group was a large middle-aged man. He had a stern face and a square nose. He wore violet gold robes, a crown and belt. He was like an emperor overlooking his subjects. Greetings to the Lord Saint. The Lord Venerate and the family heads immediately bowed. Only then did the other experts of the divine families learn that this person was someone with the highest authority within the divine families, the Lord Saint. The Lord Saint waved his hand, indicating not to be so formal. He looked at Long Chen and Long Yashan in the tribulation. Chen, I am your great-grandfather, Long Junwu. The matter from back then was an immense misunderstanding. I can explain the details to you after your tribulation. You are both the pride of the Long family and shouldn't kill each other. Rather than fighting amongst ourselves, we must be united against our enemies, said the Lord Saint. His voice resounded through the sky like an imperial edict, piercing directly into people's souls and making them unable to go against his will. What? The Lord Saint is Long Chen's great-grandfather. This matter was continuing to grow bigger and bigger. Even the divine families, Lord Saint had appeared. Feng Fei stared in disbelief. How had Long Chen suddenly become a member of the divine families? Furthermore, he was the descendant of the Long family's devil king. Even the Lord Saint personally came. There was another man standing beside Long Junwu. He was a graceful man who possessed the air of immortality around him. His appearance was very similar to Long Yashan, just with an extra beard and mustache. He was Long Yashan's father, Long Kaifeng. However, he appeared more elegant and steady than Long Yashan. Grandfather, this Long Chen can't be left alive. Now that things have progressed to this point, there's no way of going back, whispered Long Kaifeng. Shut up, barked Long Junwu. Back then you were the wrong ones, otherwise such a calamity would never have occurred. How can we cover up wrongs with more wrongs? His voice was like lightning splitting the heavens, causing everyone to jump. Long Chen, go through your tribulation calmly. Trust me. Once your tribulation is over, I will personally explain everything that happened from start to end, said Long Junwu. At this moment, Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder, but his gaze toward Long Yashan did not change just because of Long Junwu's arrival. That chilling, killing intent remained. His blood rapidly circulated through his body, going faster and faster. His killing intent had infected every piece of bone and every drop of blood in his body. The first time Long Junwu spoke, Long Chen didn't even seem to hear him. But the second time he spoke, there were finally some fluctuations in Long Chen's eyes. He finally turned to Long Junwu, asking with a hoarse voice. "Who is my father? Who is my mother?" That hoarse voice sounded like life and death were chafing against each other. It didn't sound like the voice of a human, as if it came from hell. "Your father was a peerless genius of the divine families, Long Jianchen. Your mother was named Luo Ningxuan." Long Junwu suddenly paused when he mentioned Long Chen's mother. "Are they still alive?" Long Chen's voice was still icy. His killing intent instantly locked onto Long Yashan. Chapter 2674 Outside This World. "They should be alive," said Long Junwu hesitantly. "What does that mean, should be alive?" roared Long Chen, his eyes scarlet. When it came to his birth parents, he only remembered their voices and 2 pairs of warm hands. However, that short scene had allowed Long Chen to sense their love for him. He could feel his father's expectations for him and the tenderness of his mother. To his parents, he was the heavens, the world. Although Long Chen didn't have children yet, and so he hadn't experienced what it meant to be a father, he knew that if anyone dared to touch his child, he would become crazy. In that state, he wouldn't mind destroying the entire world. He hoped that his parents were still alive, but considering that they had not communicated with him in so many years, they had to be in a bitter situation. "Long Chen, don't get emotional. Your father and mother have left the martial heaven continent. They are in the divine world. I say should because I also don't know what their current situation is like," said Long Junwu. The divine world. People were startled. How was that possible? The path to the divine world had been severed. People from the martial heaven continent were no longer able to ascend to the divine world. "A brat still wet behind the ears also dares to say such big words. You dare to question the Lord Saint. What about the dignity of the divine families? Lord Saint, are you not indulging him too much?" Suddenly, space twisted and a woman appeared, looking icily arrogant. She wore imperial robes and had her hair tied up in an ornament. Although she looked beautiful, the innate arrogance exuding out of her gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. She immediately began to target Long Chen, surprising people. Just who was she to dare say such words to the Lord Saint? Her cultivation base was merely at the late heaven merging realm. "Someone from outside this world." Taoist Heavenly Feather's pupils shrank. That woman's aura was different from the experts of the martial heaven continent. Furthermore, her aura was a bit similar to Long Yashan. Taoist Heavenly Feather was sure that she was Long Yashan's mother. Long Junwu's expression sank. "This place has nothing to do with you." "Oh, how could that be? Long Jianshan's spawn is still alive. Back then, Long Jianshan slaughtered the Long family's experts, causing rivers of blood to flow. Later on, the 4 family's saints were forced to take action, and only then was he suppressed. Even then, 4 were killed and 2 were seriously injured. Only you escaped unscathed. Are you thinking of protecting Long Jianshan and Luo Ningxuang's spawn due to him having mercy on you back then?" said the woman indifferently. Gasps rang out. Long Chen was already terrifying enough, but who would have thought that his father was even more terrifying? He had actually fought against 4 saints, killing 4 and injuring 2. "Shut up, who do you think you are to insult my parents?" raged Long Chen, pointing evil moon at her. "Long Chen, if you dare to be disrespectful to my mother, I will kill you right now," shouted Long Yashan. As expected, Taoist Heavenly Feather's guess was correct. This woman was truly Long Yashan's mother. Long Yashan also no longer bothered hiding his killing intent toward Long Chen. The woman suddenly laughed at Long Chen. "Oh, that appearance of a wild dog that wants to bite people is truly like your dead father. Let me tell you, your mother was a slut who very likely died upon returning to the divine world. As for your father, after committing such a grave sin, he was detained in the divine world and executed. His corpse has long since grown cold. As for you—" "Shut your mouth," Long Junwu shouted furiously, his voice so powerful that it caused countless people to faint. "Lord Saint, you wish for your granddaughter-in-law to shut up, so I will naturally obey. However, what's the point of being so loud? Is it a show of might toward my family? The Luo family has been fully offended by you. Are you planning on offending my family as well?" said Long Yashan's mother indifferently. You just scram." Long Junwu shuddered from rage. He clenched his fists like he might crush her, but he didn't. That was because her origins were extremely terrifying. Killing her might be easy, but the power behind her couldn't be provoked. Long Yashan's mother knew this, which was why she was so fearless. "You don't need to scram. Although I don't know the whole story, I will not permit anyone to blaspheme my parents. I don't know why you hate my parents so much, but my style isn't to care why. I have always believed a blood debt must be repaid with blood. The enmity between your generation actually caused you to harm a newborn baby who wasn't even a month old, so whatever reasons or law behind that are inconsequential. My vengeance starts today. Long Yashin, you have what is mine. First, I will take it back. Long Chen's killing intent suddenly vanished, replaced with a frightening calmness, which made it feel like time and space had frozen. Long Chen didn't know about the enmities in his parents' generation, but he didn't care about those either. If they managed to implicate a newborn baby, it already showed all he cared to know. The cause wasn't important. The process wasn't important. Right and wrong weren't important. What was important was that Long Chen had to find justice for himself. Heaven and earth were calm, and the 5 sovereigns stood there, quietly watching. The 5 of them were the final wave of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment the Dragon Woman, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heaven Walker, and Yi Ming stared in shock at Long Chen. Everything that had occurred today was unbelievable. Long Chen actually possessed such a terrifying origin. His spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had been taken, but he had still managed to cultivate to this level. That was heaven-defying. Long Yashin sneered. No wonder I've always found you displeasing to the eye. Fine, I'll end you today so you can reunite with your family. Long Yashin's dragon spear buzzed, and dragon roars shook the sky. As the 9 dragons in his manifestation changed, a sharp pressure shot out. Chapter 2675, The Lord Saint's Helplessness. 9 dragons roared within Long Yashin's manifestation. Every 3 dragons wound together, unleashing ripples that filled the world. This is the manifestation of the spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone after being fully activated. It is when the essence chi and spirit become one, the legendary supreme power. Heavens, the supreme bone has been fully activated, cried out an ancient elder who looked to be a living fossil. Despite his cultivation base only being in the early heaven merging realm, his reputation was quite great. He had spent his life studying ancient tomes and relics. Seeing this ancient phenomenon before him, he couldn't help letting out a startled cry. Yashin, as the Lord Saint, I order you to retreat from the heavenly tribulation, shouted Long Junwu. Long Yashin shook his head. Sorry, but I cannot obey. You are the master of the divine family, so I should listen to you, but he has insulted my mother. The 2 of us cannot exist beneath the same heaven, so I must kill him today. If this offends you, I will await your punishment after I kill him. If you have to kill me for this, I will accept it. Long Yashin's mother smiled sinisterly at Long Yashin's indifferent reply to the Lord Saint's orders. The Lord Saint was infuriated, but he couldn't enter the tribulation. Hence, he could only watch. Grandfather, there is no choice to be made any longer. If Long Chen doesn't die, the Long family and perhaps even the entire divine families will not be able to rest in peace. How will we accomplish our mission then? Said Long Kaifeng. Shut up, you 2 husband and wife are the cause of this. If it weren't for you, would the Long family have turned into this state? Would the divine families have fallen? If it weren't for you, the Long family would have both Yashin and Long Chen. Together, they would dominate this world. Who would care about these invading enemies? Cursed Long Junwu. Long Kaifeng shook his head. Grandfather, as Lord Saint, you must consider things from the view of the divine families. In front of prophet, emotion will only get in the way. Yashin has amazing talent, so becoming sovereign is no problem for him. After that, the martial heaven continent's problem will be settled, and we will ascend to the divine world. Yashin is the greatest talent of our bloodline. With him, we can bring honor to our ancestors in this generation. What is wrong with that? I look back on the past. Instead, we should look to the future. Yashin is our only hope now. So what if Long Chen's spirit bone, spirit blood, and spirit root have been assimilated by Yashin? Are we supposed to kill Yashin and return them to Long Chen? And what would that do? It would simply destroy the only hope of glory for the Long family. Long Junwu's expression grew uglier and uglier as Long Kaifeng spoke. However, he couldn't retort. The matter back then was something that he had been unaware of until it was too late. This husband and wife pair had already made their move then. At that time, Long Zhanshan had been so furious that he wanted to kill everyone who had participated. 6 of their saints had been aware of it. Only he, Long Junwu, hadn't been. Perhaps that was why Long Zhanshan's furious reprisal had ended up missing him. Long Zhanshan had truly been mighty back in the day, arriving all the way to the saint realm at such a young age even without the chi flow of the continent being activated, truly an astonishing figure. However, all that had been ruined by these 2. When Long Yashin was born back then, the heavens unleashed a phenomenon to show that his life would not be ordinary. According to the divine family's customs, Long Yashin was destined to be the main character of this dark era. Him becoming sovereign was almost set in stone. However, Long Chen's birth had drawn intense jealousy from Yashin's father and mother. A mutated spirit root, divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. That was practically a heaven-defying immortal sprout. The Long Kaifeng of that time was the #2 expert of the divine family's junior generation. In terms of power, no one could compete with him other than Long Jianchen. However, one was first and the other was second. The difference between them was as great as heaven and earth. In front of Long Jianchen, Long Kaifeng couldn't even last for 10 exchanges. It could be said that the Long Jianchen of that time was someone who stood at the peak of the divine families. Even at such a young age, his accomplishments far surpassed his seniors. The Lord Saint seemed to age a great deal while looking at this sight. A peerless genius like Long Chen had been ruined just like this. Furthermore, the Lord Saint couldn't stop the battle between Long Chen and Long Yashin. As the Lord Saint, he was also unable to do anything when it came to Long Jianchen or Long Chen. He could only helplessly watch. What had been done could not be undone. There was no going back and also no way to resolve this enmity. No matter how much compensation he gave Long Chen, so what? Could he pay Long Chen back for everything that he had lost? Perhaps this is a fated clash. Being killed by Yashin is Long Chen's best ending, said Long Kaifeng to the downhearted Long Junwu. Fate, perhaps. The Lord Saint shook his head. He waved his hand, vanishing from sight. Lord Saint. The divine family's people cried out in shock. What was the Lord Saint doing? He was just leaving just like this. The Lord Saint cannot bear to see disciples killing each other, so he left. However, 2 stunning geniuses have now appeared in the Long family. This battle has truly opened my eyes to the world, said the Zhao family head with a sinister smile. Long Chen's status made the Long family's people feel extremely embarrassed. The matter from back then had even been dragged out, and this tightly clamped down secret was now public. This was the greatest shame to the Long family. The Long family should have originally reached incomparable heights due to the geniuses like Long Jianchen, Long Yashin, and Long Chen. But now, Long Jianchen's whereabouts were unknown, and Long Chen and Long Yashin were mortal enemies. The 2 of them were clashing in the tribulation, with no one being able to stop them. It was very likely that after today, only one of them would leave alive. To the Zhao family that had lost Zhao Rishan, it didn't matter whether Long Chen killed Long Yashin or Long Yashin killed Long Chen. They were both good things. The Zhao family head finally felt some delight in this matter. Long Chen was the one who had killed Zhao Rishan, and Long Yashin had simply watched without saving him, so both of them were enemies according to the Zhao family head. In fact, she hoped for both of them to die to the tribulation. At this moment, the gaze of every expert of the martial heaven continent was locked onto Long Chen and Zhao Rishan. Their hearts clenched. Long Chen, how about you save some energy? Your big sister will help you kill him. The 5 sovereigns were originally just calmly watching when Sovereign Han Wei suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. Chapter 2676 Manifestation of the Heaven, Wrath. Was this the confidence of a sovereign? Even if Long Yashin had summoned a supreme manifestation, they still had confidence in killing him. It had to be known that Sovereign Han Wei and the others were not bodies of flesh and blood. Hence, even though their cultivation bases were equal to Long Chen and the others, their true power was definitely not as great as when they were alive. Despite that, Sovereign Han Wei had the confidence to kill Long Yashin. If it was someone else, people would have no faith in such a statement. But when it came from the mouth of a sovereign, no one dared to doubt her. Many thanks, but this enmity between us should be avenged by myself. Long Chen cupped his fists to Sovereign Han Wei, thanking her for forcing out Long Yashin's skills. Otherwise, he might still not know his origins. And let me just warn you that the people you drew in for your tribulation aren't very helpful. The final karma is locked onto you. This tribulation does not wish for you to take this final step, and the heavenly Taos mercilessly wish to kill you. Although you pulled those people in, the heavenly Taos also sent in more power. Therefore, there is no way for us to let you pass. The only thing you can do is display your own techniques. Be prepared, said Sovereign Han Wei. Sovereign Han Wei truly cared about Long Chen. Hence, he was touched, but he still shook his head. Thank you for your care. Some things must be resolved by myself. Don't worry, I won't die. I will definitely come out of this tribulation alive. Sovereign Han Wei was the only one of the 5 sovereigns who cared about him so much. The others had withdrawn from worldly affairs, having seen the world rise and fall. They had reached a level where nothing could shake them. However, Sovereign Han Wei's heart had not been cast away yet. That was why Long Chen could clearly sense her true emotions for him. Sovereign Han Wei was the one he felt the closest to, as well as the most real out of all the sovereigns. Sovereign Han Wei had even fought to save Long Chen some energy to face the upcoming tribulation and give him a slightly higher chance of passing. While Long Chen believed that the other four sovereigns were also utterly sincere when it came to helping him, they didn't do anything to express it. That didn't mean that they didn't care for him, just that they believed in him. It was only Sovereign Han Wei who perhaps cared so much that she would do so much for him. Perhaps that was the difference between a man and a woman. She was much more meticulous when it came to her feelings toward him. Long Chen was also aware that now wasn't the optimal time to fight Long Yashin, but the pride within his soul refused to allow him to borrow Sovereign Han Wei's power to fight Long Yashin. Long Yashin had things that belonged to Long Chen. Hence, in this battle, Long Chen had to personally take them back. He couldn't retreat. Hearing this, Sovereign Han Wei smiled and no longer said anything. She simply gave him an encouraging smile. What a huge joke. Even a deadman dares to say that they will kill me, Long Yashin. Moreover, a cripple without a spirit root, spirit blood, or spirit bone is the one you place your hopes on. This is your candidate for the next sovereign. Are you blind? Fine, since you have no eyes, I will personally take that karmic luck pearl and show the world who this generation's chosen son of the heavens is, said Long Yashin. Although he sneered at the sovereigns, there was jealousy in his eyes. What kind of morality did Long Chen have to obtain the approval of all five sovereigns? Long Yashin, you're too shameless, just like the rest of your family, cursed Xuanhuan. Your daddy and mommy stole my boss's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. You're practically worse than brutes, yet you dare say such arrogant words. If such a despicable thing had not occurred, would you be able to block a single finger from my boss? The one who had worshipped Long Chen the longest and the most was Xuanhuan, but he had been completely unaware that Long Chen had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken away from him as a baby. His accomplishments today had nothing to do with his innate talent. Now that his origins were exposed, all the Dragon Blood warriors were infuriated, wishing that they could charge into the tribulation and tear Long Yashin to pieces. Even if they died, it would be worth it. The Dragon Blood warriors had never hated someone so much. Thinking of that cruelness, it felt like blades were stabbing their hearts. Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Dong Minju, and the others were holding back tears. Long Chen had always been a solid pillar holding up the sky for them. None of them had thought that such cruelty and helplessness lay behind his strength. That scoundrel, why didn't he tell us? Tang Wan'er sobbed, her heart feeling like it was being crushed. The Long Chen she saw was always the mischievous joker. She had never thought that he had been enduring all this pain. He wants to only show us his best side so we're at ease. His own pain he keeps inside, sighed Meng Qi. Due to having seen that scene back then, she had known a little bit about his origins. But Long Chen had told her not to tell anyone, and she had kept this secret for him. Seeing Long Yashin alive and even provoking Long Chen, they were all enraged. Dong Minju had an urge to assassinate Long Yashin right now. Yi Zhikyu seemed to know what Dong Minju was thinking and held her back. Although Yi Zhikyu was a woman of few words and her face was icier than ever, her tears were like ice crystals falling down her face. In the face of Xuanhuan's cursing and the furious gazes of countless experts, Long Yashin merely laughed. Ha ha ha, the heavenly Taos are emotionless. Experts are respected in this world. Without fighting and killing, would this still be the cultivation world? If reason could settle things in this world, would there be fighting? There is no right or wrong in this world. You don't even understand this, you ants. You will remain ants for the rest of your lives. Even the divine family's experts couldn't bear watching Long Yashin's arrogance now. However, he was correct. The cultivation world was just that cruel. This was reality. Fairness, justice, morality, all of them were a masquerade not worth a single cent. Looking at Long Chen, people were surprised by his calmness. He didn't react to Long Yashin's provocations. As Long Chen took a deep breath, his divine ring began to spin rapidly. All of a sudden, a wild will erupted. At this moment, the sky became covered in cracks, and the dome of the heavens shattered, revealing countless stars up above. It's the heavens' wrath manifestation. Fury shatters the heavens, exclaimed Balbuping. This was the phenomenon that would appear when the heavens' wrath state was pushed to the peak. Long Chen suddenly moved, transforming into a beam of light shooting toward Long Yashin. His saber slashed down. In that instant, everyone's hearts tightened. Chapter 2677, Heaven and Earth Resonate. It doesn't matter how strong you are. In front of me, you are nothing. Some people simply have their fates set once they are born. Long Yashin remained as arrogant as ever even when he saw the terrifying phenomenon that Long Chen evoked. The 9 dragons behind Long Yashin converged into 3 parts each. His essence, chi, and spirit were bound into one. At this moment, his dragon spear pierced forward. Immortal light and black chi exploded when the saber and spear met. The clash of the 2 divine weapons caused the world to quiver in fear. It was as if the laws of the world were afraid of their power. As a result, ripples spread, crushing heaven and earth. People felt their souls being twisted. This was a kind of power that was practically unaffected by the restrictions of space. Absolutely terrifying. If struck directly by these ripples, it would probably instantly kill me, cried out someone. They were already extremely far from the core of the heavenly tribulation, but these ripples still made them feel overwhelmed. If they were in the core, they would be turned to dust. Such a terrifying fight was something that they couldn't even get close to, let alone participate in. As a matter of fact, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming's expressions also changed. The power that Long Chen and Long Yashin had displayed was so great that it even made their hearts leap. The heaven-splitting divine sex heaven's wrath manifestation. Haha, a bit interesting. To shatter the heavens and enrage the cosmos. It truly feels a bit like splitting the heavens. However, you are just an ant-like existence. Just the power of the martial heaven continent is already like an ocean to you. But you actually want to reach further and take the energy of the cosmos. You don't know your own place, sneered Long Yashin. The power of the martial heaven continent was devoured by Long Yashin's 9 dragon manifestation. He was in control of almost the entire world's energy. However, Long Chen's heavens, wrath manifestation had now shattered the heavens. It wasn't just the heavens of the martial heaven continent that were enraged, but also the very cosmos. This was a power belonging outside of the martial heaven continent. Nevertheless, to cause the cosmos to be completely infuriated from the martial heaven continent was nothing more than a fool's dream. Long Chen had activated the manifestation, but he was only able to draw out the slightest bit of power. It was like an ant was standing on a leaf. Unable to draw out the power of the leaf, it vainly tried to absorb the power of the entire tree. That was why Long Yashin was mocking him. Idiot, what do you know? Fury shatters the heavens is something that only occurs when one's fury resonates with the world. It has nothing to do with borrowing power, cursed Balbuping. Long Yashin's insults toward Long Chen were also insults toward this secret art of the heaven-splitting divine sect, infuriating all their disciples. Ignorant trash, you'll know what fury shatters the heavens means in a bit, added Chang Hao. He was full of expectation for Long Chen's manifestation. On the other hand, Long Chen remained silent, his gaze sinisterly cold. The heavens above him had been broken, and millions of stars shuddered. Right now, Long Chen felt unprecedented anger. This anger was not just his own, but also the anger of the entire world and even the entire cosmos. It was a resonance between them. Heaven and earth had emotions, all things had spirits. The current Long Chen was in a peculiar state. His essence, chi, and spirit had been entrusted to Evil Moon Linger and Little Heaven. Hence, he felt more like a spectator. He didn't know what this manifestation of the heavens, wrath, was. All he knew was that he could feel the anger of everything within heaven and earth. It was a feeling of rage at being suppressed and suppressed until one's resentment transformed into a furious counterattack. In that instant, Long Chen felt his mind become clear. He instantly understood that all things in this universe were not free. They all had restrictions. However, they also had their own wills that wanted to break free of their destined orbits. It was just like someone living in the secular world. They had to obey the laws. If they wanted to survive in this bloody and cruel world, they had to know the rules, both spoken and unspoken. They had to bend toward those restrictions in order to live. Humans were like this, other life forms were like this, and even the martial heaven continent was like this. These laws made people furious yet helpless. At this moment, Long Chen felt like he understood the feelings of all things in this world. It was incredibly clear. Now he understood what the heavens' wrath was. Boom! Suddenly, Long Chen's arm shook. He was knocked back by a burst of power from Long Yashin's spear, causing him to exit that marvelous state. He then looked at Long Yashin. How needlessly complicated. What kind of amazing techniques could a little heaven-splitting divine sect possibly have? Today, I'll show you the true power of the divine families, sneered Long Yashin. 3 flowers converge, 10,000 Daos slaughter. The 9 dragons in Long Yashin's manifestation were in groups of 3 and began to revolve like 3 flower petals, forming a giant whirlpool in the sky. As the giant whirlpool spun, Long Yashin's spear pierced out. At this moment, a streak of light pierced through the void, shooting past Long Chen and continuing on to the end of the world. Wherever that light went, a giant black channel erupted, which contained chaotic laws that devoured and destroyed each other. It was a channel of annihilation. That kind of power was something that even made heaven-merging experts feel like their souls would flee. People stared, dumbfounded. That attack was incredibly bizarre. It contained laws that mutually attacked and devoured each other. If struck, not even a god would be able to block it. That attack contains too many laws. Furthermore, they clash with each other. How could there be such a magical art in this world? While people were stunned by this attack, they also found it curious that Long Chen hadn't moved at all. That attack had simply flown past him, leaving behind that strange channel. "Long Chen, do you know why I didn't aim at you?" said Long Yashin coldly. Only once he said this did people understand that he had done it on purpose, and it wasn't that Long Chen had somehow dodged. People looked at Long Chen, only to find that his expression was still calm. That terrifying attack hadn't caused him to blink an eye even as it flew right past him. It was as if he had known that this would happen. Long Chen indifferently said, "Go ahead and say your bullshit." Long Yashin didn't get angry. Instead, he chortled, "Do you know? That attack was created by your father. Your father truly was an amazing genius. He managed to dissolve 10,000 Daos into one, extracting the aspects of the laws that supported each other. Instead, this is an attack containing berserk laws that clash, devour, and annihilate everything in their midst. It cannot be blocked. I'm kindly showing you this so that you can die in peace." Ha ha ha. Despicable, countless people cursed him. He actually used Long Yanshin's divine ability to infuriate Long Chen. "You really are foolish. Do you know the consequences of adding oil to the fire? Do you know that you will burn yourself?" Long Chen shook his head. "Moreover, do you know that you missed your only chance to kill me just now?" As Long Chen pointed Evil Moon at Long Yashin, the world suddenly rumbled explosively. The sea exploded into the sky, and an invisible fury filled the world. Long Chen's fury was resonating with heaven and earth. Chapter 2678 My Fury is the Heaven's Fury. The sea exploded into the sky as though it was enraged as well. Powerful currents flew through the air. At this moment, the entire world had gone berserk. It was as if a volcano had erupted, unleashing an apocalypse. As for Long Chen, he was the god of that apocalypse who had come to the world. The shocking anger of heaven and earth shook people deep into their souls. In the face of that fury, they could only cower. The heavens' wrath. No, my fury is the fury of the heavens. From the moment that I came to this world, it was fated that I would control it, not that the heavens would control me. Long Chen's voice was emotionless. When he spoke, everyone's hearts trembled. Was Long Chen provoking the heavenly Daos? Was he not afraid of being destroyed? Was he not afraid of being rejected by the heavenly Daos and never being able to cultivate again? A heretical technique, a bluff. 3 flowers converge, 10,000 Daos slaughter, Long Yashin shouted, and his spear unleashed the same attack once more. The void shuddered again as a black light pierced toward Long Chen. Its aura was even greater than last time. An attack combining 10,000 laws, 10,000 Daos. So what? Man comes from the earth comes from the heavens come from the Tao, and the Tao is natural. To be natural and unrestrained is the true Tao. Why bother restricting it into laws? Those so-called laws are fish trapped in a net, people trapped in cages, all creations in slavery and spirits in servitude. All creation belongs to me, all spirits follow my way. I contain all their fury. All their limitless power is mine. I will not be restrained by any laws or any heavens. Long Chen's voice rang throughout every corner of the world. It was backed by the voice of all living things. His final sentence, "I will not be restrained by any laws or any heavens," in particular caused the world to shake. It was as if countless voices were speaking along with him, shaking people's ears. These were Long Chen's heartfelt words. However, they also felt like the heartfelt words of all life. The anger of all creation could clearly be sensed from him, and endless power was pouring into Long Chen's body. "Babbling nonsense won't change your fate of being killed," sneered Long Yashin. Long Yashin's spear once more stabbed toward Long Chen. In the face of this attack, Long Chen slashed Evil Moon, and a black saber image containing endless power slashed onto the spear image. Boom! This was a world-shaking blow. One contained all the power of the heavenly Daos, while the other contained the fury of all life. Hence, the world instantly lost all color. Following that, a black sphere quickly expanded. It felt as if the world was spinning. Quite a few people fell unconscious. Space is in chaos. The laws of space were no longer orderly. That feeling was like they were tossed into a whirlpool or being crushed by a giant boulder. They couldn't tell which way was east or west, north or south, left or right, up or down. To cultivators that were used to being in control, this was an even worse feeling. Fortunately, this chaos only reigned for a moment before stopping. The feeling faded, and people managed to see Long Chen and Long Yashin once more. Their two weapons were still clashing, unleashing black ripples in every direction. As a result, giant spatial tears were constantly appearing and healing. What kind of power is this? It's enough to spark despair. Watching this scene, even the fellow heavenly geniuses of this generation felt minuscule in front of the two of them. The difference between them was truly great. Mo Nian, Hu Feng, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, and the others were also staring in shock at Long Chen. When did Long Chen learn such a terrifying technique? Only Yun Tian's expression was still calm. That incredibly intense battle didn't draw his interest. His gaze wasn't locked on Long Chen but on sovereign Yun Shang. At this moment, a mysterious rune lit up in Yun Tian's eyes, and the same rune appeared in sovereign Yun Shang's eyes. It seemed as if the two of them were communicating. As for Zai Yan, she was seated in the sky, her hands on the southern sea zither. The southern sea zither was emitting fluctuations that enveloped her. Meanwhile, her eyes were closed as if she was meditating. At the edge of the core region, the pill fairy was holding Wan Qing's arms. Wan Qing had long since cried her eyes red, having never imagined that her mighty big brother Long had such a miserable origin. On the other hand, the pill fairy's expression had not changed at all from the start. Whether it was the appearance of the five sovereigns or Long Yashin's sudden reveal of power, nothing seemed to interest her. While staring at Long Chen, her eyes lost focus. It was as if she was lost in thought, but it was unknown what she was thinking. As Long Chen and Long Yashin's power increased, the berserk chaotic phenomenon that they were causing also increased. It felt as if their power was limitless as it continuously rose. Boom! Finally, the black sphere growing around them exploded, and sharp astral winds shot out like blades. As a result, the All-Devil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Dragon Woman, and Yi Ming were caught by those astral winds. Giant ripples exploded as they blocked the winds. At the center of the battlefield, Long Chen and Long Yashin separated. The two of them stared at each other like leopards looking at their prey. Just now, they had ended up even, which then made Long Yashin's expression change slightly. He had underestimated Long Chen. It had to be known that in his current state with the 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram, he was in full control of the heavenly Tao energy of the world. However, Long Chen had the wrath of all life. All life forms in the world were giving him their fury, and this gave him another kind of energy, making him capable of contending with Long Yashin's heavenly Tao energy. The latter hadn't expected such a thing. Good, it seems that you do have the qualifications to fight me. Then the warm-up is over. I'll bring out my true power to end you. Long Yashin pointed his spear at Long Chen, his mouth curling into an icily arrogant smile. What? Startled cries rang out. Chapter 2679 Shameless. A warm-up. Such an explosive battle was just a warm-up. Was that an insult to their intelligence? However, when they looked at Long Yashin's expression, it didn't seem to be a lie. Furthermore, with Long Yashin's power, he didn't need to brag. For a moment, people were simply dumbfounded. Even the power of their warm-up was enough to make people feel despair, so what would happen if they went all out? And me? This grand aspiration of yours will never be achieved in this lifetime. A despicable little person who stole other people's talent also dares to say such big words. The world must have really changed. I used to curse the heavens for being blind, but now I understand. It's not that the heavens are blind, but that they have no eyes at all. Even trash like you can stand in such a position. The so-called heavenly Taos are nothing more than a heavenly joke. Fortunately, I, Long Chen, have never believed in those heavens. Long Chen had entered a special kind of state, having completely mastered the wrath of heaven and earth. He no longer needed to be careful. The heavens, wrath state of the heaven-splitting divine sect, was still something that controlled heavenly Tao energy, something within the scope of the heavenly Taos. However, Long Chen had entered a peculiar state that was outside of that scope. He had escaped the limitations of the heavens, wrath state, and was viewing the world from a different angle. Having seen the essence of the heavens, wrath, he used his fury to form a resonance with all life that was restricted by the heavenly Taos. Hence, his heavens, wrath state was fundamentally no longer the same as the heaven-splitting divine sex heavens, wrath. It was precisely due to this that Long Chen said that Long Yashin had missed his only chance to kill him. If he hadn't shown Long Chen the three flowers converge, 10,000 Taos slaughter just to show off, Long Chen wouldn't have managed to fully comprehend this new heavens, wrath enlightenment. All life was unwilling to be restrained by the heavenly Taos. They had been suppressed for far too long. They had grown up with the restrictions of the heavenly Taos and wished to be free. It was Long Yashin's three flowers converge, 10,000 Taos slaughter that had been the spark of insight that drew Long Chen's anger together with the anger of not only the heavens, but also all things beneath the heavens. That was what allowed Long Chen to possess unprecedented power. Long Chen was now fighting with the power of the heavenly Taos, and all things in this world that wished for freedom were giving him their energy. Mountains, rivers, the stars, the sea, and all things within heaven and earth had now formed a subtle connection with Long Chen. The current Long Chen was truly fearless, and his power was continuously rising. It was his first time controlling so much power that came from outside of his body. Long Yashin sneered, "The weak are devoured by the strong. Those are the heavenly Taos. The weak aren't qualified to complain. I, Long Yashin, am the only lead of this world. As for you, you're merely a fruit that the heavens prepared for me. Your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were taken from me. And today, your fame, position, and glory will also belong to me. You escaped death back then, perhaps because the heavens wanted me to kill you now in front of everyone as a stepping stone to my unrivaled position. You, Long Chen, are fated to be nothing more than a foundation for me, Long Yashin. That is your fate." What a pity then. I, Long Chen, have never believed in fate. I just believe in my own power. I believe that today I will beat you like a dog. Then I'll tear off your flesh bit by bit in front of your father and mother so that they can experience that flavor. Suddenly Long Yashin's mother sneered. "A slut is a slut. Your mother was a slut and the son she birthed is also a slut. No matter how hard you work, you can't escape that. As for my son Yashin, he is fated to be this world's main character and lead its experts to victory. My son is an emperor while you were simply born with a golden key. Your birth was simply to give my son that key. Do you still not understand this? Struggling when you're already through death's door is meaningless." Long Yashin's mother was quite malicious. Furthermore, her voice was extremely sharp. It was unknown if this was her natural voice or if she had changed it in order to antagonize Long Chen, but anyone who heard her voice felt like cutting off her hateful tongue. "Shut up, you're the slut. Everyone in your family is a slut." Long Chen didn't mind others insulting him, but he hated it the most when others insulted his family. That was especially true when it came to her biological mother and father, whose fates were uncertain. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. "Long Chen, accept your fate. Although your father was unmatched, he was too stupid. In the end, he was just a brash man that couldn't achieve anything. He thought that he had become unrivaled, but my sword still stabbed him through his weak spot. After being so injured, he was surrounded and suppressed, unable to escape his fate. His ending back then is a reflection of your future. Your struggle is meaningless. Just give up. Due to your father being from the same family, we can leave you an intact corpse." Long Yashin's father also jumped in. He had a completely regretful expression. Taoist Heavenly Feather's expression changed. She instantly saw through their malicious schemes. They had clearly sensed what a threat Long Chen was, so they were antagonizing him, using his parents to make him go crazy. At that time, he would be filled with openings, and Long Yashin could easily kill him. She was about to warn Long Chen when the high priest stopped her, shaking his head. "Don't worry about it. I understand this child Long Chen. Those two are truly foolish, not knowing Long Chen's character. They don't realize that in the heavens wrath state, the angrier he gets, the greater his power. They want to anger him to the point that he reveals an opening. What a joke. Just watch. They will pay a terrible price for their ignorance." This husband and wife pair managed to insult Long Chen's mother and then mock Long Chen's father in one go. Long Kaifeng's sanctimonious appearance in particular made him feel even greater hatred. If he was telling the truth, then it was even more hateful. Considering how powerful Long Jianchen had been, how could he have been stabbed by a sword? It was obvious that it was a despicable sneak attack, which further showed just how shameless their entire family was. Even the divine family's experts were staring at the two of them gloomily. The two of them had thrown away the face of the divine families for their own goals. Even if Long Yashin killed Long Chen today, considering his character, could he truly lead the martial heaven continent's experts? At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were completely red as if he had gone insane. On the other hand, Long Yashin suddenly stepped on the air and vanished, his spear piercing toward Long Chen's back without a sound. No one knew how he had suddenly moved. "Watch out!" Startled cries rang out. Long Chen was just standing there, as if he hadn't sensed what was happening behind him. Despicable. Shameless. People were infuriated by Long Yashin taking advantage of his parents' distraction. Just as his spear was about to pierce through Long Chen's back, Long Chen vanished. A hand suddenly appeared out of midair and slapped Long Yashin's confused face. Boom, the void collapsed. Everyone was deathly silent.